RallyX is presented by Nova Motorsport, FC2, Car System, Solentuna Emballage Hantering, Hallgruppen. Season 10 continues in 3, 2, 1.
Since its inception in 2015, RallyX has captivated audiences worldwide with its adrenaline-pumping action. Over the years, it has become the birthplace of numerous stars in the world of rallycross. RallyX has consistently delivered excitement and drama to fans across the globe. Let us extend the legacy of this epic battle for another decade, where heroes will rise, challenges will be met, and the spirit of competition will continue to flourish. Welcome to the 10-year anniversary of RallyX.
Welcome back to Herghead and Barden for round 6 of RallyX 2024. We've just found the best seat in the house. Up here is the computer which controls all the flags and everything. Vigo's just underneath us at the drone takeoff point. I'm Andrew Coley, this is Hal Rick. And supercars going on behind us, open forward drive. So I'm kind of distracted. Kevin Eriksson, Ollie Eriksson I think it is.
It's Ollie,
yeah. It's Ollie, yeah. Mate, what a view, particularly of this corner here, which saw so much drama yesterday.
Yeah, historically this corner's been a place of drama. 1998, if you look on YouTube, you'll find a hilarious incident between Kenneth Hansen, Eric and Michael Jernberg. I think that video's got like 50,000 views or something, but basically it's a classic Swedish Championship battle where Jernberg jumps out, punches the windscreen of Eric in his car, and we saw similar battles all day yesterday as well, didn't we? The first corner, we can call this. It's the first proper corner.
Yeah, it is.
And,
yeah, there's a kink. Well, come and have a look. You might be able to see. There's a kink left just here. That's kind of the first corner, but as Hal said, it's not really a corner, is it? This is the one.
And
here.
this is where all the drama was yesterday.
Yeah.
We saw
Frank
big
Val
lunges,
rolled.
super big sends, and like you say, some big accidents as well.
Look at that track as well, Hal. Again, I don't know how much we can see on this lens, but it's really clean on the inside. It's really loose on the outside. They've done a brilliant job of grooming the track here. And another thing I love about this place, it's got a big crowd up on the banks again, and the cars come back. The return road is right back in front of the fans. They give them a round of applause every time they come in. It's a cracking little rallycross track.
It's brilliant, and we just went for another walk around during practice and the start of Q1 this morning, and we'd walked on Friday night after practice, but until you see cars use it more and more over the course of the weekend, you really don't get an appreciation for how much the elevation changes the balance of the car, and unfortunately that's one of the downsides of television, because you never see that, do you? You never see the undulations, and this is a proper track that's built into the natural layout of the land, and it produces some amazing racing.
I feel like yesterday we had, from Nova Tyres, we had Matthew Vincent came in, and he was all smiles saying how much he loved rallycross, and there are moments where you're up and you're like, I really love this, we are very lucky, like, just, you know, Martin Senland's just come in underneath us with a headlight cover missing. We saw Ollie Eriksson battling his way back up. They're continuing with the FC2. Interesting, we found out last night, didn't we, they ran Kevin's car at nitro power and Oliver's car at full power, because there are different maps. And
yeah, so it's about 100 brake horsepower less for Kevin, and we didn't know that ahead of the final, which gives good reason for his slight lack of pace compared to Oliver.
Another start coming up, here we go. Kevin's in this one, see if you can see any of it. Oh no! Kevin's rolled! So Kevin's rolled in turn 1. He tried to go around the outside, and he chucked it in. He was very brave, as you would expect from Kevin. He tried to chase red flag, tried to chuck it in and go round. That's stuck. It's Martinson, isn't it? I think
it is Martinson.
Yeah, so Martinson. And Kevin will be fine. He went into the rail. It's upside down. That is absolutely as live as it gets. Oh, look, Martinson's livid, but to be honest with you, mate, you're not upside down in the gravel, so need to chill there. Quad bikes are coming out, pick things up. Here comes Vigo with the drone. Hello, mate, morning. We'll have the return shot of that in a minute. He's just such a legend, isn't he? Huge backflip off. He's literally landed just underneath us. Obviously, we're hoping Kevin's okay. They've been trying to get him out of the car. Which side is he sitting? Car's upside down.
He's on this side as we are, but
so
yeah, he's out of the car.
Okay, that's it. That's the most important thing. So Kevin is out of the car. Oh wow! Well, look, they're putting the car through its paces, Hal, this weekend. That's for sure. That was 5 wide into turn 1. It was a proper classic supercar start, wasn't it?
He is not pleased, Kevin Eriksson, by
he's
what
gone
went on the first corner there.
Straight over, hasn't he, to Martinovs, and for a chat, he's pointing.
Philip Martinson, isn't it? Yeah.
Sorry, Martinson. Yeah, Martinson and Martinovs are very confused.
We were just saying how much drama there's been in this corner so far this weekend, and
I'm a bit on a genuine. We filmed this about an hour before we go live. You know, normally, let's go up there. We'll do that. Wasn't expecting that. Were you?
No, not at all. And as we see Matt Seaman come back underneath us, Matt was one of the sorry tales of yesterday, wasn't he? He was so close to getting it all together, to having that dream home victory. And we had a drink with his daughter last night
she said he was too
excited. He was so enthusiastic and he was so pumped for the fight. I was just so disappointed for him, but hopefully he can make amends today.
I think he could have won yesterday in pro, and yeah, unfortunately he came over the crest, and because of the way he drives the car with this lever, he couldn't recover the car. So, well, look, that's a pretty carnage start to the day, isn't it? We're going to take a look back in a moment at the action from Crosscar and Crosscar Junior and so on from the earlier rounds of qualifying. We better go down, I suppose, and try and help Kevin clear up the mess. In the meantime, you can take a look at the rest of this fantastic track, not just turn 2. What a start to the day. That was there it is. That's the corner where it all went wrong, Hal.
Yeah, just after we were talking about the 98 Swedish Championship incident, and then there was similar displeasure, wasn't there, in the first corner there? An unnecessary crash, I think, but that's the rough and tumble of the first corner in Rallycross, especially with a variety of experience levels. This circuit's produced plenty of action so far this weekend, hasn't it? And now we ride on board with Ollie Eriksson for a lap on Friday evening. Yeah,
this was in the FC2. Now, unfortunately, one of the cars has been withdrawn. You can guess which one it is. It's Kevin Eriksson's. Now, it's actually, just being really honest, there's nothing wrong with the car other than the fact he's been beaten up. But the team have said, look, it's a small team here this weekend. We got a lot of testing to do. So they're going to re-prep Kevin's car and go do some meaningful testing after the event, and they're going to continue to run Oliver's car during the event.
Well, I was just chatting to the boys there, and they said if we were fighting for the event, we were ready to go, basically. But they don't want to rush it and then cause more problems, which is fair enough.
And to compromise all the other cars they're running in the tent.
But one of the reasons they're here is to test for cooling with the engine package and stuff. When the bodywork's compromised, having been over, then you're not going to get the same data. No. So you're better off fixing it properly and then going and achieving that data as you want.
It's a shame, isn't it? Because Kevin, actually, that move as well, if he'd pulled it off, and it looked like he might, if it weren't for Martinson getting fired, and Martinson, there's a load of context. I'm sure we'll look at it in detail in a bit, but it's if he hadn't taken Kevin out, I think he might have done the classic Kevin round the outside.
There is deep gravel on the outside. We've seen a lot of people just dip the rear wheel in and then the nose gets sucked in. But if anyone could pull it off, it'd be Kevin Eriksson.
Yeah, it would have been cool, wouldn't it? So there we go. So Kevin might come and join us in the studio at some point later on today. We've got all our usual shenanigans coming up. We have got open 2-wheel drive, supercar lights, and open 4-wheel drive for you from Q2, and then everybody in Q3, and semi-finals and finals for round 6. Then it's 5 weeks' time we go to Denmark.
Is it 5 weeks?
I think it is. Nice-en-Banen, and directly the week after we go to the Estering in Hamburg, Buxtehude. Buxtehude. That was a very Swedish Buxtehude there.
I know, but we're in Sweden, so I'm just fitting in.
That's true. Okay, how would you say it in German?
I'm not very good at German.
Buxtehude. There's that brilliant video of all the different accents, isn't there? Sorry if you're terribly offended by that. But that's fine, because we pronounce things wrong a lot of the time. Very much looking forward to them.
To give a bit of an insight as to what's going on here, sorry, we are looking forward to them.
Yeah.
So there's a small technical problem. That's why we've come on air a little bit late. So the main part of the TV team is in Stockholm, and they've got a small technical issue. Amazingly, for this tiny TV operation in RallyX.
Got distracted by a dog.
Thought you might have done. So Rainis Nitt is his race director, and he can look at all of the different replays at his whim with a replay machine, basically, with an EVS machine, it's called in the industry. So they've managed to link our TV feed to Rainis' race director replay machine. What we're doing now is we're waiting for Rainis to finish his track inspection ahead of the remaining racing before the end of Q2, so he can go back, he can operate the EVS machine. We're actually going to see Rainis in race control doing his job.
Yeah.
And we're going to run the TV broadcast from there while they fix the issues in Stockholm. And that's a great indication as to how TV works, but also
how small this team is and how reactive they are. They've done we're lucky to be on air, put it that way.
But how adaptive they are to the situation. This is broken, right? Go there, do this, fix that. Okay, we just need to. You can imagine there's someone with loads of cables like plugging things in. Going,
probably Rainis. He's out there now. Rainis plugged this in. So Rainis has got his own. It's exactly the same replay machine with a wheel on it, which the TV guys use normally in the truck or in our case remotely, and he's got one up there, so he can actually look at whatever he wants to after a race. So we're often going, can we have that replay please in Stockholm? Meanwhile, Rainis has already looked at it because he's got his own replay machine just for race control. We were up there earlier on when lots of people were shouting. I think we can talk to him now. Rainis, can we talk to you? Can you hear us? There he is. There's Rainis up in the top corner. Rainis, say something. Let me see if we can hear you.
Yeah, can you hear me? I hear you.
Yes, we can. This is brilliant. This is my favourite.
Perfect.
Right, Mr. Black Flag. How many black flags yesterday?
Many, 9 or 11. I didn't even count after Supercar Light semi. So it was crazy. It really was like something similar to folk race. I mean, those cars are so expensive, and these drivers went completely out of control. But I hope that those hard penalties will take them back to the frame.
I'm sure they will. We're looking at footage of Vigo flying the drone up to see us on the balcony, and Rainis is in the room just below that. So yeah, Rainis, this is you wheeling through the various stuff. Is this the Ericsson start you've got lined up for us?
Yes, if you see my screen. So
yeah, we do. Yeah, we've got you.
I have many cameras here, and from different angles. Like this one is from the front. Then I can switch it to the drone as well. So. Yeah, we can. Talk us through this one. So basically, just to explain to you at home, what Rainis has a wheel in front of him. It's hard to explain. It's kind of like rewinding when the DJ goes rewind and goes backwards on the disc.
It's like a BMW where you've got the knob in the centre console.
In the middle, yeah. So imagine that. So he can wheel back through the footage as fast as he wants by moving his finger more quickly. And as he said, he can choose the different cameras. Then he can play it at different speeds. Now that's how our replays work. We normally build you up a file, and you guys see a package that's played out from the EVS machine. Rainis goes back and looks at footage, and this is what he's looking at. So this was Martinson nerfing off Kevin Eriksson in turn one, and Kevin will go all the way across the gravel trap and roll here.
Rainis, let's go back on this a few times and just tell us your process on how you analyse this situation and how you try and attribute blame or see who was in the wrong.
Now for me it's easy. I can do slow-mo in 25%, 50, 75, and I can choose all the cameras. And now we go through on 25% slow-mo. So for me it was what was clear race incident. It was hot up here after that happened. We were arguing a lot, but if you see, okay, we can go actually to drone. And we can see in drone that the blue car took far the best start, and it's ahead of everyone. And maybe on the video it's hard to see, but here it's like tiny left corner where cars should go left, and then it's flat out right. So for me, the blue one is correct. Think what he does. He went left, and starting from here, I think he was on a passenger seat. As Kevin is on the left in a green car. Then we have yellow, black, and blue, and blue car is like it started to turn already wrong direction, not aiming the corner, and for me here when you follow the yellow car, I think that's the hit on the right soon. Back of Oman's car made here, bum, to the right a little bit. He pushed Oman a little bit. Oman pushed the blue car, and blue car was a passenger on that situation. So it happens when you have small turns like this, and I mean, yeah, there was different opinions that the blue car was turning left way too early or too aggressive, but I mean, if you are in front, then you want to keep your position, you go left, and it's just unlucky. Kevin hit there, and also now Kevin is passenger, and outside we have really soft sand where the wheels just got stuck and he rolled.
So from your point of view, what you're saying is, yeah, unlucky everyone, but racing incident. So on this occasion, you've not said somebody is particularly in the wrong. It's kind of a bun fight, and these things happen.
Yeah, yeah, correct. So I mean, all of them are fast drivers, and all of them took really good start. So, and yeah, just unlucky that one push other, and then that's how the chain goes. So this time Kevin was in wrong place, wrong time, but nothing to do more from my side. 3-5 second penalties or even black flag couldn't give Kevin opportunity to continue this race, and I think the most corrected penalty could be reprimand, but we don't have reprimands here in RallyX, so not much to do.
What a fascinating insight, Rainis. Thank you for going through that. And it's interesting as well, because you treat every incident in isolation, don't you? Because there's no reprimand system. You had a bit of a moan at me last night because I said, oh, what happened with so-and-so? And you said, oh, like every team manager, you're asking what happened with this name. I only know car numbers and colours, because you're not interested in who it is or what they've done before.
Which
you're
is
looking
good,
at
actually, yeah.
car 1 versus car 2 in this situation. And you look at it all in isolation.
It's impartiality. You know, it means you're not looking at it and going, this guy's the bloke I used to race against. You're just going the green car, the blue car, and it's great, mate, the way you're doing it.
I mean, I've been out of the sport, I think 2 or 3 years. You know, I'm not every day involved anymore, and there are many young drivers. So I really, when somebody comes up and tells name and surname, and you know, especially all these Swedish names are similar or still the same, and I cannot even find them in a list. So it's easiest way car number, and because I give penalties by car numbers, not by names, and that's why I can remember it easier, and then also colors is making my life easier.
Mr. Black Flag. So can you show us another incident? I don't know how long we've got. We're going to move on. We're going to move on. So where are we going? How are we going racing? Why are we coming back here?
We start racing in 4 minutes.
We'll see. That's fine. Okay, then we get Rainis is in charge when we start racing. Show us another incident that you did give a penalty for.
What was one more black flag for supercar lights, I think, in when was it? In Q1? Okay, I try to find fast. You can talk a little bit. I have to go a little bit back.
Talk amongst
He's
yourselves.
found it already.
Look at that.
Yeah,
so he's literally whizzing back through the timeline. And these EVS machines show you effectively time of day.
So also, Rainis is able to, you're able to put timestamps, I guess, on the incident. So when you see them, you can press the button and it allows you to go back to that very quickly.
Yes, but I haven't used it yet. It's faster for me to fast jog back and then I find it.
Mate, do you want a job in TV? Because I think you could be in demand. You're actually really good at this.
No, thank you. But actually in TV it could be much better, because here I'm not making new friends. Maybe on TV I could make some. Look at this. The black car got a black flag. And it's especially because he did exactly the same thing yesterday, and he got black flag yesterday. And he just do it again today. He comes out from the Joker. He's not leaving the space for the blue car, and they just both crash. And that's way too much. Especially it's Q1. You know, you can do it in semifinals or finals when you really fight for podium or for the points. But here it's just useless. Sorry for word, stupid for me, and that's why it needs to be penalized.
Mate, I totally understand, and look, it's great to get an idea. We always say it's the toughest job in the paddock is being race director and having to give out those penalties, and you're doing a great job. This is fantastic, having someone with Rainis. I know we've been championing Rainis quite a lot this year, but having someone who's won at World Championship level, is a multiple European champion, and has been in all of these scenarios. Okay, maybe not on this track, but Rainis, you're using all of your existing experience all the time, and you know how it is from the driver's seat. You've driven all of these classes of cars before, so you know what the car's doing underneath the driver. That's really important, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's not possible to write all the penalties or all the situations on paper, so there is some feeling and some knowing who hit when and what happens, and there are different types of hitting other car. So yeah, I think I've been in those situations myself, and it's easier to understand straight away who needs some penalty or who was right or who was wrong.
But you never got any penalties yourself, did you?
No, always clean and nice racing.
You're a legend. Mate, we'll leave you to it. I'm sure you'll enjoy having many visitors up to race control today to argue their case. But good job, dude, and thank you for a great explainer for everybody at home. Have a good day, mate.
Thank you. Ciao.
Ciao. There we go, Rainy Snittish up in race control with just some brilliant insight, Hal. It's not an easy job.
That is a bit of an exclusive, isn't it, to be fair, to get
I
that
think so.
insight with someone making important decisions that have an actual outcome on the event and the championship. You don't get that in other motorsports, in other series, being able to talk directly to the race director about an incident that's just happened. And as he said, when you were dealing with some of those problems, he said it got pretty hot up there after the Kevin Eriksson roll. We were both in there as well. There's lots of people with lots of opinions, and you know he's so clear-headed and calm to manage that situation.
And lots of championships have somebody who's called a competitor liaison officer. So basically you can't go to the race director, you go to the CLO and say, I want to see the race director about this, and they'll go, no, the decision's final, or yes, you can make an appeal, and you maybe have to put money in to make an appeal. There's all sorts of rules. So Rainis is quite in the firing line. You know, so everybody was polite, I will stress that.
And there's some big personalities here as well, aren't there?
Quite forceful. You know, you got them going, this, no, rewind this, no, I don't agree. So he's doing a good job. It's really tough gig, and yeah, well done. Right, what are we doing now? Should we go racing? All right, mate.
Open two-wheel drive.
Yeah, little wave. Yeah, are we ready? We are. Good. Right, let's go racing. Let's crack on. So, Linus Westman won Q1. This is their Q2. Remember, Junior Crosscar and Crosscar have done their Q1 until already. We would normally look at some of that, but as we say, our replay machine is busted right now, so we're not going to do that. We're just going to go racing for Q2. Q3 will feature all the classes as normal. Don't worry, your experience at home is going to be pretty similar. Just missing some of the replays until we get that machine fixed, and they are working on it. So Westman, Tiger, Johansson, Gabrielson and Oman, and apparently Adrian has just fixed the replay machine. Well done, Adrian, you legend. Listen to that, popping and banging from open two-wheel drive. Adam Oman gets up the inside of Victor Johansson to take a position. Westman runs a bit wide. Simon Tiger into the lead. It's front of Tiger's car looking all shot blasted, and that is because we have proper gravel here. It's been wetted hell to keep the dust down, and the conditions will change a lot.
They will indeed, and this is one of the only times of the weekend where the open two-wheel drives will have the worst of the conditions, because we start mid-session, don't we, after the cross-cars, the cross-car juniors. Usually it's the poor old junior drivers that have all of the wetted track. And notice how we waited for Rainis then, because he was going around the track talking to the water bowser drivers, and he's so involved in the running of these events, but decides to water part of the line, offline, online. You know, they change where they're watering. They're not drenching the whole track all the time. They're really considered with how they manage the conditions, both for safety and for performance.
Yeah, absolutely. So you see turn one's nice and damp the whole way across. It's very wet on the outside because that's where all the loose gravel is. If you run out there,
Westman's dropped it.
Westman's gone round. That's what we're talking about. So if you get out in the boonies on the outside, the dust that comes up is unbelievable. Then the people behind can't see. So, yeah, not an easy job. I'm not convinced Rainis will want to come back next year, Hal, because it's definitely not an easy job. But he's doing all right. So Westman, that's disappointing. The winner of Q1 goes around. Not the greatest start to his day. You are looking at Gabrielson from the drone with Johansson just behind. We've got a bat-sized mosquito in the commentary box at the minute.
There's a couple of them. I just slapped one off your face, which was quite pleasurable.
Yeah, cheers. They were grim last night. They really were. We have been bitten a lot.
Johansson on the back of Gabrielson. Look at the pace of the big Merc coming out of that final corner. Pitches it in the first corner. It's so wet there. Look how sideways Gabrielson and then Johansson got. That's exactly why Westman dropped it on the previous lap. Just you lose all that traction, the rear wheels spin up in a rear-wheel drive car, and then yeah, so difficult to get it back.
You said yesterday, didn't you, Hal, maximum commitment with not all the information.
Oh, Gabrielson up the inside of Tiger in the Joker. Not a great Joker from Tiger there. Oman into the lead. Yeah, that's exactly. I love that. It's a bit.
Part of this sport.
That's why rally drivers are so good as well in rallycross, isn't it? Because they can read the road. In a circuit race, you're used to the conditions being very consistent. In a rally and rallycross, you've got to read the track changes all the time, what's in front of you.
Which is why quite a lot of them now go and do some rallies in their spare time. Adam Oman takes it. The time is 2:38.2. Q1 was a 2:32.7. Now remember, Q1 they would have run after Junior and Crosscar, so as Hal was explaining earlier, the track would have been a lot drier. So that one will be a bit of an anomaly. This was the start. Omen got a good start on the outside, cut across Gabriel. I tell you what, he's quite aggressive there into Victor Johansson.
All the locals in this one, isn't it?
Yeah, we just had a bit of a fun session with Victor Johansson, Simon Tiger and Rasmus Berggren, which hopefully you guys will be able to see later on. I'd say the issues look like they're fixed, so we've done a little challenge with them.
And my first glance across at the YouTube comments, I see someone written, Adrian the MVP, most valuable person.
Yes,
and
Adrian.
today, that's absolutely the case.
Hat tip to Adrian. Adrian doesn't have to buy the beers tonight.
Westman's lucky he didn't go over there. If that had dug in a little bit more, it would have been a very soft roll, but it could easily have tipped up.
We saw people off round most of the track yesterday, Hal, didn't we? Saw people going grass cutting up in turn 3 on the inside. Ollison ended up there. Omen was off just before turn 3 after the dip crest. We've had 2 rolls in turn 1.
Ollie Eriksson's done his fair share of grass cutting as well.
Ollie Eriksson ran the light machine, the light post. What do you call it? Yeah, the light
indicators on there. Flag indicators.
Flag indicator over. I've got a video of that actually, I haven't posted that. We were up with the guy in flag control earlier on today, so I'll stick that on later on. You can see the little computer that they use to run the light system around the track. So Rasmus Berggren on the inside, Eric Lidman, Ossian Stenval and Kenneth Kong. I like Ossian Stenval's Escort Mark III, Hal. I was looking at it earlier on, I just think it looks dialed.
Yeah, it looks good, doesn't it?
It's a nice size.
Well, it's more akin to the size of car that this sort of track was created for.
Yeah, true. Very true. What was the rear-wheel drive car? Was it the G3 that Ford made, which was the...
Yeah, it's got G3.
Yeah. Which was the rear-wheel drive Mark III. We had a few issues with jump starts yesterday, so don't take these too not seriously. If somebody jumps the start, they'll have to do 2 jokers. But we have had a few false triggers. It's actually a lovely day again. It's slightly cloudier than yesterday. I wouldn't say it's as hot as yesterday right now, but if the cloud disappears, it gets warm pretty quickly. Another jump start indicator.
Couple of YouTube comments. Someone says we need more Nittis. Yep, we do.
Everybody needs more Nittis.
Rainis is a good chap, isn't he?
He's a ledge.
Should ask Nittis if he would ride alongside in the FC2 at Estring with Coley in the passenger. I'm sure. Well, yeah, I'm sure he would drive Andrew. I'm not sure he would sit next to Andrew because Rainis' time with OMSE doing novice rides in the supercar lights, that was definitely not his favourite part of his career. But by any means,
call him a novice. I don't know. Do you what, mate? I don't know if I want to try the FC2 for the first time at the Estering. O circuit of 0 runoff for 90% of the track. There was that massive shunt there last year, wasn't there? The only place where there is any runoff, and that isn't very deep at the end of a very long, very far straight downhill. So Berggren and Lidman getting into each other on the run to turn 1. Round the outside comes Stenval in the Mark III Escort, and he gets on the wet stuff, and look at the angle of the lock. Oh dear, that's suboptimal. That's Lidman, who's lost out big time up at turn 2.
Stenval had a good old dab of oppo there, didn't he? He's trying to hang on to the Escort.
I'm getting RS Turbo vibes off the bonnet vents, then it's XR3i vibes off the rear wing, isn't it? I like it.
Yeah, I was never really a massive Ford fan, but I've got no choice now. I've got my... Kenneth Kong up on 2 wheels again. That happened yesterday in the final corner. The remarkably large BMW seems very willing to pitch up onto 2 wheels. Look at that. He's really worked on the suspension setup of that car, I think. That's an ex-Tiger BMW as well, isn't it? And looks like it's really working well now.
Look at the door on that, Hal. Berggren's had some contact this weekend. We had a look in his tent earlier, didn't we, when we were filming out a little bit?
Oh, no! Gets collected by Kong. Kong hangs onto it. Berggren's got a lot of damage there.
Oh, shocker. Brilliant flying by Vigo Koch, as always. It's just how slippery it is down there.
Kong's got a lot of damage in the door there from the contact. Stenval goes Joker.
Right. Well, this is looking a lot like yesterday, Hal.
Yeah, I don't think anyone is wholly to blame there, though. It wasn't bad driving, it was just the conditions and being caught out.
It's slippery, and you're still, they're still trying to push for a good time. In theory, the track should be dry and cool. Yeah, look at the door. The rear half of it's completely, yeah.
But he hit with the other side, didn't he? He went down the right-hand side of the track.
Just look how nice Stenval's car looks.
Yeah.
I liked it in that big drift in turn 2 as well. Look at it, look at it. It's almost getting slipperier maybe. There is that horrible point as a circuit drives where it goes from wet through icy, slippery, and then to sort of tacky afterwards. We could be at that point.
It's dry over the Joker section. Of course, the drivers don't know that necessarily. So I've had a chat to someone who's been out in the first race, which of course there wasn't time for.
No.
But their spotters might be watching the stream and being able to see what the track's like and then feeding that back to their driver sat on the grid.
It's interesting the amount of people in the paddock who do watch it just for that. I'm sure they have the volume off if they've got any sense, but they're always looking for little things. Ollie Eriksson yesterday was in the comments, by the way, if you guys are wondering whether or not they look, the drivers do. He was in the comments yesterday on YouTube reading stuff, so say hello to Ollie Eriksson in there.
Saying, they'll give me some abuse in there, weren't you, basically?
yeah. They do read them. There we go, then Kenneth Kong takes it. Oh dear, look at that. Oh, wow, that is a lot of damage. Oh, what a shame. Really unlucky, Hal.
Yeah, just
You
got
won't be able to see anything. Left-hand drive car, remember? Bonnet fully up on that left side. Look, the front right valance is in. The front left, well, the whole of the front is.
It's all composite, though, isn't it? The bodywork.
It always looks worse
if you can pull
than it
the
is.
steelwork out from behind.
Kevin Eriksson's just walked by with the top clamshell off his FC2 with his race number on it. That would have been a good picture. Not very happy. Understandably so.
He's more frustrated at the lost development time because that's what they're here to do, both for the next class and for running the FC2s in supercar championships throughout Europe. This is the incident. Just drops it on the loose there.
And there's no way Con could have avoided him because he is also on the slippery bit, meaning you just can't make those adjustments quickly enough.
You've got to stay in the throttle, haven't you, to keep it going forwards too.
Yeah, but look at the damage on his car, because he would have avoided that if he could have, and I can tell you that right now. Adam Oman actually did a 2:38.2, and Kenneth Kong in this one did a 2:39.0, even with that contact. Track changing. Yeah, exactly. So Kenneth Kong goes P2 in the session, but it is Adam Oman who wins it. Eric Lidman is a DNF, and it was Linus Westman who won the first one. Where was he in this one? Westman was way down in P7, so that'll turn qualifying on its head. Okay, on to supercar lights.
We've got a leading contender in every race here, so this will be interesting to see how the track evolves.
It was a shame, wasn't it, yesterday we lost Lucas Anderson and Casper Janssen right at the start of the final when we were hoping for a good scrap, and the scrap only lasted until turn 2. A little bit of contact cost them both. So Janssen, Munier, Soderholm and Darbach. It's Tobias Darbach in this one. See the front of Janssen's car juddering as he's trying to find the grip, but he does find the grip. Munier might be just inside, but Janssen's going to pitch it in sideways. Munier gets a bit of understeer mid-corner. Janssen crosses the gravel trap. Darbach might have enough momentum here, but Janssen gets back to the apex and just gently shuts the door on him. Nicely done by everybody.
Janssen caught out a little bit by the lack of grip in the first corner, and that's why Darbach had the run, but good respect between them. Darbach probably just rolled out the throttle a little bit, not to force the issue on the hill, knowing a driver of Darbach's experience, even if it's not in the lights class, will know that you need to live to fight for another day, don't you? There's no point getting fired off in the first couple of corners of Q2 on a Sunday afternoon.
Not when there's a whole day still, whole of today still to go, isn't there, and a win up for grabs. Darbach's impressed me. I think we weren't expecting him to not be good when he's so good in a cross car.
Well, he's got supercar experience as well, hasn't he? So I think obviously well on top of the car, but the thing with the lights cars is they're so specific to drive. You've really got to maintain the momentum all the time. The weight in the rear is quite different to a normal car, but the cross car experience will help because they're rear engined as well, and the balance is not so dissimilar. Janssen gets very rotated in the hairpin. I thought he was going Joker then, the attitude of the car, but actually didn't go.
Darbach's gone. This might be to protect against Munier. Munier, there was 2.9 back, so it's a fairly easy one for Darbach. Yesterday, Hal, what did we reckon the delta was? It was between sort of 2 and 2.4, wasn't it, depending on track conditions and what category?
Yeah.
Roughly?
Yeah, I think that's about fair. The Joker delta time, or the notional Joker time, was actually 1.8.
Yeah,
but
I find that quite bizarre.
But they're often not necessarily real in like I explained yesterday. So the notional joker time is if you finish a race, and you can only do it in a semi-final or a final. If you finish a race and someone hasn't jokered, you give them a notional joker time to add to their time to see where they would end up.
Yeah, but that's if we get red flag, just
yes.
to explain at home. So if the race gets stopped and say the leader hasn't jokered at that point.
So the way they work out that notional time is they take 4 times from random cars throughout the order or throughout the category. So one driver might be doing it in 1 second, and another driver might be doing it in 6 seconds. So they have to take both of that into account because it might be either of those drivers that needs that notional time, and they take an average across the 4.
I'm struggling to see who's doing at 1.7. I didn't see anybody doing jokers that were 1.7 off yesterday. So. But there you go. That's the notional. It's from the computer says yes, and it's cleverer than me and Hal.
It's the only way of fairly working it out.
Janssen takes it. The time is a 2:29.8.
3 seconds off what he did earlier to be fastest in Q1.
Very good, Hal. I was about to look it up. He's on it. He's on it. Off the start, there's that juddering as the front of the car just scrabbles for grip. Mounier gave him enough room. You can't disappear a car into the wall. That's what Andrew Jordan always used to say when somebody shuts the door in turn 1. You have someone pushes in on you and you've got, and it's different. If there's a curb or a bit of grass, yeah, you can get a bit cheeky and give them a bit more of a push. There's a plane that's just taken off over the track and it's so low. The airfield is literally behind where the spectators are sitting. We were walking down there to film something earlier on today and a plane appeared above the trees. Yeah, there he is. Have it. I'm actually surprised Vigo's allowed to fly here. I mean, he must have a ceiling.
He must be allowed to fly at a certain height in a certain parameters, won't he?
I'm not sure about that, mate. Is that for you? Because that's not a bit of me, that. Do you
not for planes in general, really, unless they're massive.
Yeah, well, like I say, the massive one wasn't very good on Friday, was it?
Oh yeah, well, a bit like a small plane. If it goes, like, you need somewhere to land, don't you? That's the issue. At least in a helicopter, you can land in quite small
yeah, but
places.
In a small plane, I reckon you can land somewhere quite small.
Well, it depends if something, like, you can land on a road if something's not coming the other way.
Yeah, but then unfortunately, our man with the big 777 or whatever the hell it was, we came in on our whole bloody runway to land on. It's still somehow, if I'd been asleep, I reckon I'd have a back injury. Brace. Haug, Birgit, Anderson and Haug. Anderson gets a good start, squeezes out from between. It was on the outside was Nils Christian Haug, sideways in turn 1, but he's just about going to hold on to it. And that's what he needed to do.
Forced right into the dirt on the outside. You've just kissed goodbye to any good time out of the first. And Anderson runs wide in the hairpin, but you can do that there, can't you? As long as you don't over-rotate and lose momentum, you can wash out wide and continue down the hill.
I think you've also got to be patient when you get on the throttle, and it will run you straight off the road when it's that dusty.
And that's where experience counts, isn't it? Because you don't get in a flap there and try and deal with it with more throttle. You straighten the car up and continue.
Wait for the grip to come back. Carry the momentum through the corner. As you said yesterday, damage limitation. You've made the mistake. You've already lost a few tenths. Don't lose more.
I was making all sorts of hand signals to you then, as if I was explaining to you, but obviously no one at home can see it. So
I was thinking that about radio. I don't think I'll be any good at radio. This and that happens. Oh yeah, you can't see it, can you?
Anderson runs wide through the compression, just touches the rear wheels into the dirt, bit of understeer on the loose, nicely to the apex though, much better that time around. We saw a brilliant drive from Anderson yesterday, didn't we, after he'd had that front diff failure in Q1.
Yeah,
absolutely nailed it in Q2. It was one of those sort of, but Q2 he was in the slowest of the races. He was one of those sort of raggedy drives where he maximised the time.
He had the car by the scruff of the neck, he really did. But that's hard with a lights car, because normally if you get too sendy with him you lose time, but he was properly hustling it. He then won Q3 and he took the TQ how, which is wild.
He's on a big mission as well here. See the car move around on the brakes, we'll run right to the outside because that's the best way to carry the speed through the final corner.
So he's chasing, of course, Casper Janssen. Casper's time 2:29.8. Let's see if he gets to the apex this time. Look at the rotation on that. He's very, very good, isn't he?
And very confident in the car too.
Yeah.
Knows what it's going to do underneath him.
Saw Joel Kristofferson this morning, didn't we? He asked where we were last night, and we told him out to the bar because there's only one. We actually also went to a beautiful waterfall, didn't we? Which was Storforsen, I can't remember.
I think, yeah. Slept since then.
There's a few little bits on our stories if you want to see it. It's stunning. It's at its biggest flow at this time of year, I guess, because of snow melt further up the mountain. And yeah, it was really cool, wasn't it, Hal? because it stays light here, normally we Anderson takes it. He's gone quicker as well, 2:28.4. Because it stays so light here, you can go whenever you want. Normally we'd finish work and it'd be dark, but it doesn't get dark here ever at this time of year.
It's terribly confusing, isn't it? For
It
us,
is a bit
us
confusing.
simpletons.
It is a bit confusing. Good drive by Anderson.
Someone says, great explanation, Hal. I'm not sure if that's in jest or not. I'll take the compliment, thanks. What would you pay for an RX Lite 150k? No, they're cheaper than that. And
100, aren't they now? Maybe 80?
About that. You can pick one up second hand. You can pick one up that hasn't been used for a while. We were discussing this yesterday on air, weren't we? That has been stood for a little while. All contact between the Haugs. I wonder what Rainis is going to do about that. There'll be a discussion between the brothers.
They're
later
fun cars.
Well, they are really fun, and the spec classing is great, and there's good interest. There's a support class at Julius in the Magic Weekend next Friday where there's lots of new drivers coming in. There's good interest for RallyX next year.
There's also parts supply, Hal, and this is one of the things which you and me have discussed a lot, particularly with you rebuilding your old supercar. You know, so much of it you have to get bespoke.
Yeah, you have to make everything from scratch, yeah.
But you've got good contacts. You know, someone coming into the sport without those contacts doesn't know where to go. And the nice thing about a lights car is you literally pick up the phone, you go, Andreas, this is broken, and he pings it over to you in the post. Linus Westman is leading the standings that look like he can open two-wheel drive. But we're on Supercar Lights, of course. One more race to come on this.
And this is Simon Olofsson on the outside, who was black flag. This is the incident we looked at with Rainis in the pre-show, and that's why he's starting in the slowest of the races in Q2.
So Olofsson with a good start, gets around Darback. Get it pitched in, come on now. Feeling the grip, that's really nice. He's really aware of the grip there, Hal. He goes nowhere near the wet, sloppy stuff on the outside, but he's had two races, and as you said, they'll be looking at the other races from the spotter's position. They'll go, don't go wide, you're going to lose too much time.
Yeah, credit to his sister, Sandra Holtgren, who will have been watching the other races. That's also Simon's experience, where a lot of drivers might have tried to get the car turned in there and have the rear step out. Side by side with Ida Tornot, who claimed her first ever podium yesterday. He actually just let the nose run on, so they ran side by side. It wasn't the best first corner time from him, but he was totally drama-free because he drove the corner knowing that had he pushed on, they'd have got caught together. And we saw exactly what happened with Val and Omen yesterday when Val had that big roll in the first corner.
Yeah, Rainis not happy with Olofsson earlier, although he didn't know who his name was. Obviously, he will know a little bit. Yeah, we're messing a bit, but I love the fact he just reverses them by numbers. I don't know. It's 52. He gets a penalty. That's it. That's the decision. You got to be. What was he said? Maybe I'll make some new friends. Tell us I'm not making any friends here. I wonder what he'd think now if he did come back to racing and a steward made a decision. If he would feel any different about it.
Yeah, that's interesting, and you do see things from a different light, don't you? But also,
you have to live in someone else's shoes, don't you? As they say.
I think
I still think you'd be like, no, mate, it wasn't me.
I stand here casting judgment all day long, and I've written about the sport for a long time now. Watched a lot of rallycross, and I make the same silly moves or mistakes that anyone else would. So you can't. The classic example, and I've talked about this before, is I would always chastise anyone for jumping the start due to the light system, certainly in the World Championship, where you have the ready-to-race light come on, it then goes off, and then the lights come on for you to start the race. So many people jump start as a novice when the ready-to-race light goes out.
Yeah.
Did my first supercar start, LSR, hanging on the handbrake at Linden Hill, and then ready-to-race light goes out, and I let go of the handbrake, didn't I? Idiot.
Oh,
but as I did it, I was like,
you idiots. Yeah, but
that's a great example of you can watch it all you like, but it's
different when you're in that seat.
So I'm sure Rainis would still go for the 50-50 move.
Of course he would. Of course he would. Olofsson's going to take this one.
Is he going to bet at the time now?
I think he will. To be honest, track's looking like it's going to improve, and it does by 8/10. So Olofsson wins the session,
and that's a perfect comeback from what happened to him in Q1.
The reason he's in this race is that black flag. So black flag puts him in the final race. Track conditions mean that he's gone slightly quicker. And I think we'll be in for a bit of a banger next time. So we should have Janssen. Let me see.
Well, we'll have Anderson, Janssen, Berget, Darback, and Olofsson, I think.
So I think we will too. I'm just looking at the times, trying to figure it out.
Kevin Darback's done a stellar time there as well, a 2:30. That's going to put him fourth quickest.
Yeah, so that'll be the four.
So Tobias Darback actually gets knocked down.
Nerved down. So does Berget. So because it'll be Olofsson, Kevin Darback, Anderson, and Janssen.
Sorry, they're 4-car races on there. I thought they're 5 cars.
So that's gonna be cool. So that'll be in the next one, Q3, coming up after a short break. But we've got open four-wheel drive before then. Now, Hal, actually, with the withdrawal yesterday of Frank Val, we won't have semi-finals for Supercar. That's the first time that's happened. It's a bit of a shame, I think. It's maybe a sign of the way the sport's going, I suppose, in terms of people not necessarily doing Supercar. Yeah, there aren't new Supercars about. Maybe it's because we're so far north in Sweden, I don't know. But if we
I think there's also 2 big rallycross events in the
yes,
space
exactly.
of a few days.
So a lot of people are going to be going to Holius
European
next week.
Championship next weekend in Holius.
Yeah. So, yeah, just today, there won't be semi-finals for Supercar. So the point is, you've got to be in the top 6. Now, bear in mind, Kevin Eriksson has withdrawn. There are actually only 8 cars here, so only 2 people will miss out. I reckon I could have a bit of a stab at who's not going to make the cut. Hal, that's my guess there.
Andrew Coley.
I reckon I would, actually. Do you reckon he'd make it?
Yes.
What a cocky pair of muppets we are. We're both laughing. We both know we're not that good. Omen on the inside, but he's beaten by Tapine to turn 1, but he holds on. That's nicely done by Matt Omen. Oh, a little bit too wide. He's out in the loose stuff and brings it across the apex. That's where he went off yesterday. One of the poles gets fired up into the air.
Well held, Matt Omen. That was all over the shot, wasn't it? And those are the scenarios
that
where
was a ride.
He's compromised with his steering situation with the car, fighting him like that. He did a great job to hold onto it. Yoni Tapinen was fair there as well. Just came out of the throttle that little bit. Didn't dove him in the side. That's outside the window, and he's going to give him a nudge at the hairpin.
Elena last night, his daughter, bless her, she was lovely. I know we're going about Matt Omen at home, and I've told you frequently, if you don't like it, it's unfortunate, because me and Hal both admire him a lot. And she was so sweet about how proud she was of her dad, how proud they all are of him teaching them you can overcome anything. Don't let something as awful as what happened to him overcome it. He had his accident when she was just 3 years old. She said, I can't remember Dad walking, but she said, basically he's taught her that adversity is to be overcome. I thought it was really cool.
Yeah, wonderful insight. And we were talking about his spin yesterday.
He's getting excited now. Tapinen coming in alongside Martinson, just behind Tam.
Tapinen is a young driver here, 15 years old, making his supercar debut this year, and he is learning quickly. They've dished out penalties, for instance, at the Joker merge, and the reason that some of these penalties are quite harsh is because they need to be for drivers to learn, and clearly Tapinen is learning. On 2 separate occasions in this race so far, he's bailed out of a situation knowing it's better to live for another day. He's really learning quickly, both in the car and in the race situations, and that's fantastic.
It's better with your qualifying results, it's better in terms of damage on the car, so it's better for your budget. Doesn't mean we don't want people to race, but it's exactly what Rainish was said. There is a time and a place for taking a big risk, and it's not Q2.
Tapinen's lost out badly behind Tam here. Omen gets in and out of the Joker.
That's the compromise. It's tricky.
Just to finish on the Omen spin from yesterday, she was like, Dad was so pumped. He was like, he'd been fastest in Q1, fastest in both practice sessions. He lived so close to the track, really wanted to win, and it was that enthusiasm that made him overdrive. And I love the fact that he's so committed, he still gets so pumped to try and achieve. It's amazing.
I would love you all to come to an event, to see him drive, and then go to his tent and have a look at the car. I really would. Well, I'd say maybe we should start doing tours. I just think, brilliant. When the TV thing ends, I might do that. We'll start doing some rallycross tours. How we know where the good bars are, we know where the friendly teams are. We'll get a group of people together, go and have a couple of jars and watch some rallycross. Selena there?
It is, yeah.
It's Matt's daughter with her dog. And I assume her kids. Kid? I think she's got 1. But we met the dog earlier.
I was very impressed with Tapinen in this race.
Look at that.
Good commitment.
Giving Omen enough room.
Well, this is what I was talking about. So Omen's out in the boonies and struggling. Tapinen could have buried him there.
Yeah.
And chose not to. They both had a good chunk of the bollards on the inside, and then I wonder if we'll see the Joker merge later on.
I'm hoping we don't get any penalties for bollards because they're track limits, but you can't when someone's on a ride like that. There's no advantage taken.
And I think that's where Rainish gains,
because
he knows that when you are fully in control of the car, you haven't really gained anything.
Exactly.
Don't give out a silly penalty.
How many times it used to annoy me so much in the World Championship. Timosyanov with the bollard in Holius when they DQ'd him from the whole event. Pathetic.
Yeah,
I was working on the series.
Mil,
it's in the rules, but it was the dumbest rule ever. Matt Omen 224.4. there has to be some judgment, Hal, on track limits when either the car is out of control or when somebody else has nerfed you off.
Or if you don't gain.
If you don't gain.
Then what,
if you've gone through you've gone through 3 bollards sideways and lost 9 seconds, what's the point in giving them a further 3? Some of this stuff is so common sense.
But that's why track limits are frustrating in general, aren't they? You're better to have something physical there that stops the abuse, and then there's no discussion.
Right. Ollie Eriksson on the inside, Enlund, Martinovs and Toren. So Enlund could give Eriksson a bit of a race here. Eriksson will try around the outside though. He's going to back off, is he? Enlund gets sideways. Ollie ends up not as far out as Kevin did earlier. Toren's gone through. I reckon, I don't know, it depends how far back Martinovs is, but Ollie might well go Joker straight away here to get away from Toren. If Toren doesn't go, yeah, he has to really. But it's going to be. I also think he's probably quick enough to pass Martinovs on track.
He is definitely quick enough to pass.
It's annoying, but I think
Martinovs, yeah. But Toren did well there not to get over-rotated and spin in the first goal. He did get over-rotated, but he didn't spin in the first goal, and it got very sideways in the polo. Kevin Eriksson was just pushing a tyre trolley behind us in the studio, and then heard that open forward drive on the right line and ran to the start-finish line.
Brilliant.
Because everyone loves a supercar or an open forward drive.
Yeah. Martin Enlund. He's doing a good job in his first year in Supercar. He was all smiles when we saw him yesterday.
I'll tell you what, Eriksson hasn't caught up onto the back of Martinovs as quickly as I thought he would here. This is a good step up from Martinovs
from yesterday.
Over his pace from yesterday.
Okay, watch for Kevin in the background. He looks up the inside of Martinovs. Martinovs doesn't joker, and that's going to cost Ollie. Enlund goes sideways.
He's not obliged to joker though. He's doing his own thing.
Absolutely. But Ollie would have hoped he would, but he hasn't. Now Ollie looks inside again, going to try and find the traction and get alongside him. Yes, and he does. Well done, Vigo. That is so switched on from Vigo to know what we're talking about. Dip the camera down, have a look. You're a legend, Vigo. So Ollie's made up 1 position, but we're on to the final lap now. So Enlund is, how far up the road? He's 1.6 ahead of Toren.
This is going to be close with Toren for Ollie, I think. 1.6.
I reckon he'll, I reckon he'll get Toren.
So do I, because I think Toren will be a little bit more cautious than Ollie was in the Joker.
Look at that. But I think Enlund's going to be too far away.
Yeah, me too.
So Enlund's going to, look at Enlund coming down the hill now. He comes across. Kevin, Ollie will clearly see him. Into the left. Oh, Toren, that's the differential in pace off the Joker. He's downhill across the dip, but it gives you a wider entry into that tightening left-hander.
Toren was good for the hairpin there as well. I wonder if Ollie's... Yeah, I don't know. Toren's closing massively.
Enlund, though, out front's going to get it. Target time's 2:24. I think he's going to get that as well, personally. I think he's going to beat Matt Oman's time. He does, but by the tiniest of margins. I thought it was going to be more than that. 2:24.385 to a 2:24.413. That's 28 hundredths of a second, I think. 2 plus 2 is 4. It's quick maths. What do you think about quick maths there? It's a lyric from a song, Hal.
Is it?
Yes.
What song's that?
I think it's Man's Not Hot, Never Hot.
News to me.
Have you seen the video for Man's Not Hot, Never Hot?
Don't think so, no.
It's a classic. God, Man's Not Hot, Never Hot. You don't know that one? No. Oh, I love Hal so much. He's so not down with the kids, and it's brilliant.
Well, I'm not nearly 50, mate. Shut up.
He also swatted a massive mosquito on my back in the middle of that race, but I'm here for it. It's fine. Man's Not Hot, Never Hot. Martin Enlund takes the session. I'll put the lights on, Hal. That's going to make the man hot. Martin Enlund takes the session in open four-wheel drive. Put Man's Not Hot, Never Hot in the comments if you're aware of the song, and if you're not, have a look at it on YouTube in the little break which we're about to take. Sun's out. Man's Not Hot, Never Hot.
Sun's out, guns out.
Yeah.
Not for me, though.
No. Here comes Enlund. Here he is. Didn't see us.
Ignored you completely.
Totally,
no, he did see you, he just didn't wave.
Yeah, look, Andy Scott. That's a bit of an in-joke, that. Sorry. Who else is coming? Oh, here comes Ollie. Ollie's coming in the FC2. Right, so Ollie's coming in the FC2. We're going to take a quick break because we need to go and get our grids and stuff ready for Q3. Here he is. Lovely job. A few bits of tape and some tyre rubbing down the side. Come on, there's Maria. Maria. So glad to see you. And Kevin's here as well. We promised we'd sing that at some point this weekend. We do things to entertain ourselves. There we are. So yeah, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back shortly. Won't be that long. Q3. Go and look at that video on YouTube and the lovely waterfall on Instagram, and we'll see you in a bit.
Welcome back to round 6 of RallyX 2024. We're at Älvsbyn in Sweden at Högheden, and we are coming up to the end of qualifying for Cross Car Junior. Hampus Hagström is in the lead at the minute with 2 qualifying session wins here. Hagström won yesterday. Solly had beaten him a few times in the finals, having taken the TQ. Must have been pretty frustrating. So excuse us for just a moment while we try and figure out what's happened with our feed. Stay with us. Meanwhile, I guess I'll get my grids ready. Interesting. There we are. There we are. Fixed. I bet Adrian fixed it. What do you reckon, Hal?
The MVP.
The MVP. Right, let's go racing. I'm getting my championship standings after yesterday. Hal has been on the printer mission, which is good. I just haven't been on the organisation mission, which is bad. Cross car, there's too many people in cross car, aren't there? Hagström, Pete Dupira, Alex Antila, Matalamaki and Carlson. So, just excuse us to say we're still having a couple of issues with the replay machine. Hampus Hagström on the outside there, you'll have seen the go off the line twice. That's where you'll see the EVS feed and not the
contact
program
in the rear on the way into turn 3 and 4. Cars all over the place. The grip's changed massively again, hasn't it? Because they've watered the track in between this session. Hagström goes into the Joker, and it's Pira, isn't it? All over.
It is, yeah. Not sure if it's Matalamaki. I think Matalamaki's at the back. Alex Antila and Arvid Carlson are in there too. I think it's Matalamaki. We only have the one sector around here.
It is Matalamaki, yeah.
So yeah, P2 Matalamaki and P2 Pira.
Hagström really got forced wide on the first lap. Pira all over the back of the leader here, and this could play into the hands of Hagström, who was jokered early on. Antilla was the culprit in the front to rear contact in this concertina up at the hairpin early on. Pira's going to joke. You can tell by the attitude of the car starting to rotate the rear end. Yeah, Antilla's gone as well, and that's perfect for Hagström.
Yeah, too late for him to respond to Hagström. Hagstrom's done well there. P2 Pira only had a lap, and Hagstrom's made that time up, to say, but was stuck behind Matalamaki.
So, like, I think, probably should have stayed out.
Good effort.
Can't know that without the spotter in junior cross car. You can't know what the gap actually is. Always tricky. Pira all over the back of Hagström. Has Hagström got a problem here because doesn't have the pace we would expect, or is Pira just on an absolute flyer?
Well, Pira's been impressive.
1.9 behind coming into this lap. I think that's enough for Hagström to take the lead, and Matalamaki goes in.
Both Matalamaki and Antila took a strange wide line through the hairpin to get into the Joker. You've got to come in there really slowly, square it off and just point it down the dip and through into the Joker. It's a straight line in. Was that one of Omen's team that just walked by?
Lots of Omen's team here this weekend, aren't there?
Yeah.
Being so close to his home.
Well, we said it yesterday, I don't want to jinx him again today.
No, you better shut up.
Yeah, no, you better shut up, Coley. We all want to see an Omen win at his home track. Hampus Hagström, after not a great start, that shows how classy he is. He's won the first 2 qualifying sessions. I suspect that time loss might mean that he doesn't win this one, especially if track conditions improve. But all the same, takes the win, and it's a 2:40.4. How's that, Hal, compared to the others? Yeah, 5 seconds off, but track conditions are different. So their Q2 comes off the back of everybody else's Q1, doesn't it? So I imagine the track conditions are dry then. I don't know what their Q1 was like.
But also more rutted after the open four-wheel drives, which does make a difference.
I have a bite so big on my ankle that I feel like I might be growing a second foot. Ow, what was that? There's another one on my head. They're terrible today. Hal got one early. He hit me very hard, but as he said, I did get to the fly. He's smiling now. Yeah, I know what he's up to.
I enjoyed it as well. I'm not going to deny it.
I know what he's up to.
He loves physical pranks.
He does love a physical prank. Hal does.
Let's say now I'm a dad.
That's true. Yeah, you're a dad. We talked about this yesterday.
It's mad, isn't it?
He keeps surprising him. Who's this child in my lounge?
No,
it's mine.
Not,
No, I know what you mean.
home. It's
when
when
you
you're
think
not there.
about it. Yeah, it's when you think about
I'm
it.
doing
Isn't it?
like normal, what was normal life. And then
Well,
you remember-
Rallycross. Your normal life is far from a normal life, mate. It's literally, he is 24/7 Rallycross.
9
and
weekends
I
in a
love
row
him
starting
for it.
here.
Yeah. Right. Pauli Tapainen, Carl Schnack, Carl Svedlund, Theo Johansson and Pontus Oskarsson. Solly, not until race 3. Solly is also sitting P7 with a 7th and an 11th. So Hagström is stealing a little bit of a march on the championship here this weekend.
Just FYI, people in the comments are also telling you to shush, so no more.
What about Man's Not Hot Never Hot? Because I loved
No,
seeing almost the entire lyrics of the song appear at the end of the last session, mate. That was brilliant. It was brilliant.
But no more Omen chat.
Did you look at it or not in the break? Did you look at the video?
No, I didn't know. I was talking to people about Rallycross. Frank Val's bus has broken down and he can't leave.
Oh, you're joking?
Yeah.
Isn't he going to a
bad
hill
luck,
climb?
bad luck doesn't come in ones or some
I'd be
translation.
quick. They comes in 3s, so I wouldn't go to the hill climb, mate, at this point. He was going to take all the underguards off, do some trick stuff with the engine, and now I'll be thinking maybe I'll just go home when the bus is fixed. That is a bummer, though, isn't it? I love a good Rallycross bus. Have you considered one?
I've often pontificated over the ideal form of transport.
Airport bus would be good, you know, a bendy bus. Yeah, workshop
Get
in the
out of
back.
town.
Why not? Too slow?
Just rubbish.
Well,
no one
what's
likes a
wrong
bendy bus.
No, but I think it'd be cool. Do you remember
No.
the bendy bus at Hollius that had a bar in the back?
Well, that's
Well,
different.
actually, no.
That's
I
not
think
a-
it was the club was in the front and the bedroom was in the back. I can't remember.
I
but
wouldn't know.
There were some. You would. You've been up Happy Street every time you've been there. That is a lie. That's another. You have got to go. How's Happy Street, mate? I haven't seen it at World RX obviously for a couple of years. Is it as good as it was? I mean, I know.
I wasn't there last year. I was waiting for the birth of my child that didn't arrive until after Hurlius.
Oh, mate.
I know, gutted.
You're a dad.
What?
So you missed Hollius. Am I? You missed Hollius and Soren didn't show up on time.
Yeah.
Mate. I'm always late and you get cross about it. Were you cross with him? I bet you were actually because you missed Hollius, weren't you?
It was very odd.
When he's older, will you be like, I missed a Hollius because of you?
I'll tell you a story about that in a minute.
All right, do. Is it on air or off air?
I don't know.
Have a think about it. Right. Short delay while they sort things out on track. Painen's got a reasonable start on the inside, but has been beaten from the middle of the grid by Svedlund. But holds on around the outside. Nicely done.
Schnack had a good old look. The moment the cars left the line from P2 on the grid, had a good old look to the inside, and that's your only real reference as to how good. Okay, you know how good your start's been, but you want to see how good the guy next to you's got on. Oh, Oskarsson's got a problem in the hairpin. Sensible to go into the Joker for the first time of asking. Listen to the rev limiter abuse in these junior cross cars. Oskarsson can try and now close on the back of the pack, having been in and out of the compulsory extra route for those watching for the first time. And I don't know how many people are actually watching for the first time midway through junior cross car, but
Actually,
the joke clap you have to take once in every race.
And if you have any questions, really seriously, because we never know how many of you are new, if you've got any questions about the sport or how it works, please don't feel like put off. There's a lot of people in the comments who are real experts on this, and we love having you guys along
Yeah,
with
we'll
us.
try and help too if
But
we
yeah, if
know the answer.
you're new to Rallycross, let us know. Yeah, and we'll try and help out. And as I say, actually, the guys in the comments are a good bunch. If someone asks a silly question, fill them in with the answers, guys. We need more Rallycross fans. You can all be ambassadors for the sport. It's really important.
Joe Clap created up here in Sweden, of course. 1998 it was used for the first time. Yeah,
Which track?
In a city centre race in Gothenburg, created by Kenneth Hansen's late father, because basically, and you can buy a book that includes a big story about this, but
Is that
it's Kenneth Hansen 14.
Kenneth Hansen 14 by Harry Rich.
Harry. But the basic concept was that Kenneth's father had been frustrated with Per Eklund's ability to defend so well for years and years, and there being no way through. And I guess when they were using bigger cars then, coming to venues like this where it was really hard to overtake if someone was very good at defending, so the Joe Clark concept was created to try and give that tactical variable, and
mate,
it's a massive part of the sport.
Look at the sport it's created. You know, it's funny, if you're really honest, there is often not a lot of overtaking, on track, but that's fine. If you look at most motorsport, that's the case. That's what I love about the Joker lap is no race he's ever done. I know we talk about it often, but the Ekstrom Kristoffersen race at Holliers, where one went on lap 1 and one went on lap 6, they were never together the whole time, but it was brilliant because you were watching the splits go up by a 10th, down by a 10th, and you knew it was going to come down to the wire, and it did. I love that. I love it. And the luck you get when it goes your way or not. Tepainen takes it from Svedland. It's a 2:37.9, which is quicker by 3
quicker
seconds.
than Hagström.
So there was a delay there. I mean, obviously it's hot. Track conditions be changing a bit.
But Hagström's time loss was not in the ultimate lap time because the fastest lap there was done by Svedland on a 49.4. Hagström in the previous race has done a 49.2. So Hagström had the pace, but all that fighting and losing out in the first corner meant that he just couldn't get it all together for the ultimate race time. And it's a big gap as well. Hagström had done, or time of teams just changed. Hagström had done a 2:40 and a 2:37.9 is a big gap.
So not going to take a clean sweep, but still in reasonable shape to be TQ because he was 10 points clear of P2 Pira and then Alex Antila, and in fact,
and of course beat Pira in that race, in that first race anyway.
P2 Pira has actually had 2 P2s there, Hal. So P2 Pira is going really well. Adrian has fixed the machine. If you're wondering, there was a slight pause and replay at the start, so that's because they were having
Adrian can be asking for a pay rise after this.
Adrian's a legend, isn't he? They were having to run the feed back through the vision mixer, which is the machine which picks the cameras, wasn't working, so they were having to run it through the EVS machine, which is why you saw a little rewind on the line, because the second the start goes, the EVS guys start building the replay packages. I'd love you to come and have a tour of a TV truck. I've had to learn a hell of a lot about it over the last 10 years. Solly loses out at the start. Kinnunen tries to get through on the inside but can't. It's Jonas Hegel and Nielsen who leads in the yellow buggy. Solly trying to go around the outside. Now cuts back to the inside. Solly needs to take a dive here. That is a lovely, lovely move. What a bit of car control. That's the move I thought we'd see when we walked the track on Friday night, and it's beautifully pulled off there.
Well, that could be the overtake of the weekend so far, I think, from Oliver Solly. That was
brilliant
awareness of what was going to happen with the driver around him.
From 2 corners before as well, Hal. He lost out. He got good traction, he lined it up, Muntik over the curbs on the inside. Brilliant. That's why you want to see him move up, isn't it? That's when I'm like, go on, get him in a cross car. What would Solly do? He's got a few years yet, hasn't he? He was one of the youngest.
Yeah, and Solly, of course, famously the driver promised a test at an EKS ID by Matthias Ekström, but was way too small at the time to even get in the car.
Well, he wouldn't have been able to see over the dash or reach the pedals, would he? But Ekström meant it. Has Ekström got any cars left?
He has one, yeah.
There we go. Still on then, Ollie. Still on. Nobody joking on lap 1.
Matthias probably watches this and thinks, oh, every time. I'm sure he won't.
Stop reminding him.
No, Matthias is an absolute man of his word, and if he says he'll do it, he'll 100% will, and he'll also love giving someone that opportunity.
And he'll have looked at a move like that and will go, yes, this kid is good.
Yeah.
He will.
You should let him race it, to be fair. If you get a test, you may as well do a race as well.
Jarmo Voss just come by. Interesting. So we were talking to Jarmo yesterday. I'll be open about this. He's put it in our little WhatsApp group. And he said there were a few decisions he wasn't that happy with from Reynis. So he went and met with Reynis last night, and Reynis talked him through each of the decisions, and Jarmo messaged today and he said, I went and sat with Reynis, he said, and he was right with absolutely every one of his decisions. It's a tough job, and fair play to him. He said he is fair and he is calm, and I thought that was really quite a grown-up thing to do, Hal.
Very mature. You can't say fairer than that, can you? And everyone's entitled to their opinions.
Yeah, of course. You're going to be annoyed, not even when a decision goes against you. And a few had gone. Remember, Pacer running what 5, 6 cars. Had a few decisions he wasn't happy. And Reynis met with him. Good on Reynis. Good on Reynis. This is the Reynis Appreciation Society. Solly nicely out in front. Hagström, his rival P3 in this session. Solly was P7. Solly really needs here to beat that target time and try to move up the standings, because at the minute, being 7th, he wouldn't be on the front row. Hal, only 2 semi-finals as well, so he needs to be up in the top 4 here to take it. Overall, that is. Solly goes 2:37. Yes, he does. 2:37.6. So Oliver Solly has gone fastest. Who else has gone quicker? They have not. Hagström here 2:40.4, 4:13, 4:95. Yeah, so Hagström's dropped down to about P4 in this. So good for Solly in terms of his qualifying position. If he can get into the top 4, he'll be on the front row, and that's where he wants to be. I do rather want to see that fight go right the way to the end of the year, I have to say.
Still no one's troubled or betted Hagström's best lap time though. Interesting.
So I had an email this morning, Hal, I've won a prize on the National Lottery because I'm not in the country. I can't log into my account because you're not allowed to gamble from outside the UK.
This is breaking news.
Yeah, I know. Well, the thing is, imagine if I've won like 6.4 million. Now I can build the ridiculous open two-wheel drive. I'm going to buy a load of Fiesta R2s, the old ones with the normally aspirated engine and an airfield, so we can have a play. Do you want to play?
I don't think you'll do any of this stuff.
No, I'm going to do it all.
You'll just be...
I'll build a big permanent radio control car track in a hangar. I'm going to get a collection of cars. I want a 97 Impreza, a 95 Impreza, a 306 Maxi. They are on the list. Probably I might get them a gang because I've really got into them from some of the online stuff. I'm not going to get a boat though. They seem like a bit... Well, it depends how many millions I've won. I suspect I've won £2.80. So it's normally the disappointment.
Do they email you regardless
they email you
of...
go, you've won a prize, yes.
Right.
I don't know what it is, and I can't find out, so I can't log in.
I see.
I might be a millionaire. I could quit this tomorrow. It's highly unlikely, isn't it?
This time next week, Rodney.
Yeah, we'll be millionaires. Hugo Lundgren on the inside loses out to Jere Hukar. I do love the Hukars because you know a Hukar livery from the second you see it. And Jere Hukar has done a good job here to get up into the lead. Lauritz Hume at the back of the pack makes a pass on the inside. Dumps Hugo Lundgren to the back of the pack. And nobody goes Joker unless slotted off at the very rear. That's so steep uphill. How you said it this morning, we did see a few things, didn't we? The crest dip up into turn 3 is really quite a kind of a square edge, and it's really blind. Way more blind than we realised on Friday night.
And I think if there wasn't a corner after it, you'd have a big old jump over there, wouldn't you? But you've got to be a bit wary of carrying too much speed because you never get turned in for the right-hander.
And it rotates, it's dirty on the outside.
But if it hit it flat chat in a supercar, you'd get good air off there, wouldn't you?
You got a long way.
To the moon.
Indeed.
Hukar's impressed me this weekend.
Yeah.
Really stepping up a bit, isn't he, with this experience? Sorry if I've...
How many out of 10?
Classic commentator's curse. Thank you, Calla, the producer in my ear.
How many out of 10?
A little bit wide. I don't know. What do you think?
8.
9.5 and 4 beers time.
We're
trying to get that in all weekend. It still wasn't that well executed. We'll go
he promised me, and then he teed me up yesterday, and I'd forgotten he wanted to do it, and then anyway.
Can I ask you, what do you think of Yellow Lami's performance?
And I just gave you a long rambling answer, and he just wanted like 8 out of 10, so he gave me a 9.5 and 4 beers time. It's another song reference, by the way. Welcome along if you're new. If you're here, if you've been here a while, you can explain to them in the comments what the hell we're going on about. Last lap, Hukar and etc. ahead of Hume and Lundgren. The gap between the leader and P3 is 3.6, and it's only it's 2.8 between etc. and Hume, so that might be tight, but this should be an easy one for Hukar. Lap time, Hal, 50.9. Not enough, is it?
No, not enough at all.
Oh, and over there on the inside, someone's made a big mistake and had to go, I was going to say grass tracking, but there's no grass, they've gone across the dirt.
Someone in the comments says, you wouldn't quit Coley.
Hal reckons I would. What do you reckon I'd do?
I don't think we'd see you for dust.
Do you really?
Yeah.
Actually, you know where I'd be, mate.
Yeah, I do know where you'd be.
In a supercar.
Oh, I thought you meant the pub.
No! Dare you? Oh, look at that. Hume diving in super late. It is Hukar that takes it. Hume and Lundgren. It was actually Lundgren coming in super late on the race behind Hume. Yeah, I reckon I'd do a couple of events, but I don't know.
What, in comms?
No. I'd be straight in a supercar. You do what you want, mate. If I'm a millionaire, I'm going to compete. I've always said that. I think I'd be not that great, but I think I want to have a crack at it. What should I hire? Anyone got a Hyundai for hire at the minute?
Yeah.
Who?
Mikko Ikonen.
I'll give Ikonen a call then. Do the rest of RallyX. Denmark and Estering, week apart.
I'd love to see you drive a supercar for the first time in Nice.
Oh my God, it'd be brilliant. Right, let's hope I won the lottery. If not, if you want to crowdfund it, let's go. How much do we need?
I'm not up for crowdfunding for recreational activity.
Yeah, but I'll do what I want.
What do you mean?
Well, if we get the money, we can do what we want. Oh, Calla. We're talking about how to get me and Hal. Actually, no, then who's going to do the commentary? This fly, you've got to get that fly. Yes, oh, mate. He was right on the X of RallyX. Elias Svensson leads from Alexander, Hume, Rasmus Persson, Romet, Turner and Ronalds. Bowden, Osterberg is in P6, Ugar, Penton, Jelle Lamy and Jorgensen. Jelle Lamy's a little way down. I do agree with you, by the way, mate. with crowdfunding and sport, it's not the one. I think if you're a tiny bit short of finishing a season, you know, and you're in the hunt for the title, yes, fine. But I don't think you can go raising whole budgets on it. It's just not cricket. Four-wheel drive Pro-Am, there's too many different standings. I can't keep up. What are we going into now? Cross car. Right, there we go, found that. Cross car grids. Do you think I should rent something else? Okay, let's do this, then we'll get into it in a minute, Hal. Osterberg, Svensson, Hume, Bowdens and Penttinen. Osterberg winning the last session on the inside. Osterberg yesterday didn't manage to convert, but still had a good day. Oh, look at the contact as Bowdens comes across the front of the pack, cuts off Alexander Hume. Lucky there not to have more damage, but I think 2 people are out.
Svensson's got broken suspension in the background. I think Svensson had gone quickest in Q1 this morning, having retired yesterday with that massive engine failure and fire that came into the cockpit. Then joined us in the studio. Osterberg gets out of shape in the joke lap section, chased by Hume. Great decision from, well, I think it is a good decision for both of them to get in and out of the joke. I probably would have mixed the strategy up, given the pace loss of the other 2 behind.
Look at him trying to find the inside line and get some traction and can't. Meanwhile, in the background, there's Pasi Penttinen.
But certainly a great decision from Osterberg, at least to get in and out, because you've got clear air, you know you're not going to get held up behind. So yeah, Svensson had that horrible incident yesterday. Joined us in the studio with his singed eyelashes and eyebrows.
Really scared.
Burnt hand.
Really scared me, dude.
Was first and second in the first 2 qualifiers. Hasn't got going in this race, and this is going to harm his chances, because if you look at the championship standings yesterday,
equal. 1 point between the top 3.
It was extraordinarily close, wasn't it?
Yeah, Svensson Bowdens on 109 and Ingmar down on 108 after yesterday.
So this could be significant in the championship hunt that Svensson's retired from this race. What's
Having
that going to do for his
he was sitting in the TQ spot on 95 points. He was a full 16 points clear because he'd had a P1 and a P2.
So he's going to get 17 points for a DNF.
Yeah, look at everybody else. Most of the top drivers have had like a P3 and a P10. You know, they haven't had consistency. So yesterday, Lucas Anderson went through with 2 wins and a DNF. I think it might be enough. But anyway.
Oh yeah, you can get through, but with 3 semis and you're on the back, and 2 go up, it's going to be super difficult to recover.
It'll be fun to watch, won't it? It'll be fun to watch. It'll be a nice payback for him if he got a good result today. He said they've had to change the engine on Saturday night every event this year.
Sounds like misery, doesn't it?
Grueling, isn't it, really, for the mechanics?
And let's be real, most of the drivers here are mechanicking as well, aren't they? We did a feature earlier on, which I think you're going to see in the show sometime soon, and the open 2-wheel drive drivers changing wheels, and that's the sort of thing to do anyway. Bowdens driving for the line on this final lap. Big load of curb there from Hume.
Bit of smoke out the back, and someone pulled off to the side of the track as well, Hal, before the checkered flag. Who else has gone? It must be Pasi.
That's Penttinen, who's just been cruising around after that first lap incident.
Look at the back end there.
That's Svensson.
So Svensson with broken rear. He's dragging it round.
But he's miles behind there.
Yeah, he's miles. He's DNF because he's been lapped. So that's, well, I suppose just get it back to the paddock and get it repaired, isn't it? But
you don't want to risk oh no.
He's just going to park it there, isn't he? He's probably there's a gate. He's right by the gate, Hal. So I think they'll open the gate and pull him through here into the paddock. Chip Panko just walks behind us. Thanks, Chip. Good to see you, mate. He's that was over here
need
from
to see
Nitro
that
Cross
again, because
that's what I was thinking. Was the door slammed a bit too firmly? Is that what you're thinking? Well, Rainis Nitish actually wants to speak to us. I know we can speak to him now or not. Rainis, can you hear us? Trying to see if yeah, so we do hear you. So Rainis, yeah, tell us what you're looking at while we're looking at the replays.
Yeah, just a collision in the turn 1, you know, and you have a chance to go back and show people what it looks like, then I have to use it. So especially here, I think from the front it looks a little bit different, that it was collisioned like a sandwich, but then we go back to the drone, and I think it's very nice footage, and I can show you that from the drone. Here I put pause, and on the left side of the grid you see 2 orange cones actually, and that's the point where all the buggies have to go straight. After that it's okay to change the line, and all the drivers agreed that can be the point. So I mean, now all the drivers up to that point are going straight, and then it's really similar situation what happened in supercars in Q2. So it's just for me racing incident, and yeah, Svensson was on the wrong position, wrong time. So that's it. What I wanted to explain for people.
Thank you.
To know
honestly,
more.
we were looking at it ourselves because it looked like an aggressive move from Bowden's on the outside of the grid, but actually if you look at it, Hume could have backed out of that maybe, and then it wouldn't have been the same.
A massive difference
We
there,
said about
it?
that. The drone's brilliant, Rainers, for that top view. Thank you, mate. Well done as we see Svensson go back to the paddock. Fascinating to hear from Rainers. Yeah, I mean, Hume could have backed out of that, I guess. Can we see the replay again at the start if we've got it in Sweden, in Stockholm? There is Svensson. I think the reason that scared me so much is your eyes are very precious, Hal, and the hairs around his eyes, as in his eyelashes, not just his eyebrows, were burnt to the point of being gone in places. He's a very lucky boy. Watch Bowden's P number 4 on the grid come across. Is the drone shot is the one that gives you the better idea. You saw Svensson take his second gear there.
From that angle, it looks like Bowden's is fully in the wrong, doesn't it?
And then
the drone looks very different, which is exactly what Rainer said.
Completely different. He's 95% clear of Hume, and then as he comes in on Hume, he gets a bit of contact. Now Hume doesn't have to back out of it. That's fair enough, but likewise he could have lifted a tiny bit and let Bowden's in. You don't want to, I know, but when you're 95% behind, maybe you have to. But Racing Instant, good stuff.
Couple of YouTube questions. Jeremy Andrews says, if you followed GRC back in the day, there is a driver named Sper Isaacson. Any ideas what he's up to now? He drove in the European Championship actually a couple of times last year.
Didn't he come to Canada as well with the World Championship?
He did, yeah, when he was driving for Subaru Motorsports USA.
Yeah.
But former to that, he was a triple European Rallycross champion. That's really where he cut his teeth and made his name before going over to America.
What's he up to now, Hal?
Being Norwegian.
What does that mean? Sitting in a house by a lake?
Well, no, but he's not doing Rallycross currently.
No, yeah, so he's just chilling. Yeah. Right. That is a very long hold for those cars. Middle of the grid, Cerner is having a form weekend, gets away from the start nicely, but inside him, maybe not going to be able to turn in, and somebody gets turned around in turn 1. Oh, that's Rasmus Persson's been turned around, contact and a roll. That'll be a red flag, I'm almost certain, because they're up in the gravel trap on the outside, and it is. She just posted the video of the guy with the red flag button who was up where me and Hal filmed the open to the show today. He's got a little computer and he can do the red flag or the red light around the entire course in an instant with 2 buttons on a screen. It's good stuff. That's a shame. Hal's a big spider just climbed up your laptop. What is that all about? That is a no. Whoa, it's getting wild here. It's like an episode of National Geographic in this commentary box.
Phil Whiteley's asked Coley what's the best Finnish licorice to get. Now I have to say I am not the person to ask that question.
We don't really like licorice, which is a bit harsh really, because we often get gifted it by the licorice company which is based in Kouvola. But we're not really mad about it. You'd need to ask who likes licorice.
Person's okay.
Yeah.
Getting out of the
who likes licorice
car
that we know. Tom Jeffs, World RX cameraman. Sally Blower, ex-World RX producer. They both used to take the opportunity to get bags of it home.
I used to take it. Oh, let's have another look at this incident off the start. So there's Persson on the
inside in the
side.
red. So he's alongside Cerner in the bright yellow. In front. Oh, he goes. Okay. So what he's done, he's gone ultra late on the brakes and flicked it in. So by going that late, he has to put that rotation on the car. But unfortunately, it hasn't paid off. Did he collect Eliasson on the way around?
Yeah, Eliasson's gone into the barrier there, or the fence on the outside.
We'll have another look if we can. Yeah, perfect. Cerner in the middle of the grid, 21 on the left is your man, Rasmus Persson. So watch, he waits on the brake until after his braking point and violently turns the car in there. Lovely, but unfortunately, little tap on the outside. He didn't have enough
The contact
room.
was initially into his etc, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was,
and then
yeah.
it was the so unlucky to roll.
It's such a soft roll, isn't it? The gravel's deep there. You could kind of do with it being a bit longer and not so deep. There's all the rolls that have happened there. People often ask about cars and rolls and things. You very rarely roll a car until you hit something. You can spin a car at 100 miles an hour and it will spin down the road in the direction you were going. That's why you often see rally drivers get away with what looks like a seemingly wild moment in the forest. You know, the trajectory of the car is roughly down the road, and if you lose it, you can actually sometimes force the car to spin in a certain direction if you know you're not going to make the corner and carry the car down the road. If, however, you stick it in the ditch and you hook in, it will go over. And that's what is happening with these gravel traps, is the car digs in and rolls over. Same on the road. You could spin your road car, no problem. You shouldn't, ideally. But if you hit a curb, that's the point at which things get interesting. You'll drop it off the side of the road. That's when you're more likely to go over. What you got, Hal? Anything on the phone? No. Oh, thought we got something interesting coming in. Peter McConnell's been in touch. They're watching in Jamaica. Good stuff. Who else have we got? Oh, Peter Hellman. Yeah, that was last night when he turned up. Oh, Vesa will be in Hollius next weekend, mate. Vesa Walrus, famous for.
He's on that cool sheet.
Well, actually, sorry, I'm going to tell the story. So Vesa was having a sauna late at night in one of the ski houses that we used to stay in for Hollius because there isn't much accommodation. And Matt Beale, the series producer at the time, came out of his room in the middle of the night, and Vesa had somehow set the fire alarm off. But being a Finn, had also been naked in the sauna. So Matt opened the bedroom door to find Vesa standing naked with his hands up in the air trying to stop the fire alarm from going off because he was worried he's going to wake up the rest of the house.
And also being a Finn, I'm sure he couldn't have cared less than Matt was there or not.
Absolutely not. They're naked a lot of the time, aren't they? Toppy used to make me laugh. Some of the videos he would send from the summer house of him and the boys sitting in the sun and, you know, enjoying some Finnish summertime. But yeah, having some carnage as well. Well, Toppy used to do a lot of these events. I haven't seen him this year.
Yeah, he was working with various different teams, wasn't he?
Yeah, bit of coaching, wasn't he? Bit of spotting.
Ultra focused on the business now.
Oh, Chip, are you leaving? Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Rainis.
Rainis is just talking to us. See you soon, mate. Rainis, where are you? Earth to Rainis. Earth to
Do you
Rainis.
hear me?
Yes,
Yeah,
we
man.
do.
Perfect. I just gave black flag to number 21 because if you see it from here, nose is all the way up and you can see when it goes down it starts braking. So without that car in the outside he could go straight all the way to the barriers. He brakes only now and the speed is way too high that he pushed completely the blue car and then also making hard incident for this one who goes straight to barrier. So you saw it, I think, from the drone, but for me it's way too optimistic to keep inside and just destroying cars on the outside and using these cars as the brakes.
Fantastic, thank you, mate. Understood. We saw that he went late. I guess from his point of view, he possibly... No, I think he could see the car on the outside at this point. He would have seen the blue car to his left. I mean, he might be looking through the corner, but it doesn't change the fact that you just feel the speed's not appropriate for the corner. He wouldn't have made it, and therefore it's not a legal move.
Yeah, and look at brakes. Only now he started to brake and it's way too late.
There we go.
Bam, hard hit.
It was cross cars you last did, Rainis, wasn't it, of course?
Sorry, what did you say?
Cross cars is the last thing you competed in RallyX, isn't it?
Yes, correct.
2022, was it?
21, I think.
21, 22?
I don't remember, I think it was in Riga. P1 and P2 in two races.
Yes, that was the Riga weekend
Oh,
that
the one I
you
missed.
weren't at. That was in 22.
Mate. Yeah, I'm gutted about that. Thank you, Rainis. In a bit, mate. So there we go. Rainis Nitish with another explainer. We can take the time to do it, obviously, when we're having a recovery, which we appear to be having. There's a lot of people talking with a quad bike in the middle of the track and high-vis jackets, but I think we're ready to go again.
Tell you what, it's an amazing ability to talk to the race director like that, immediately giving insight into what's going on. That's something that fans of many series would bite your arm off for.
Okay, so Eliasson and Persson missing. Persson because of the black flag, Eliasson because of the fence on the outside. Isak Sector on the inside. This is advantage Romet Cerner, surely. And it does go with a good start, a little bit late on the brakes. Nicely done, gets the rotation done, and he's ahead of Espen Isak Sector on the way in with Oliver Jensen in P3.
A lot of grip on the outside of the first corner now, isn't
Jensen,
there?
sorry Hal, Jensen up the inside. That's nicely done. That was a solid move. Yeah, a little bit of contact, but he was alongside on the way in. What's your thoughts?
Oh yeah, I think it's fine.
Yeah.
I don't think he was going to get the move done because he wasn't enough up the inside, but made the right decision to take the Joker, not try and go around the outside of his, etc., into the next corner.
What are you saying? Track conditions, we'd say?
Well, just lots of grip on the outside of the first corner, isn't it? You can send it in hard now. Okay, you've got to respect the cars on the outside, but you can get away with a big send because there's lots of grip out there. Look how much rubber's down. There was no rubber there at all after the first free practice. I'm sure there was some marks, weren't there? But now it's properly gripped up.
Romet Cerner having a fantastic season. Well, certainly the last few events. He's in P5 in the standings. He's only 11 points off Yulalami. but he is about 30 points off the top championship battle, so he really needs some people to have a bad weekend. But just suddenly the car has really come to him. Over rotation in the background there, etc. Almost lost it, and Jensen is right there. Jensen's joking as well. This for Cerner is obviously about the target time down in the bottom corner. Look at the rotation on that all the way through, steering to the left, going to the right, the whole way through the corner, just beautifully controlled.
His Acceptra's car lifting its inside wheel much more than many of the other speed car machines. Gone quite cold, isn't it, all of a sudden?
I'm just looking out actually, Hal, to see if the clouds over the outside of turn 2 and 3. I wouldn't have said rain. Over the other side, it's blue skies and sunshine, but yeah, it has changed. The breeze has picked up like you often get just before a bit of rain.
I'd go for a bit of rain.
Yeah, that'd be fun, wouldn't it? Liven things up. Why not?
Well, they're quite lively as it is, Andrew, but I would definitely go
but
for
it always
rain.
livens up a bit more, doesn't it? We can take 11 out of 10 of liveliness. We don't mind a bit of a challenge.
We were quite keen to get to the airport tonight, so I don't know if you want too many
That's a good point. That is a good point. What race are we on, mate? Still on race 2, aren't we?
Yeah.
Wow.
But we've lost a lot of cars, haven't we, in the first couple?
Cerner's gone quickest, yeah. By how much? By a lot.
Significantly, yeah. 2:26 was the time for Osterberg. A 2:24.2 for
2.1 seconds, so I'm sure there's probably a bit of track conditions in there.
But Osterberg was in that battle as well, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was. He was. Noah Jorgensen, Jonathan Yulalami, Kalle Gotherson and Eric Nilsson in this. Yulalami with a great start from slot number 2 on the grid. You just saw it looked urgent off the line. The nose came up, the back sat down, and it just went. Look at the distance he's got. You got rain, Hal?
No, not yet. I was just testing the air.
Sticking your hand out the door, the classic rain check. Noel Eliasson just walking in behind us.
Great drive off the corner there. Before Yulalami.
Great drive off the line. I mean, that was just a mega beat. The starts is where he was so good, if you remember, in Crosscar Junior, and he's been getting banging starts all year.
See, Nilsson made a small mistake there out of the third of the hairpins. Now he's under massive pressure from Kalle Gotherson. Kalle Gotterson's got a proper crosscar livery, as we discussed on the broadcast yesterday. Really distinguishable.
And Yulalami, actually, I love the permanent black.
But I do struggle a bit with the front of Yulalami in a pack because it's quite dark.
Yeah.
The big colours really pop. Think of Pasi Penttinen,
the
Gotherson,
two bright yellows.
Hukar, you know, those guys.
Andy Scott.
Yeah, Andy Scott's is bright as well. Oh, late decision from Gotherson to go into the Joker. Maybe that's compromised his entry a little bit. I think did lose time there. Careful on the Joker merge not to have contact.
We're hearing rain in 1 hour is what the forecast is. So that'll be interesting. If it is, that'll be in time for what, semi-finals probably?
Is this Formula 1? Rain in 10 minutes?
Yeah, rain in 10 minutes. It's the Norwegian app,
in turn 3 in 12 minutes.
Norwegian app, isn't it? I think they use. There's a special Norwegian weather app, isn't it? I think Kristoffersen uses that as well. The one they all trust. I can't remember which one it is. Put it in the comments if you know. So Yulalami and Nilsson still haven't jokered. Shame for Gotherson. Gotherson had pace, but just as you said, how that late decision probably cost the time to stick him behind, and now going to be out of touch with it. Lovely there, look from Nilsson. Nilsson covers off behind, so that's timely done.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice wide line into the third of the super tight corners here. You can see the clean line as well on the exit. And then down to this massive commitment left-hander. Wonder if you can hear the FC2 being run up through our microphones here in the studio.
I can hear it, yeah. Anti-lag and everything.
Championship manager Peter Hellman's sort of frowning a little bit.
Yalalami does a 2:24.9, so doesn't go quickest. Cerner remains quickest, 0.7 off Cerner's pace. And Yalalami had clear track there.
Good enough for second quickest though.
Yeah. Look at this start. It really looks like it sits and goes. I don't know if he pulls second early or what, but he's car lengths in front by turn 1. And then look at the rotation. Not too much opposite lock in the middle of the corner. Straight drive out of it.
I don't know, but I think you probably couldn't get away with a second gear launch here because it's uphill.
Flames out the back there on the overrun. Wonderful. Three more races to go in cross car. Yalalami takes this one. Nilsson, Jorgensen and Gotherson. Jensen, Munch, Kong and Yugar in this. Yugar out really wide, trying to make enough space. That's how you go around the outside without shutting the door. Just give a bit more space. Yugar gets a nice exit though. He's got right underneath his rear wing, almost in a toe, isn't it?
Great run. That's Jensen, isn't it? In second, I think. Yeah.
Kong is the orange car.
Great run by you. You're absolutely right, Andrew, that he had the run through the first corner that you would want.
He just gave half a foot. I think that's what Rainish was finding a bit frustrating, is sometimes if you just leave half a foot, and actually Andreas Eriksson, you will win the start.
Very Fernando Alonso. All the time you have to leave the space.
Is that what it says?
Yeah. There's some big rant, famous meme.
When's he going to enter cross car?
Not soon, I'm sure.
Well, come on, Fernando, let's do it. Come up here.
Yeah, Aston Martin not doing any good now, are they? So come and do something else.
He what, sorry?
It does for Aston Martin F1, doesn't it? You know, this other discipline that you don't really watch.
Oh, yeah, F1, yeah.
F1?
You what? You what?
But yeah, I'm sure he will have a crack at rallycross at some point. He's that sort of driver, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he's a ledge. I think he's turned into a proper ledge as he's got a bit older.
Is that because you're getting older?
No, I think he's just less tied up, isn't he, and caring about being, he's done the F1 thing, he's won the World Championship, he's a certified F1 legend, come back and he's doing things like looking at big screens while he drives around, commenting on other people's moves. I mean, it's porno, isn't it? It's very cool. It's very cool.
He is cool, yeah. But yeah, I think...
Cal Kong there nearly puts it up over onto its roof, straightens out, puts the deepest rut in the gravel. He's lucky to get that out there. Rear of the car almost looked collapsed, but that was really lucky. That was
classic, looking at the timing screen at the wrong moment.
I know,
because Martin Newgar's on a flyer here. I think he's going to be right up there in the order, but missed the moment. What happened?
2 wheels and then in the gravel. I thought he was going to roll, but he got away with it. Look at that. Yes. Brake lights on at the top of the car, flicking in the other way over that curb. Don't mount that curb too high, because that's pitched a few people up. You guys really on it here. Attitude of the car, look at that, bang, little flame out the back. Not seen that so much, I think, because it's been such a bright sunny weekend, we just haven't noticed it in the same way. Now you just got a little bit of shade over the track. Takes it, is it quicker? Yes it is, by 0.02 of a second.
Over teammate Robert Sterner.
0.02 of a second.
Wow. I thought he was on a flyer. Didn't think it was going to be that close.
No, that is 0.02. That's crazy.
And that shows the value in getting through the first corner scot-free and getting about your race, doing your own thing. You could easily have got caught up in a mess there.
A tiny, mate,
and then you've got no time at all. 0.02
is another yeah, this is it. 0.02 is another couple of degrees opposite lock in turn 1. It's literally that. You know, it's going a little bit more sideways. That's wild.
Just realised I've been putting my hand out the window to test the rain, but there's an overhang on the awning.
Oh, so you wouldn't have felt the rain anyway. Brilliant. Genius. Dope.
Fortunately, we don't know what happened to Thomas Ekmerstad earlier, but this is not where we would expect the Norwegian to be.
No, especially after yesterday.
Dominated the final, didn't he? Absolutely smashed it.
Put himself smack in the championship fight. Where is he in the standings then, Hal? P16. How many semis? 3 semis. So he's in, but he needs to be further up than that if he wants to carry on fighting in the front two.
Needs to finish his race first.
Yeah. Great start on the outside by Ekmerstad. Getting a move across. Needs no contact in turn 1. Now he's got to get on with it. So he's got to do what we've just seen from Martin Ugart.
Maiju Niemi looks to the inside on the exit of the first corner. Now, Maiju is improving all the time, but she definitely hasn't got the pace of Ekmerstad at the moment. Made her supercar debut last weekend, actually, or the weekend before.
How'd she get on, do you know?
In the Finnish Championship. Yeah, she was in the B final, driving an OMC Fiesta supercar. But Ekmerstad had the class of this quartet, and these are the perfect conditions to go and smash in a quick time.
Coming around to complete that first lap. Rear 2 of Jokeri, Eagleson and Stenison. Look at that, the attitude through turn 1, opposite lock, running in the front right over the curbs. No, that he's on it. He's on it. You could see it. Look at that, how that's it. That's the slide all the way through.
That is cross-car excellence at its absolute finest.
Look at this, look at this. Yeah, like this is a masterclass. Let's keep it up. Come on now. Wonderful, wonderful stuff from Ekmerstad, and just a beautiful view. Look at the 3 or 4 inputs through the corner from Vigo flying the drone into here. Watch now all the way through the long right-hander, straight on the exit and as much speed as possible. I'm loving that, absolutely loving it. Here we go again, through turn 1, look, in, over the curb. Now watch this next bit. This is the dip. He's into the dip. Now comes the crest. Oh, yes. Come on now. Look at that. Look at the rotation all the way through. That's it. The Golden Rod Award has gone, Hal. 2 in a row. He's a bad boy.
The Golden Wand Award.
Fine.
But he hasn't used
look at it.
But he hasn't had to use... The point of that award is handbrake use and abuse. And he's so dialed with his car, he hasn't touched any of the brakes. No. He's just balancing on the throttle the whole time. A little dab on the left foot just to keep the car planted.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
And this is going to save his weekend. From 16th, this will drag him right back up the standings at the intermediate classification. Fastest time.
Wow. Thomas Ekmerstad significantly quicker, 0.6 of a second than Yuga and Turner, who were separated by 0.02, but it just looked like that kind of a drive, didn't it? It really, that was amazing.
Didn't it just?
Brilliant drive from Ekmerstad, quickest, and that'll drag him up the order a bit. He's in that title fight, 1 point off the lead of Svensson and Baldwins. So a couple of drivers in this one, again, you wouldn't expect to see in here. Riku Hukar and Lucas Orav. We spoke at Orav yesterday, was having a shocker, and has had an even more of a shocker today. Sitting P26 after a P15 and a DNF, and Hal, I think, even winning the session, well, 46. Winning the session might scrape him in, but he's got to be a banger of a result. Hukar, meanwhile, is in P18, so he's just in. And needs a good time here as well. What happened to Hukar last time was P25. Can't see why. You have to forgive us. Obviously, we are off filming stuff quite often when the other categories are out. Thumbs up from the Marshal. Last race of cross-car qualifying up here in northern Sweden. It's Terrapin and Tudo inside Hukar and Orav. Hukar with the almost wheelie like normal, and again just leaving a bit of space on the inside line. Orav wants to follow Hukar through, has to be P3 instead. So Hukar's got it done. I say how Orav really needs a mega result here to get back in contention.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to happen, does it, from that first couple of corners. Hukar also needs a good result to get back up the front, because being at the back of the semi-finals just isn't going to cut it, given the pace across the cross-car field. So he needs a good time as well.
He's 6th in the championship as well after yesterday. I mean, he's not really in that title fight this year, but not so far. Orav at the back of the pack here, just behind Tamo Tudo, and drops a wheel off onto the dirt. Not going his way. Hukar, meanwhile, in typical Hukar style, sends it big time.
It looks very comfortable, always has done, the Speed Car Wonder, doesn't it, at those yaw angles.
Yeah.
You know, remember Isaac Rierson used to drive on the lock stops everywhere, didn't he?
Brilliant.
I think Isaac might still be my favourite cross-car driver for attitude in the car ever.
Yeah.
But the Speed Car Wonder does seem to suit that. The TN11 appears to me to be much more of a neat and tidy style rather than the super sideways. And yeah, that I'm not saying it's bad. It's just a different way of breaking an egg, or whatever analogy you want to use, isn't it? But the times are so close. But the cross-car concepts are actually quite different.
I do, excuse me, I do like the TN11, the look of it. I think I prefer it to the TN5 in terms of its look. I like the angular air intake on the roof. I just think it looks quite cool.
Yeah, it does, and I love that you can clearly see the evolution. I'm a big fan of the Speed Car Wonder as well.
Oh, me too, yeah.
I wasn't initially, I must say.
No,
it's funny,
it was so different to the Extreme, which
don't like
I liked. No, we don't. We don't. Unfortunately, we had to put up with quite a lot of it, haven't we, in Rallycross?
Well, we don't like change, but I'm always disappointed at things remaining the same as well. So yeah, I'm just difficult to please,
I don't like
guess.
change as in changing places during races. That's mega. But
livery changes.
Yeah, it depends.
A requirement.
Yeah, but you still got to have colours on the roof. We discussed this yesterday.
No, but I still like a new livery.
Yeah, good ones. Hukar goes quickest, 2:25.5, not enough. Going to be about P5.
Definitely going to lift him up the order though ahead of the semi-finals.
Yeah, where's Orav? Actually, Orav with a 2:28.8 is... it's not bad. It's going to be about P10. But whether that'll be good enough to go from P26 up to P18 remains to be seen. No, we might have the standings after this. That fly that's on our monitor has been up there for ages.
He can stay there, mate. I'm perfectly happy.
Rather than being over here munching on us, you mean?
Yeah. Quite happy if it sits up there.
I got another mozzie this morning in the bathroom. May have damaged the light fitting a little bit to kill it, but it got what it deserved. It had obviously had a bit of me. Ow. They're not as bad as I thought, actually. Everyone told us when you come up you're going to need a mozzie net, didn't they, basically, and you'll be head to toe in, and actually, genuinely, it's not been that bad. I've been bitten a fair bit, but well, you've been eaten alive.
It's not ideal, is it?
Well, it's suboptimal, yeah, but I mean, it is Northern Sweden. We did see a big waterfall. So, Cerner, TQ, Mega, Ugar, P2, Svensson, Hume, Merstad, Osterberg, Baldins, Yulalami. So all the championship fighters are in. Hukar goes P18 to P9. Jensen, Nilsson, Jensen, Jorgensen, Persson, Pentonen. Who's made the cut in the top 18? The next three on the next page. If we've got it, we might not have it. We don't. We do. No, Orav 21. Needed a better result in that last one. So Gotherson's in, Isak, etc. and Egunson. Everybody from Tudo down is out. Over two-wheel drive, Adam Oman in the hot seat at the minute from Linus Westman. Simon Tiger is P3, then Gabrielson, Kong, Johansson, Stenvold, Berggren and Lidman. 2 races for their Q3. It's looking a bit rainy. It is looking a bit
Make it
rainy.
Rainis.
Yeah.
I don't know if Rainis ever heard that before, I'm sure he has.
I'm sure he has.
Been around a while.
I think he's going to be a bit busy if it rains. Looking at how busy he is in the dry. Gabrielson's got a great start in the middle of the grid, but just gets squeezed, and then Tiger comes across and squeezes the door. Tiger with a bit of contact with Oman, but they were side by side. Oman drops P2 to P4.
Oman lost out badly there.
Yeah.
Just didn't work out. Sometimes you end up in those situations where you just hemorrhage places. Gabrielson's been good this weekend.
Yeah.
New track for him, as it is for many of them, but nice to see some of the Finns coming across for this event. Of course, it's quite handy to drive up Finland and around the top into northern Sweden. No need to get a boat.
I'd like to see the Finns do a bit more of it, you know, the likes of Venäläinen. Came up to Oulu, didn't he, Venäläinen?
Trouble is, when you've got a strong national championship, it's hard to persuade people to leave.
Yeah, do you want to leave? You don't need to, do you?
But these events, you know, it's why I did the European Championship when I did it, was because I wanted to be part of something and do those cool events. I was never ever going to win it. Far from it, but it was being part of something. I think that's why a lot of drivers do RallyX. So that's what I hope for Open two-wheel drive, is people want to come and be part of this, and that's certainly why some of the Irish drivers that are coming back later in the year want to be part of it, because they're epic tracks. It's a cool series. We've got a fantastic broadcast product. You know, it's got a lot going for it. You're part of something, aren't you?
It's
and
not
instead of racing around,
it's not terribly expensive. It's double headers.
Oh, I mean, as I look up the inside of Kong spins. Kong's had a wild old day, hasn't he, with drama left, right and centre. Yeah, you're not driving around the same tracks all the time, are you? Coming to new venues in different places and experiencing different things and different people, and that's what it's all about, isn't it?
Absolutely.
You're here for a good time, not a long time.
Yeah. A few very key people have said that, haven't they?
Tiger hasn't had the pace that we would expect this weekend, has he? Gabrielson all over the back of him, and that's fantastic for us. And the closer it gets at the top of this field is going to be even better. But I really thought Tiger would have a big advantage here. Has driven in folk race quite a lot.
But it's so twisty, like a lot.
Can't use the power.
That's what I mean. The horsepower in that thing is ridiculous. Now, I'm not taken away from his undoubted skill at driving. He's brilliant. But it is
almost
a big
popped
old
a wheelie there out of the hairpin.
The style, it just looks mega, doesn't it?
But yeah, you're right. I do think that's part of it, is you can't use all of the potential. Look at that front wheel hanging in the air.
Well, that's the power, isn't it? It's sitting, squatting with all that power and lifting a wheel right in the air. There it is again through the long right. But this is your straight. Upper gear, upper gear, upper gear, braking. Yeah, there isn't much space for it.
2:32.5 for Tiger. That's the fastest time so far today.
They were out in the wet, remember, in Q2 though.
2:32.7 for Linus Westman in the first of the races. Sorry, it's 2:32.9. I'm mistaken. I thought it was a 2:32.5.
So it's 2/10 off. Yeah, 2/10 off.
Scrap
not much.
what I said.
Yeah, but Q2. That's what we were talking about earlier. They do Q1 in the dry, Q2 in the wet, and Q3 in the dry. Where say wet is when the track's been dampened.
Shout out to some of the latest YouTube comments. A few people were saying they're watching for them from America. Someone says, I'm in the US watching this on the down low at work. So thanks for joining us.
Yes. Who's that? Brilliant.
There's people all over the world watching. There's someone watching in Australia, Malaysia, UK, Ireland, Belgium.
Wouldn't it be lovely to get Rallycross down that way, Hal? I know the World Championship was scheduled to go down there. Not so many details about it. But yeah, we really need to get Rallycross down Australia, New Zealand and Asia way. We really do. It's a region just hasn't been explored. Contact on the run to the first corner.
Oh, popped up in the air between the two BMWs. Oh, and it's Berggren that's lost out again, isn't it?
Berggren had all that damage, didn't he, after... no, Berggren's P3, I think. Sure, Berggren's P3. It is, sorry. So
Littmann. It's Littmann that's had the damage. They're very similar from the top, those cars.
Yeah, the only reason I know is because we're in Berggren's pit earlier, and that rear sort of area around the rear window is kind of a carbon finish.
Right.
I noticed it and thought,
I was too busy being race director. I was
you were,
consumed.
You'll need to watch the feature, which will be coming up after this qualifying session, we're told, which is a competition between our drivers. It was a bit of fun. Victor Johansson closer to the Victor Johansson pace we know.
Not there yet, though, is he? He needs his
needs the good engine.
His proper engine.
I do love that Merc. It's so bonkers looking.
Victor Johansson has been an absolute legend this weekend.
Yeah.
He has been across everything, taking caps to the podium before his final race, getting involved in collecting stuff together to make things for the TV. He's been across so much in running this event, and I'm really pleased for him. It's been a success. Big crowd yesterday
as well. Like, he was in contact with you, saying, "Hey, where you're staying is here. This is where the local bars are. If you want to go for a drink." You know, he was this morning. He bought us a pen because we were short of a pen to take part in this challenge that he's in. So yeah, he's a great lad. He's a great lad.
And there's a lot of. It's a long way for a lot of people to come up here in northern Sweden, but we were having that discussion yesterday, and they were saying, and a lot of the locals, and there are a lot of people from northern Sweden doing RallyX, they were like, well, it's a long way for us to go everywhere else.
Yeah.
Julius is a 10-hour drive from here.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. Anton Markland always had a long way to go to everywhere, didn't he? You forget when they go down to Portugal, you know, people in the UK are like, oh wow, it's a good few days in a truck to Portugal. It's like, mate, from northern Sweden it's even further.
So respectful, Victor Johansson there. Could easily have given a good old nudge to Westman, but chose not to. He's getting a fair old nudge in the rear from Berggren through the joyful lap section.
Oh, Berggren sits him on the other side now, so at least it's equal on both corners, because it was looking a bit pushed in on the left, now it's pushed in on both sides. Must be frustrating, mustn't it, all the body damage.
Part of the game, innit?
Locked wheel. Yeah, it is. So Westman coming round to take this. No, I don't think he's going to get Tiger's time. There you go, I've said it. Damn it, I'm going to be wrong, aren't I?
No, he's some way off. 1.5 seconds off the best time.
Yes, so is he behind? He's also behind Gabrielsen. Lucas Gabrielsen was brilliant in that last one. Gabrielsen currently is...
That's going to give Tiger the TQ, I think. Yeah, it is, because Oman was top on 89 points. Westman was on 87, Tiger on 85.
So where's Gabrielsen? Gabrielsen's going to get 45.
I don't think Gabrielsen's going to move above Westman because it was a 5-point gap, and they're not going to be split by 5 points.
No, they'll be split by 3, yeah. Yeah, so they'll remain the top 4, won't they?
What riveting television for people to hear us going, oh, 4 points here and 3 points there, and just wait 2 seconds and there'll be a graphic that shows us.
Yeah, we're just a bit too keen, aren't we? Just a bit too keen.
Oh, someone watching from South Africa. Had a couple of people watching from South Africa had a lot of fun experiences in South Africa with Rallycross.
Yeah. That race. That one race.
There they are.
Simon Tiger TQ from Adam Oman, Lucas Gabrielsen and Linus Westman.
Berggren doesn't make it into the final, which will be a shame for his hopes in the points.
Casper Janssen leads the standings for lights from Lucas Anderson. They were right up there yesterday and it all went wrong in the first lap of the final. Then Munier, Olofsson, Birgit, Darback, Soderholm, Haug, Kasman, Darback and Haug are your qualifying standings for all the cars here. 11 cars, so they'll all make it through to 2 semi-finals.
Janssen just needs to box clever here, doesn't he? Because unless there's a disaster, he's going to be TQ. Don't get involved in a punch up in the first corner and lose loads of places.
Tricky, mate. With Olofsson's had a couple of black flags this weekend for ambitious merges. Anderson, yeah, I mean these are 4 very quick drivers. We said they'd all end up in the same race, and here they are. Good reaction time from the inside 3 cars. Darback not quite so quick on the lights. Olofsson going to try for the outside move. Anderson going to go inside, gives Olofsson a nudge, but Olofsson's got enough rotation on the car to hold on. Casper Janssen does exactly what Hal suggests he should do, which is stay out of trouble.
Yeah, all of the attitude in the car there said,
guys,
I'm not getting involved. Yeah. You boys crack on. Oh, I'm going to take the Joker. Get out your way.
Off your pop.
Do my own
thing. You have a little race. I'll see you in a minute when I've banged in a couple of fast lap times.
Well, I'll see you in a minute when I'm top qualifier. I don't need to worry about beating you guys. I've got a 10-point advantage ahead of standing. Also runs wide on the exit.
And he's going to try round the outside in the quick corner. No, doesn't want to do that. Look how dirty the track is. He knew he couldn't make it stick. So
this is classic Q3 wanting to box clever and not get involved. I think Lucas Anderson sensible there, not to be too silly.
I'm looking at Janssen, mate, figuring out the gap. Let's see what the gap is to the leader. It is 2.2. So Casper Janssen is already almost within shouting distance of the leader. He could do with Darback, Joker, and Olofsson really sideways. Anderson much more measured.
I think Anderson or Joker this time around.
So this will be to try and cover off Janssen at the back of the pack. Watch for Casper coming through. I love the Joker here. Casper's there already, so Anderson looks to the inside, but there isn't room. Darback hasn't gone, doesn't have to go either, but this might help Olofsson. Casper Janssen trying to find better traction, finds it, but can't make a move. He'll now cut to the inside. Can he carry better pace down to the braking zone here and have a little dive? He's not going to either, as Hal said. It's in the bag, really, especially now Anderson's behind him. So Olofsson has an advantage of 2.0 over Darback, but 2.4 over Janssen. Anderson runs a bit wide. I think Olofsson will have enough here, Hal.
Yeah, so do I. Just needs to be neat and tidy on the way in, get some nice rotation, hard in the throttle, all four wheels, scrabbling for grip, over the top, run the nose near to the grass on the inside, nicely done.
Yeah, really nice, smashed it.
This is blowing my mind a little bit, Andrew. Greetings from Latvia, extra base, we know who you are, mate.
Yeah, hello, mate.
Estonia, loving this action. We're in Ireland, watching from Barbados and loving it. Greetings from Poland, see you in Nice. Wow, this...
wow, come say hi, seriously. If the person in Poland is coming to Nice, come say hi, come and find us. We are around often in the mornings. Once we're on air, it's very tricky. We barely get to leave this box once we're on air. We just don't have time. But yeah, do please come and say hi, don't be shy. Eric Birgit, Ida Tornholt, Tobias Darback, Julian Mounier are going for this one. Mounier needs to try and outstart them, but on that outside line it is tricky. Outside to inside, late on the brakes, get the rotation done. Little nudge on Tornholt, nice, P4 to P2, fair enough.
Rainer said earlier there was a lot. Berget's moving the car around, under braking. Mounier has a little bit of a look to the inside. Berget runs wide.
Joker, go on, Joker. Oh.
Don't think you can afford to when the pack's so close.
Yeah. Go on. Yes, fair play.
Great shot from great riding on board with the drone. Berget's going to have a look to the inside and going to get the place back on the exit of the hairpin. Needs to be sensible through here because this is super fast. Mounier tucks in behind. Darback's having a look at Mounier down the hill, but it's on the wrong side.
Fair play. These lot are going at it. Mounier's coming in hot. The rotation, extra rotation on the car into the right-hander.
Unfortunately, this is just costing these drivers time.
That's
but
fine
it's
for
great
us.
racing.
Yeah, we just want a good race. Unlucky, lads.
Berget on the podium yesterday, of course, and Ida Tornholt in the background making her first podium.
And another look from Mounier. That is a brilliant pass. And Darback takes advantage too. That was brilliant by Mounier. Darback goes Joker. That's a good move.
Capitalised massively Darback by getting involved in that, costing these two time, then jumping into the Joker, followed by Tornholt.
I think Darback might get this.
Yes, so do I.
I really think he might get this because say Berget's now all over the back of Mounier.
Stuck in.
Yeah, they are. That was a lovely pass by Mounier, I have to say. Really, really great racecraft.
Coming from the Super 1600 Championship in the French Rallycross Championship, you've got to be so neat and tidy and committed, and that's exactly the sort of move they'll be used to executing down there in France. Darback is 1.4 off Berget, 2 seconds off the lead. I think that might be a big ask, depending on how good Mounier's Joker will be.
Looks pretty decent on the way in. Chuck it over the crest, flick it left now. Watch on the left-hand side. Whereabouts is Darback? Darback's there. Mounier going to get a better exit here. Darback will hold the inside, but Mounier now should get a better exit here as well. But Darback's done really well there, holds on nicely. Brilliant. Fantastic job by Darback.
Brilliant, yeah, really capitalised on that fighting. Made a very clever Joker decision.
Tobias Darback with a fantastic drive to take the win. There was a lot of action in that, so probably not, well, definitely not going to challenge the fastest times. They're a couple of seconds off that. But a great race between them. Lots of lovely passing there. A little bit of door banging, but nothing outrageous. Good racing.
That's where it was made up, wasn't it? Darback getting involved in that little scrum. I have to say, the Joker merge has been much more sensible from all of these drivers after some of the kerfuffles yesterday and this morning. So Reynes is not only the decisions, but then the discussions with the drivers afterwards as to why things are and aren't allowed has been well received. Some more comments in the YouTube live chat. Greetings from Greece, greetings from Sweden, but currently in Croatia. Greetings from the UK. Greetings from Älvsbyn.
Really? Or are you just saying greetings back? Oh. Say
wake up, mate.
Surely if they're here, they should be here.
I am.
Indeed. Right, here we go. Lars Haug on the inside. Anton Soderholm in the middle. And Nils Haug on the outside. Lars with the best start. And Hal, you mentioned after he had Soderholm goes round in turn 1, and
unlucky.
That's a Haug 1-2. Yeah, you mentioned because he binned it in Finland, he's had a nice situation of changing the livery.
Well, I went to speak to him about that. It's got a new sponsor in Valvoline on the door, and they're going to be changing the livery on the car more and on the other one. So I said, oh, thank you. Oh, he's absolutely sent it, followed by his brother into the hairpin. I said, thanks for making the car so different. He goes, oh, they won't be for long. So, oh, thanks.
Thanks, mate. Brilliant. Nice one. Yeah.
They came together with each other, didn't they, in Q2? He said, oh, did Reynes give you any penalty? And he said, no, but I gave him loads of room. He thought he gave me loads of room, and then we still had contact, so we've no idea what really happened.
Brilliant.
It's penalty enough when you've got to go and see your brother in the awning afterwards and fess up to being wrong.
I think we're in the same awning here, aren't we, as two brothers who had a bit of a set to yesterday. Apparently we heard of when we came off air, apparently Ericsson's had a very brotherly argument after the race, and then of course both gave way to each other later on in the day, so watch out for an edit of that on social. It's coming up at some point soon. And Andreas really was very funny.
I can't imagine having an argument with my sister about these sorts of things, because
you can't imagine your sister driving a rallycross car.
That, but I just can't imagine it. I don't have a brother, so I don't.
I got two. I mean, we had some good arguments, we really did. Okay, looking at the supercar start list, Kevin's off it now, so 2 4-car races. We mentioned already, definitely no semis, so just the top 6 will go through to the final. Oh, Haug stuck it off on the outside. You're going to lose out to his brother, I think, here, Lars, with a messy entry to the Joker. Nils will be going down on the under section now. Where is Nils? He's there in front. Lars checks up to avoid hitting his brother. Kevin Eriksson is here with his gloves on and his IMSC uniform on. I've seen him in and out of the back of the parts truck since he withdrew his car after the roll in Q1 today. And he's just work. You can't knock them. They really do work hard for the sport, this family. It is Nils Christian Haug who wins from Lars Erik Haug, 234.7. Crowd enjoying a nice day here. Applause there from that young kiddo. The bloke next to him just having a little yawn up. Fair go. Nothing on track right now. Kasper Janssen takes the TQ from Simon Olsson and Lucas Anderson. Then it's Munier, Darbach, Birgit, Darbach, Haug, Soderholm, Kasperman and Haug. Open four-wheel drive is up next. This is how we stand. Mats Oman is in the TQ spot. How? That's where he was yesterday. And
shut up.
Yeah, I know. No, come on. We've got to cover it. He's got to get it right today. Come on, Mats.
He does, but we don't want to jinx him either.
No, Enland is in P2. Tapinen, Martinson, Ollie Eriksson down in P5. Tam Toren, Martinos, Kevin Eriksson, as we said earlier, withdrawn from the event.
This is about being canny as well, though, as it was in the lights. You know, if Oman does want to be at the front of the order later on today, you just need to get through this race and don't get involved in anything silly. Ollie Eriksson, we know, is very good. Martin Enland's Sendy, but fair, very, very fair.
Yeah, true. Tapinen 15.
Tapinen's been learning a lot and was very fair in the last one. So I think.
But 15. You know, and look, having said that, Hal, 15 and leading both Open and Pro-Am and Am. I mean, that's mega, isn't it? Or Pro and Pro-Am, whatever you want to call them. Here we go. Looks like it's a great launch for Tapinen from slot 3 it is. Ollie Eriksson going to have to back out of that. Gets inside Mats Oman. Enland is off at the side of the road. That's a big help to Oman because Oman's biggest competitor was Enland in the standings.
Mats has gone off as well in the corner he spun at yesterday.
Holds on though. He's got back past Ollie.
That was a scruffy first corner. It was a bit like the Eriksson stroke emerge yesterday, wasn't it? Tapinen runs wide at the second and a half pins.
Ollie's gone joker, which I think is wise. Just getting some clear air.
No one really wanted to get stuck into each other, did they, in the first corner? And then it was in that where everyone was a bit sort of tentative. And obviously, Enland lost out at the worst.
I think you made a good point earlier, Hal. I can't remember if we were on air or not, when you were saying about how, you know, when you got 4 drivers like Hansen, Ekström, Kristoffersen in turn 1, yeah, if they're all stuck together in like a brick of cars where they're all door to door and no one, they'll all stay in it. No one will back out of it. Explain.
Yeah, because they know the penalty for lifting and causing drama, and you know you're going to lose out in one of those situations.
Yeah, that
you also give up the position, so everyone stays in the throttle. You sort of move through the corner as one, and then you deal with the consequences afterwards.
Tapinen is still leading from Oman and Eriksson. Eriksson was 4.3 off the lead and 2.4 off Oman. So at the minute, I think this is how they'll finish. Oman would take the TQ. I'm pretty sure, I didn't actually see how far back Tapinen was. Let me have a look at the standings. I've got a paper copy. 84 to 95.
Oh, Ollie Eriksson sticks the wheel right out the loose. That could have been a second roll for an FC2 in this second day here in Älvsbyn. That was wild from Ollie Eriksson, and has cost him in his fight to try and get ahead of Oman. That little bit of time loss.
Would it have been enough, do you think?
I think it would, yeah, because he was well crossed up, wasn't he? Now he's all over the back of Mats Oman, gets up the inside out of the corner. Oman will give him a bit of space here. Ollie gets around the outside, nicely done.
That might cost Oman because Tapinen wasn't that far back in terms of the points. So Tapinen was 11 points off Oman. Now, what's he going to outscore him by here? 8 points, isn't he? So Oman might still get the TQ. Tapinen takes the race from Eriksson and Oman. Some good stuff by Ollie there, despite the mistake to come back to P2. So another look at that first corner in a few moments' time. Tapinen rolling back past the crowd up on the grass bank. Here it is from the drone. So Ollie has lost out here, but decides he's going to have a stab at Oman. Just gives Oman a little nudge.
Poor Martin just dropped that on his own, didn't he?
Yeah, it happens sometimes, doesn't it? Did he stay there, Hal? He didn't.
Yeah, he didn't finish.
Yeah, he didn't finish. So that's, oh my goodness me. That's a snowbank, isn't it? Tap the bank and straighten her out. Somebody's just walked past us with about 15 burgers in a box. This was the move from Ollie. We actually saw, I think, Kevin pull off a similar move yesterday. Get tight on the exit, find the traction. It's quite tough because the straight there is very loose. Tapina's pulled over almost at the Joker, sorry, pulled over almost at the burger bar there. Excuse me. Ending with the DNF, they'll get him scooped up, and we'll be back shortly with the final race from qualifying. Here we go then, last qualifying race from Höghedenbanen, Älvsbyn, northern Sweden. Been a fun weekend, I have to say. Beautiful part of the world. There is not a lot up here, and that's why a big sporting event is so popular. Great to see the locals turn out in force to see some of this action. They literally arrive first thing in the morning, and they'll stay right until the last race. They've all got their chairs up there and their coolers, and they're having a great time. Philip Torrent, Philip Martinsen, Maiko Tam and Marcis Martinovs. Tam must get a good start here and not get stuck in with this slot. Tam does, looking inside, manages to get alongside Martinsen. Pushes him a tiny bit wide, lovely job.
Martinovs was a long way.
Whoa, Martinsen's off on the outside, Hal.
Broken front suspension, front right has collapsed. Martinovs was so early off the throttle into the first corner that Philip Torrent almost pulled out around him and went round the outside. That is a disaster for Martinsen. That could be not making the final this afternoon. I think he won't be in the final, and having won the previous second day in Kouvola a few weeks ago, that will be a massive disappointment for him.
Yeah, I think you might be right. Torrent, so Marcis Martinovs was at the back of the pack, Hal, and he's at the back of these cars right now. Philip Torrent was in P7 on 75 points. Obviously Kevin Eriksson is out, so yeah, we'll see at the end of this one. Do you think that might be from the contact in the first corner? Because if it's front right that's collapsed, that's where...
It's a big breakage though, isn't it? So I don't know, I'd have to see the first corner again, to be honest.
He was very frustrated after the incident, wasn't he, earlier today?
That first corner incident, yeah.
I kind of think
be a legacy of that, couldn't it?
Combination of that and Tam.
I thought you meant this first corner.
Yeah, I did, because Tam was inside him. So there was a fair side-to-side contact from Tam, but if he's carrying damage... I see what you mean, so,
potentially.
Yeah, we'll have a look at the replays in a sec.
This is a better run from Torrent though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sticking with Tam. Martinovs in the background. Looks well on top of the car, Torrent, doesn't he? He drove a lot in RX2E the last couple of years.
They rebuilt Tam's gearbox overnight, didn't they? Ivo Trauberg sent me a video of the state of the inside of the box. The inside of the box looked like it had been shot blasted. He lost 2 gears, Hal. You pointed out yesterday, we found out yesterday after we came off air, why he was struggling out of the low-speed corners.
Yeah, had third gear was the lowest gear he had, and that's tough around here, isn't it, with the hairpins.
The Nova tyres are protesting, aren't they, through that long hairpin. Checker flag, Maiko Tam, 2:25.7, so 3 seconds slower than the pace setter Joni Tapainen from the first race. So Depainen takes the TQ. They finish equal on points. Matt Soman almost got it, but if you finish equal, it's who took the last session of the day. So likewise, Tam and Enna look on 122 each. Tam had the better result in Q3, so he goes ahead. Depainen had the better result in Q3, so he goes ahead. Oliver Eriksson is P5, Philip Martinson is P6, and that will be your final lineup. No semi-finals today, remember, for open four-wheel drive.
Terrain just needed that little bit more, didn't he, to capitalise on Martinson's retirement. But if Martinson can't get to the grid, then maybe he'll make the final
true.
anyway.
That is true, yeah, because at the minute the Clio is being dragged out of a ditch on the far side of the track.
Make the open four-wheel drive Pro-Am final, because obviously Ollie Eriksson and Micah Tam won't be in that.
Indeed. So there we are. So we just have semi-finals and finals to come. So a few semis, won't have semis for two-wheel drive or open four-wheel drive up here in northern Sweden. But we'll be back shortly, and you'll be able to see a little feature as well, our little competition between three of our Swedish drivers in between the semis and the finals. So stay with us. We'll see you soon. Okay, semi-final time for junior cross car. Only 2 semis, remember, for them, because only 19 cars entered. You need 20 to have the 3. Hampus Hagström on the pole, Pauli Tapainen, Carl Svedlund, P2 Matalamäki, Jonas Nilsson and Axel Snack in this one. Hagström has a real chance here to extend the championship lead, depending of course on what Solly does. It is a good start. Behind him everybody's squabbling. Matalamäki has managed to get up into P3. P2 is Carl Svedlund in the black car.
Svedlund very decisive, Andrew, in the first corner. Oh, it's so wet on the crest there as well. Really unsettled a couple of the buggies. Up the inside for Schnack in the background into the Joker for this first time of asking. But Svedlund was very decisive in turn 2 to hang on to second position. But up front, Hampus Hagström has been the class of the field by some margin this weekend. Didn't have the best of the conditions in the last one. That's really what hampered his cause a bit, but had a brilliant ultimate lap time. Got caught in the traffic a bit, having run wide on the wet gravel. But has been right at the front. The 5th fastest time he had in Q3 was a bit disingenuous to how his performance has been, and yesterday he absolutely dominated.
Yeah, looking really, really strong. 5 laps, remember, for the semi-final. Still just the one Joker. I wonder what's happened with Solly this weekend. We don't get the chance, unfortunately, to talk to the juniors. I say we're just, when we're not on air,
he was on fire in the last one, wasn't he? Had that brilliant race, went quickest.
Yeah, but not with Hagström in quite the same way as he has everywhere else. You know, normally
I think there's a degree of not
top.
knowing the track,
Yeah.
where we've been. He's been well acquainted with super quick in Kouvola. Hagström had the advantage, arguably, didn't he, in Tjerp at the start of the year.
Yeah, I think that's fair, mate.
Thanks.
So Matalamäki and Tapainen have jokered, but they are, how far off the lead? Wait for their times to update. 6.4 and 6.9. So not close enough, because the delta is only a couple of seconds. Hagström will wait probably until later in the race.
But they are close enough to Nielsen, and that's the most important person in these 2 semi-final classes. Because the top 3 progress through to the final.
Top 3, yeah. So that's what makes the difference, isn't it? So 1 place up for grabs. They're still 3.2 off, aren't they? We think the delta's 2.4, but if they continue to close
at
that
stage,
gap,
isn't it? It's not 6 seconds like it is at the moment.
But that's how. Where if you had a spotter, which the juniors don't, I think you would be saying, wouldn't you, to Nielsen? Well, either get a wriggle on or get in the Joker and shut him off.
Oh, I thought you were spotting for Matalamäki.
No, I'm spotting for Nielsen. Yeah. So you'd be going, defend the position.
I'm spotting for
Tapainen.
I don't know, either the Finns at the back and just saying,
go on, push.
Come on.
What would you be saying? Push, push, push.
No.
That's what they normally say, isn't it?
That annoys me.
Yeah, me too.
I am pushing, be quiet.
It's very unspecific.
You need more decisive information. Like, we need 3 tenths.
No, I agree completely, as we see contact at the merge there.
Nielsen trying to get back up the inside of Schnack, I think it was, who just took the Joker, yeah. So now this is the fight for making it into the final between these two, because Svedlund and Hagström are some way up the road and will arguably finish first and second.
Almost side by side. Some wonderful car control here from Nielsen to carry the momentum through the corners. That looks really well set up, that car. Look at the speed, Hal. The speed is absolutely fantastic. Can't find a way through.
Schnack's really improved this year from the opening rounds. Remember last year they were nowhere near this pace, doing a good job.
So Schnack goes off to the Joker.
Okay, that was my mistake. I was a bit confused by something there, because I thought Schnack had Jokered last time around.
I'm with you. No, I think Nielsen had come off the merge, but it was just out the corner of our shot.
Yeah,
it was just Nielsen went up on 2 wheels.
For some reason, I don't know if it's there was lots of not green ticks on the screen and on the time screen. Now there are. So yeah, that's just me being a bit slow.
It might be a late indicator, mate. The guys at Pace got in touch and said one of the transponders was 3.5 centimetres different to the other, and it was 2,000 between them, if you remember.
Yeah.
Checker flag, Hagström goes through with Svedlund and Nielsen. So that's our first 3. That is, so who is it? It's Hagström's. I'm just trying to see. Tapine misses out from the front row. Hagström, Svedland and Nielsen. There's actually 1 driver from each row there, Hal. Quite unusual. Normally it's the front rows that, but of course when it's 3 semis, as we said, it is difficult for the slower cars at the back. They're just, the pace differential is massive, and the front row is enough of an advantage for the 2 quick drivers to check out, but a bit different here.
It's got very hot again, hasn't it? The back of my legs are in danger of being burned here in the commentary box.
Yeah.
It was going to rain a few minutes ago.
Oh no, they changed their minds.
Who, the weather gods?
Yeah. I'm on a little bit.
Rainers Nitsis was not pleased in the gap between Q3 and the semi-finals because he discovered we're on a flight tonight to Stockholm.
Oh, is he? He didn't realise?
No,
is he with us?
No, he's flying tomorrow, so he took his phone out of his pocket and hastened away to see if he can resolve that issue.
Or to try and speed things up for us? What a legend.
No, to try and get on that flight tonight.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, good luck.
I don't think he cares whether we make it or not. He would like to be on it.
So does that allow him to get home too, earlier? I guess he can take an early flight to Riga as well. There you go, see? Logistics, the worst part of television. Being here is lovely. Getting here and getting home often sucks. P2 Pira and Oliver Solly on the front row. Alex Antilla and Nico Kinnunen, Theo Johansson and Pontus Oskarsson. So Solly in the 195 really needs to make the final. Should do from the front row. But in that fight with Hampus Hagström, Hagström with just a little lead. Might be a slightly bigger lead after yesterday and today's qualifying. Remember, there's points at different stages in the day. Doesn't get as good a start as P2 Pira, but that doesn't matter. Keep it sensible now and see if you can get the overlap on the Joker. Don't do anything silly in the first few corners. Kinnunen drops down to P4. Cool, look at that. Lovely little jump rotation in. Brilliant.
Still quite damp, isn't it, despite how much intensity there is in the sun. Down in the compression, Kinnunen doesn't joke for the first time of asking.
That section of the track, Hal, is, I was going to say, is it in the shade? I don't know if it might be. Right under the trees, you know, the bit where Oman went off. Might just be in the shade. The sun stays up a long time, but it's low in the sky, isn't it? For
No, I don't think it is, because
the
sun's on the other side of the track.
Hottity hot. Scorchio. End of lap 1 then. Piru leads from Hagström, Oliver Solly. Alex Antilla in P3. There's that little crest.
Fantastic, isn't it? I love the way that as the weekend has gone on, there's been more commitment from more of the drivers over there, and more people using it to set the car up rather than potentially being caught out by it.
Well, they're just feeling more confident, aren't they, in exactly where the angle of the corner goes.
Of course, the more laps you do, the more aware you become. Solly is all over the back of Pira here, can't find a way through. Just like in Kouvola in those fantastic battles between Solly and Hagström, they were stronger at different parts of the lap, and we're seeing that a bit here with Pira and Solly.
Johansson and Oskarsson, Hal, are the P5 and 6 qualifiers, and they've gone. So I would argue that with Kinnunen and Antilla being reasonably quick, Solly could afford to joker now. They might end up behind Kinnunen,
but you don't know, do you? That's the problem with not having a spotter.
No, exactly. But it's how long do you wait? You know, do you think he'll wait until the second to last lap? He's going to, isn't he?
I think you take the risk because he'll know the pace is good. You don't know what's going on behind you, but you know you're doing a good pace.
So just wait.
You'll have a bit of an idea what's going on in the mirrors. You'll have a glance across, especially as you come out of the hairpin. You'll have a glance across to the right-hand side at who's coming down the track, just to see who's still there. They can do that a lot here, actually, thinking about it, can't they? Yeah. So looking down here, you come into the hairpin, you'll go through the hairpin,
and they'll be able to see across now.
And so they'll have a little glance now, just to see who's coming down the hill, and that gives you an approximate delta.
There's not that many tracks they can do this at, but also there's the bit at the top of the crest at the Joker merge. You can look across there to the right-handers that leads you to the fast left.
I think you'd be surprised. There's quite a few places where you can just have a little bit of a glance.
Yeah, even here, look. As you're coming down, you know, looking
but
up,
even
who's coming in.
You can through the velodrome section in Kouvola. You don't need to have a proper analysis, do you? No. As Solly does go into the Joker, you just need to have a glimpse of the colour. You know approximately who's in the race.
Listen, Hill, me and you talked about when we were both out running the RS150s, and there was a point at which I would look across as a reference to know where you were. To see, you know, you pick a pole, don't you? You pick at the end of an Armco barrier and you look up and see, and you can see whether they're gaining on you or not.
Yeah, that was very annoying.
I'm going to buy a historic supercar.
No, you're not. That is the biggest lie of all time.
I'm going to buy one just to annoy you. If I won the lottery, I'm actually going to buy one.
Oh, you?
Yeah, what would I buy?
For you.
I want something that's about the same speed as yours, so I can be annoying.
I can sell you a Focus.
Is that historic, though?
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah. Do whatever you want.
Yeah.
Pira gets a bit of over-rotation, and that's almost too much sideways on the way into the Joker. This could be tight on the exit.
That was tight, wasn't it?
Can't Solly go for the cut back in the hairpin. He's going for it, gets the nose in, drives over the curb, bit of contact, can't quite get it done.
Just shows you how important the start is, doesn't it?
And that's exactly what Reynolds has been trying to persuade all the drivers to do all weekend.
Yeah.
Give each other the space at the Joker merge.
You can still race each other, just
They're
don't
both still
put
in the final.
two cars out, yeah. So P2 Pira with a brilliant drive here is going to take semi-final number 2. Oliver Solly looks to the inside line as he crosses over the timing beam, and Tilu's going to get 3rd. And where we had one driver from each row in Semi 1, it's the top 3 drivers from Semi 2. P2 Pira, P3 in Kuvula. Wasn't on the podium yesterday. Tidy. P2 Pira from Solly and Antila. Bit of a barbecue going on down there. Look, where are they, Hal?
Not near enough to us. I fancy a barbecue. That would be good, wouldn't it?
I could smell loads of good food, though.
I have no idea where that is.
Neither do I.
Maybe there's people watching from the far side of the track there. Hadn't seen that before.
Neither have I.
What a nice thing to do.
Yeah, own little area, little barbecue going on. Right, semi-finals for cross car, 3 of them, 18 cars. Only the top 2 from each are going to go through from the 6 car fields. Cerner, Hume, Bowdens, Jensen, Jorgensen and Gotherson in this one. Bowdens on the inside of row 2. He's in the title fight. Off the line then. Cerner and Hume side by side. Bowdens moves across immediately to cover off the inside line. He gets almost alongside Cerner. That's dropped in the background by Gotherson. Goes round in turn 1. Cerner in P2. Bowdens holds on to 3rd. But in the lead it is Alexander Hume from 2nd on the grid.
Again, Cerner losing out a bit at the start. Happened yesterday, didn't it? Where he just didn't quite get it hooked up for whatever reason.
Well, do you remember what they were saying? We had that chat yesterday with Osterberg about the difference in RPM. Of course, I don't know what engine's in Hume's car, in the Kazmat, but there's a 4,000 RPM difference between the 2 engines, and that depends then how long you can hang on to the gears for, but there is also a 35 kilo penalty for using the other engine. So it's pretty hard to know, in theory, really, motorsport.
Yeah, but I think there's all sorts of that's one element, isn't it? But then there's different sprocket sizes. You can be starting in different gears. Yeah, different RPMs set for starts and stuff. So
Cerner's having a look here at Hume. Can't quite get in there though.
But what was?
Oh, and that does. Cerner up the inside. Hume makes a mistake and then goes back to the Joker. Great recovery by Hume because that was a mistake. And now that's the way you try and get back from it. Is he going to lose a position here as well? Might get back alongside. Does get back alongside. Now around the outside. That is fantastic. Inside Jorgensen. And Hume there, although he's lost a bit of time, has not lost anywhere nearly what he could have.
Very, very fair from both of them to give each other the room there. That was brilliant damage limitation, wasn't it, from Hume to make that mistake, like you say. But then rather than try and overcorrect it, think, right, I'm going to have to go in the Joker now. Let the car go in the direction it wants to go, not fight it and scrub off the speed. Really useful for Cerner, though. This is exactly what he needed.
He's only 1.9 off the lead, Hal. So Hume's made a mistake, gone Joker, passed the car, and is almost in the window to pass them. These two need to hold on for another couple of laps and extend that gap if they can over Hume.
You can see from that drone shot, Bowden's just got covers on the side crash bars underneath to protect the car, probably helps a bit with the aero as well. Lots of small innovations on all of these cross-car machines to try and get the maximum performance out of them.
I was thinking as well, Bowden's car, that must deflect some of the dirt from the front wheels from sticking to the rest of the car, so you're not gaining weight through the whole thing. You know, you hear some incredible stories, don't you?
Hume's engine's smoking out of the final corner. Is that a bit of overfill on the oil? Has he got an engine problem? It was very blue smoke, wasn't it? So
I'm sure Hume's messaged us about that before and said that it's fine. So I think it's something, a characteristic of whatever the setup is on the car in terms of oils and tanks and flow and all the rest of it. Here he goes. So watch Bowden's now protecting from Hume. The gap was 1.5 to previous. Hume should be there, and he is. So Hume's done a fantastic job here. Bowden's monsters the curve. Looks inside Bowden's. Oh, that's ambitious. Good
but really threw the car in, so he wasn't going to hit Hume in the side. Got lots of rotation on to have a fair race, and has lost loads of time now on the back of that.
So still holds P3. Bowden's will go through there. This is about Hume. Wow, is that smoke or oil smoke?
Top two go through in the cross-car semis, so this is going to be bad for Bowden's championship campaign.
It is, yeah. He's, at the minute, it was equal, wasn't he, on like 109, I think it was. There was only 2 points in it between the top three. Cerner goes Joker. The advantage was 3.2 over Hume. That should easily be enough. Here comes Cerner now. Look for him in the background. Yeah, lovely job. Lovely job. So Remet Cerner has that P2 in Kovala. Is going to be right up there again today. Cerner, in fact, as top qualifier, will get pole in the final for this performance. And Hume, I have to say, that was a great recovery. Oh, Hal, that is looking a bit stinky, isn't it? It really is. Over the line, Hume takes it. Is there a problem with the car? Certainly not in terms of lap time. Bowden's good effort to try and steal that place back, but on this occasion he does make the final. And actually, that's the first time Bowden's hasn't made the final this year, Hal. He's only been off the podium once, so Bowden's has failed to make it to the final. So we're getting a Swedish lesson from one of our producers here, Kalle Gofferson. Apparently it's Gjerthersen. Unfortunately, I think he's going to get anglicised there, Hal.
I haven't been told. That must have been exclusively for you. I must have been doing it correctly.
I don't think you have been doing it correctly at all.
I think I have.
Gjerthersen. We can try. I will try.
Just listen next time I say it in Nissan and you'll learn.
Yeah, I'll look forward to that. Getting dragged out of the gravel trap in turn one, which was where his race ended. Jensen, Jorgensen, Bowden's not making the final for the first time this year. But Cerner goes through, and so does Hume. Cerner is 5th in the standings. Hume is 7th. That was as we started today. Of course, there will be some points that have been added on since then from qualifying. Front row business for semi-final one. So Ik Merstad is in this next one, along with Yulalami. Yulalami's some 20 points off the championship lead, 18-ish. Could do with going through, especially with Bowden's having had a little bit of a shocker. Ugar is down in P8, definitely not in the championship hunt, but he's been having a great day. There is Ugar, the bright yellow with the orange scoop on the roof. And Ik Merstad, yesterday's winner, and 1 point off the championship lead. So it's a must-do really for Ik Merstad, and Yulalami, if he wants to keep his championship hopes alive. Yulalami moves across behind Ik Merstad. Ugar slots in. Lovely job by Martin Ugar. Not quite enough traction on the exit, and Yulalami now losing out. Gets a bit of contact from behind there. That is Eric Nielsen, who just gave him a little tap where Nielsen got slightly better pace. Nielsen goes Joker straight away, and in behind has gone Rasmus Persson.
Person's done brilliantly to recover from the roll and disqualification in Q3 earlier on from that optimistic first corner move. It'd be remarkable if he makes it through to the final, but there's a big job on to do that, isn't there? Because the quality in this semi, with Ik Merstad, Ugar, Yulalami, Nielsen ahead, and then Älvsbyn is etc. behind.
This is final business, isn't it? That's why we Crosscar Senior, in terms of depth of class, is the best category this year, definitely.
Oh, by some margin, I think it usually is, isn't it? There's so many drivers that can be right to the front on any given day.
Matt, you know, you've got to put it together. If you ever get the chance to do a rallycross event, you'll be staggered at how many things you need to go your way to get a good result. And we're not talking luck. Most of the time it's judgment and hard work and effort and totally making no mistakes. I mean, no reliability
There is luck involved, isn't there? Because, you can be so unlucky in the first corner.
You can, but my point is really just to get one day right is good. To get a whole championship right is really hard. And when the depth is like this, one mistake is punished even more. Yeah.
But I think compared to rallying, for example, as
red flag.
I've totally missed what that is.
Me too. Who's missing? Who's missing? So top three are there. Igmastad, you got your Lalami. Who's that behind? Is that Is etc. or Nilsson?
Is etc's in the blue buggy they're driving. Did we see it? Which car is it? What colour? So I think Is etc. has rolled. Apparently he's okay in getting out, but we're just trying to get the footage of that. The TV guys have seen it in the background of a shot.
There he is. He's out. He's out. So that's fine. It's turn one, Hal.
There is Is etc.
Isn't it? I'm pretty sure it is.
Yeah, it is. I can see it out of the commentary box door. What a shame for Älvsbyn. I think he maybe expected more of this year on the back of a stunning performance in RX3 last year in the European Championship. Rolling out the semis here.
So the cars are actually coming back in, Hal. I don't think... How many laps have they done?
One.
Not going to call that then, are they?
That's a rerun.
Yeah, so they'll go and re-grid.
Well, they've already gridded the next semi.
So I think...
And track conditions don't matter, so...
yeah, I'd run semi 3 now and then go back to semi 2.
Yeah, so would I. But, yeah, they're still gridding or they were still gridding. I'm just looking at the YouTube stream, which is a little bit behind. They were still gridding during the red flag. So, yeah, the sensible thing would be just to switch them around because there's no need. It's
not the same as in heats, is it?
During qualifying, you can't afford to do that because the track evolution would be an unfair switch.
Yeah, but at this stage of the day, it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter.
Oh, gutted, isn't he, Älvsbyn?
The long walk back.
We've got a guest in the studio. Damien Mounier of French Rallycross Championship Supercar fame has joined us. You're here with your brother Julian this weekend. How's it going in Supercar Lights for you guys?
Hello.
Hey.
He's going well. He's going well. He's trying again to learn because he don't have any experience on these Nordic tracks, and it's pretty different than the French Championship tracks.
Just a bit, yeah.
Just a bit. Yeah. No, but the experience is coming laps after laps, so it's pretty good. Now we have some problem with the hairpin. He don't do good timing between the handbrake and turn, you know, so we lose a lot of time here, but on the tarmac zone, like in the French Championship, it's pretty fast.
And the lights are so specific to drive, aren't they? Not so dissimilar to the Super 1600 car because you have to be very clean and tidy all the time, but you can lose a lot of time very quickly, can't you?
Yeah, but it's pretty fast and pretty clean drive, so sometimes you need to do like one Peter Solberg style on the gravel and Johan Christophersen style in the tarmac, but if on the good way at the moment, so just need now to work again for the semi-final and hope to go in the final.
When you see a track like this, do you think to yourself, oh man, I want to have a go myself?
Yeah. Yeah, to be honest, I told to Andreas on Friday and say, fuck, if I know this track is like this, I come with the polo.
I would have entered.
Yeah.
I would have entered.
Next year, I hope.
But Nissan's the same, Estering's the same, you need to bring the polo, mate.
Yeah, so maybe in Estering we will look.
All right,
Great.
Cheers, mate. See you later. So the semi-final who's on the line is semi-final number 3. So Svensson, Osterberg, Huka, Jensen, Penttinen and Egonsen. There will be a thumbs up for the various drivers. Svensson, of course, had Svensson had damage to the car, didn't he, Hal? And still he's on the front rows in the semis. So Svensson and Osterberg down to turn 1. Svensson's got the best lead. Hukar trying to come around the outside. Osterberg loses 1 position there. Nicely done by Hukar. Osterberg now looks to come back up the inside. Monsters the curbs. He's not going to find a way through. It's Pasi Penttinen who goes Joker first of all.
Osterberg lost out there, but his teammate Penttinen went up the inside into the Joker. Osterberg had a bit of a moment, was on the back of Hukar initially, then lost a bit of time. It's Svensson out front there, he needs a break this week. Oh, and Hukar's got past, Osterberg was trying to get past Hukar, couldn't quite get it done. Svensson needs a break this weekend, doesn't he? Had that awful fire yesterday.
Yeah.
And retired, and then issues today, broken suspension. He was fastest in Q1. He will be really hoping that this just goes nice and calm, get through to the final, and then try and make amends for the dramas of Saturday afternoon.
Especially, mate, as he leads the championship at the minute, equal on points with Ronald Bowdens, or certainly as of this morning. Where did he qualify? He must have qualified 3rd. So that would have put him ahead. Yeah, I think would have put him ahead of Bowdens and Nick Mercer. So he leads the championship now.
Osterberg Jokers this time around. This is to cover off Penttinen behind, who went on the first lap. Not going to get it done, but looks back up the inside of Penttinen. Great job, bit of contact.
Really nice.
Oh, Penttinen comes back at him, gets over-rotated, but loses out. Osterberg runs wide. Come on, boys, as teammates, you should be giving each other a little bit more room than that, I think.
Yeah, that's cost Osterberg big time. I think that's going to put Osterberg out in the final. How almost certainly. Look, long way back now.
It's so easy for me to say that standing here, but I think you really, like, Rainis goes on about giving the respect to each other, and I think as teammates, as awning colleagues or whatever you want to call them, within Pace Motorsport, you've got to give each other just a little bit more room.
That's going to be an awkward conversation when they get back, I'm afraid. So Svensson stays out, Hukar goes in. This will be because Hukar's heard about the troubles behind. His spotter will go, hang on a minute, there's a bit of carnage going on here, we'll have a lovely easy Joker, and that's exactly what it is.
Is that what you would like your spotter to say to you? Hang on a minute, I think we should do this, mate.
Let's go. Joke, mate, everyone else has been a bit of a knob out there, so you're going to be fine. You'd be great, wouldn't it? Then you just chill. You just chill.
Osterberg's dropped right off the back of the pack now.
Miles, it's plus 13. So, you know,
didn't lose all of that in the gravel on the outside, so must have an additional problem as well. Penttinen under big pressure from Jensen behind.
Really though, Hal, 2 cars going through, 2 laps to go. You know, Hukar's absolutely miles in front of Penttinen. It's just about Svensson's Joker, isn't it? I mean, if you always say go 1 lap to spare in case you keep the door shut.
100% go now, and he's going to.
Yeah, in he goes. So Svensson, this should be tidy. 2.9. It might be quite close, but not too close. Where's Hukar? There he is. Lovely job, thank you, Bingo. That was what we were looking for.
Loads of curve from Svensson, not looking after the suspension at all. Looking forward to seeing Ike Mørstad in the rerun of the second semi-final, because he was on a beautiful mission in Q3 earlier on, wasn't he?
Interestingly as well, Hal, he will now know that Svensson is going through, you know, barring any disasters on this last lap. So he's got, Svensson's gone through and Bowdens hasn't. You know, this is a chance for Svensson just to get a little championship gap. I don't think that pressure's going to make any difference.
I don't think I'd even think about it when they get in the car.
You would be gutted as well. You know, when the race is going brilliantly and it gets red flagged and it's nothing to do with you, you're like, cheers, now I've got to do it all again.
Depends, doesn't it? Sometimes when I was in my career in quotation, my career in speech marks, you know, sometimes it felt like a race was going on forever and it was only 4 laps if you were under a lot of pressure or whatever. And sometimes if you're really enjoying driving the car, the checker flag would be like, you think, is that it? Because
yeah, I was having a good time.
And I think a lot of the cross-car drivers look like they're in that latter phase, aren't they? Like Svensson, who's about to take the win here. They look so on top of the car. It looks like they're not. Yeah, it doesn't
look like hard work. No. It just looks like if you have a lovely flow when you're out playing with a car, it is a brilliant feeling. It really is. So yeah, Svensson takes it with Hukar. Hukar going through from row 2. Osterberg, I feel, was a little bit unlucky there, but look at Hukar here. So Hukar with the number 2 goes out wide. Does he go around the outside? Yeah, he does. So he's level with Osterberg. Osterberg probably couldn't take the ideal line into there with Hukar on his left. And then Hukar went Joker. When did he go Joker? A couple of laps time?
Yeah, so after this
when clear, after the kerfuffle, yeah.
So So this is Osterberg on the back of Hukar.
Look how hooked up they are.
This is the kerfuffle we spoke of. Up the inside of Penton.
I get that.
Nothing wrong with what they did there as the two pace drivers. And then Penton comes into the side of Osterberg.
And I think somebody's gone there.
So that's not Yumi's fault. That's I think Passey's been a bit optimistic. I don't think either of them are to blame penalty-wise, but I think as teammates you've probably got to give each other just a little bit more space.
Yeah, agreed.
But it'd be like racing a sibling, wouldn't it? You'd be desperate to beat them, so don't care if you live in the same house or the same morning.
Osterberg is a DNF, and we'll be heading back for an awkward conversation with Penton. Svensson and Hukar go through. Rerun of semi-final 2 minus on the back row, Espenis, etc., who rolled. So Espen is out. Ugar, Ikmerstad, Yilalami and Nilsson. Still a hell of a lineup, isn't it? This is a banger of a lineup, even with only 5 in it. They will all fancy their chances because there's a difference of about 6 meters between the front row and the back row, maybe not even that.
You know what? I fancy all of their chances as well because they're like everyone's capable of going through here.
If any of them won, you wouldn't be like, oh wow, it's a brilliant result. You'd be like, it's an expected result. I mean, Ugar has been rapid, and the team were really pleased to sign him, as it were, to get his. He wanted them to run his car.
I think Nilsson and Persson are the two that aren't regular winners, but from the top 3 as anyone's.
Yeah, they're not surprised as though, are they, when they get a good result?
Absolutely not.
So Yulalami moves across just like last time to the inside line to try and protect in the background. Persson going sideways, trying to find a way through. Ugar is beaten in turn 1 by Thomas Ikmerstad. Yulalami in P3. Anyone going to look to the inside? Look at them all covering off that inside line. Nobody wants a little dive. Everyone's been very sensible on this first lap. I was going to say I think go, but that looks a little bit late to me.
No, I think it was all right. It's difficult to say, isn't it, from that camera angle. I have to say that Thomas Ikmerstad was exceptional in the first corner, carried great speed, just as we saw someone do earlier on at Skatesman. Was it Thomas Ikmerstad again, I think, actually?
Yeah, it might be.
Ran the nose almost into understeer in the cross car to not get aggressive oversteer and risk contact on the outside with Ugar. It's just like the perfect example of how to take this first corner,
keep it straight, get the
great
traction,
pace, but no damage risk.
Yeah.
And now look at him send it. Like he hasn't taken that approach.
No.
When there's lots of cars around. So I just think it's great race management from the driver's seat.
But that's what you know when we're talking about experience and thinking about what you're doing. So Nilsson and Persson both went. Now Yulalami goes. So Yulalami wants a top 2 position, needs to cover off the drivers behind and hasn't managed to. So Yulalami going to try and go around the outside. That's great awareness. That's what Rainis is talking about. It's actually a shame the outside of the track there isn't a little bit cleaner to allow you to carry the speed through.
Or wider.
Yeah, true.
But then you'd have a 180-degree hairpin and that would get very frenetic, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Yulalami is in P4 in the standings, or was at the start of today. Has been, missed the final at the last round at, the second round at Kugler, but was P2 yesterday. Be disappointed if he doesn't make the final, and at this stage, Hal, he's not going to. Right, Ugar and Merstad, what's the gap? It's plus 2.7 from Ugar to Erik Nilsson. And he's got, who's gone Joker? Ikmerstad's gone Joker. So Ikmerstad has jokered from the lead. With a gap of 3 over those who jokered. So that was nice, but Ikmerstad's guaranteed a spot there by going early. So Ugar's now got a bit of a game to play here, Hal. Clear track in front, so you've got the opportunity to do whatever line you want and carry the speed. But he has got to have a big enough gap.
Go again.
It was 2.7 last time. That's about right. What is it this time? It's only 1.7 back to Erik Nilsson. No, that's previous. 2.9. 2.9. Yeah, I'm looking at the gap in between. He goes now. So 2.9 should be enough. He should come back out in between Ikmerstad and Nilsson, and he does.
Arguably closer to Ikmerstad. I think I'd have gone again there, Andrew.
Yeah, maybe, but got it done. Just got now to make no mistakes. Where has he gone? Has he dropped off the bottom in the back? Oh, he's under pressure. Ugar's under pressure. This is for P2. Remember, this is for the last spot in the final. This is semi-2 on a rerun after problems in the previous run. And Erik Nilsson is piling the pressure, or was piling the pressure onto Ugar. So I think Ugar made a mistake. Because as you said, he was way closer to Merstad than we expected him to be. And now he's in the clutches of Nielsen behind, so...
It is difficult to say though, isn't it? Because you carry so much speed out of the Joker, it does
Yes.
look like you're closer than you actually are.
Certainly doesn't look to be any kind of an issue.
Cleaned up so much now, hasn't it, this loose surface section, almost down to the base layer, loads of grip, all those black
bit
marks.
of rubber, yeah, there's a bit of rubber in on some of the clean dirt sections too. Thomas Eekmerstad then was doing brilliantly in the first run until it was red flagged, and goes brilliantly again here. Yesterday's winner is through to the final today, along with Martin Ugar. So the front row qualified from semis 1 and 2. Only Riku Hukar went through from row 2 of semi 3. It's Turner, Hume, Ugar, Eekmerstad, Svensson and Hukar into the final. Mega. So last semi-finals coming up, because no semis for open four-wheel drive. Let's get the old standings ready, shall we? He says no semis for open two-wheel drive either. So it is championship protagonist, 3 to go through, remember. Championship protagonist Casper Janssen and Lucas Anderson on the front row. Tobias Darback and Kevin Darback on row 2. Tobias is on the right of your screen. It's a good start by Janssen, but Anderson is equal to it. Janssen, is he going to go for around the outside? No, he very sensibly drops in and will look for better traction on the exit. It was rather tame, wasn't it? Finally.
It was, yeah. Those two have had a few kerfuffles.
Oh, and he runs wide. Sorry, Hal. Anderson runs wide and gives up the position, does he? No, holds on just. Lucky to get away with that. Casper will have a look up the inside in the next one.
Well, you can't really get away with it there, can't you? Because you can afford to run the car deep. We saw that a couple of times in the cross cars earlier on. Janssen looks to the inside again, but there's nowhere around the outside there. Certainly in a single spec class like Supercar Lights is. These two have come together a few times this year so far, but largely got away with it. Janssen gets on the dirt. That'll have compromised his braking. You're really close on the back of Anderson.
It was risky though, wasn't it?
When you get equal starts off the line, I actually think second's not so bad, or even better, because you've got the inside. You can go side by side through the first kink for the first main corner, and Anderson used that perfectly to his effect. Oh, right up on two wheels over the bump, nearly drops it. Great to hang on, runs wide. Janssen looks to the inside.
Go Joker, go Joker. He doesn't. I'd take advantage of that, but is he worried about the pace of the cars behind? I guess he is. What's the gap? And now he looks to the inside. Casper Janssen, that's a great move, but Anderson still holds on. Janssen gets on the handbrake, tries to straighten up and get traction again here. They keep almost getting it done and not quite.
This is absolutely advantage Tobias Darback, looking at the timing screens, who's 1.1 off as they cross the line last time around. Where is the red car?
That's
Doesn't
more
look
than that
like
now,
he's close
isn't it?
enough, does it? So don't know what's happened to Tobias, but these two are really not helping each other's overall race time. Not that it matters, but you really need to gap the cars behind.
Thing is, they want to be front row, don't they? Row 1, row 2, row 3 in terms of what the result is. And
that was some moment for Anderson last time, where the rear kicked up. He's sideways again into the hairpin. Janssen's going to joker. I wonder if Anderson ought to have jokered there to cover off.
What's the gap back to Darback? It's enough, 3.7. It's easily enough.
Yeah,
look at that.
Something's happened to Darback, hasn't it?
Look at the lines that Casper Janssen. Casper Janssen's just got a brilliant exit from the joker, in my opinion. Really committed.
I think Anderson will cover it. Anderson will go.
He has to, doesn't he? Right, so we expect Anderson to cover Janssen, but look at the gap between them. The delta is about, what? Computer says 1.7, we say somewhere around 2.4. Timing says the gap is 2.2, so Casper Janssen has done a great joker there. Anderson needs this to be perfect. They'll need to be on the radio saying, if you're going to go, you've got to absolutely nail it on. He does rotate the car more. Lovely straight line in.
Better entry
up over the crest, through the left-hander now, coming down, looking for Janssen on his left. Casper Janssen, he's at the apex. Anderson carries the speed through. Lovely stuff. No need to shut the door, is there? We've seen so many people shut the door from the Joker when actually you carry so much speed that if you give it 6 feet on the inside, you'll beat them out the corner anyway.
Big cut from Anderson through the next right-hander. Gave each other good room there, didn't they? I think Janssen could have been much deeper into the corner, but decided not to be.
I think Mr. Black Flag's got the job done. I feel like everybody can... Yesterday, I left here a bit frustrated with the level of driving. I didn't think it was up to... Well, look, we're not where we were a few years ago in terms of, you know, Christopherson, Ekstrom and so on being here, but I felt yesterday the driving standards were pretty terrible on a number of occasions, and I actually feel today it's improved a bit.
Yeah, hasn't me, yeah.
Learned the track maybe, and maybe, you know, Rainish giving them all black flags. In all seriousness, you know, we saw Andreas Eriksson earlier, he was saying they have to learn not to keep destroying each other's cars or nobody will enter.
Yeah.
They've got to tidy it up, and I feel like it has been.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've said a few times today, people have been cautious and the Joker merged where they wouldn't have been yesterday. There's been a lot more action in the first corner, hasn't there? But I think that's been a lot of that's been circumstantial rather than deliberate.
Anderson going to take it from Janssen. P3 is going to go to Tobias Darbach. Where is he? Should come up and over the line now. There he is.
I think Janssen backed off on the last lap.
Yeah. Well, tyres don't forget.
Saved the tyres, yeah.
Yeah, tyres don't forget. What's the point in taking another few tenths out? To be honest, he could have let himself all the way down into Darbach if he wanted to. It is the top 3 that go through from semi-final number 1. So here Jimmy Osterberg earlier broke his wheel before the contact with Passy. So apparently no hard feelings down at the team. That's good to know. Look at this, Hal. This was a great race between two drivers who are very much the headline acts in this category. I think, you know, but both here and the other side of the pond. I'd love to see Anderson go and do some nitro. He could, couldn't he, in theory? This season will be over before then, but
he doesn't have a car.
No,
currently.
Yeah, would need to rent one.
Well, they're renting this one at the moment, aren't they? So it's not so dissimilar.
He's got 2, hasn't he?
Yeah, they're converting the other one.
Yeah, so convert the one for the States to the FC2.
But there will be residual value in the lights cars as well with
less of them now.
Well, but also with the popularity increasing.
Yeah.
But they're going to build more chassis as well, so I don't think the.
So will they build more lights though, or are they only going to build more FC2s? Because they're 53 chassis or 54?
54, but they're not different enough to worry about that. The changes are not substantial enough.
There's a dog out. He's hiding a little bit. I reckon he's going to wheel on the fire extinguisher. Go on, mate. Go on, have a crack at it. You might as well claim it as yours. Might as well. She's not going to wheel on the fire extinguisher. Go on, have a little wander about. Good. A Shiba. It's a Shiba dog, but it is also, I think it's a she-dog. Oh, but it must be a bit frustrating. I hope it's got some shelter over there. I'm sure it has. Doesn't look too. It's not puffing and puffing too much. Dog awareness. This was Darbach and Soderholm. So Soderholm ended up well off on the inside from the looks of things, ploughing through the. Ooh, oi! That's in the dip crest over on the far side. Gone on the inside. After turn 2. It's
been a turbulent weekend for Soderholm on his lights debut.
I think he's done well, actually.
But
he's been impressive with his pace, yeah. Semi-final 2. Olofsson, Munier, Berget, Haug and Ida Tornholt. I think this is the, aside from the fact there's 5 cars, it's a slightly weaker semi. I think you'd have to... Olofsson and Munier really should go through here. Munier was in P4 in the standings yesterday. I don't know where they are, obviously, after qualifying. Here we go. Actually, yeah. So Olofsson overtook Munier in the standings yesterday.
Do you want some bad news?
No.
Okay.
Go on, yeah. What?
No, that's right.
Tell me, go on.
We're about to go.
What's the bad news?
We're fresh out of paper.
Oh, totally?
Yeah.
We'll just put them in upside down, mate. Print them on the back. What do you think about that?
I think you'll be massively confused. Oh, jump start.
There is a chance of that. I don't start. I'm just going to have a seat for a minute. A little sip of my tea while I sort this out. Oh, that's the sound of an old man sitting down. I'll save you the tea slurping noise. The thumbs up guy, we're being told this guy's known as. Is that the case, Calla? Really?
It's been a long weekend. I think Calla's making stuff up as he goes along now. There's the proof.
Olofsson and Meunier clean at least off the start. Olofsson into the lead. Meunier will slot in behind. And how they're not going to joke her early, are they?
Stranger things have happened, but I think it's unlikely. Birgit also arguably the third quickest of this set. So, Meunier a bit slow out of the first of the hairpins. What's happening in the background of either of the Haug or Ida Tornholt pair Joker? No, they haven't, so that's going to keep the Joker strategy a bit locked for the next lap if they stay near enough.
Next
Haug
two, I'd say.
Slow out of the corner. Ida looks to the inside.
Oh, not there, Ida. Is she going to spin in the background? I think she might have done. She certainly had a big old tank slapper. She's held on to it though.
Fair play.
Nice one. Look at the rubber in that final open hairpin now. Well, tightening hairpin.
That's a fast corner to be sticking the nose up the inside, isn't it?
Yeah.
But you've got to be pretty brave. Meunier doing well, as his brother Damien just explained. It's hard coming to these tracks, as we talk about it often from the French Championship. It'd be brilliant if Damien came to Estering with the Polo.
Do you think he would?
Yeah.
Let's go. Is he doing French again this year?
Yeah.
How's he getting on?
All right, yeah. I mean, it's tough, isn't it? He's got an old spec car, and there's a lot of top-class machinery in the French Championship. You know, former GRX Hyundais and Peugeot, works Peugeots, and Polewski occasionally with the Audi, and so, you know, the levels.
Do you think it's the highest level at the minute in terms of a national championship and supercar specification?
Yeah, it has been for a long time. A very long time.
And talent?
Yeah, the talent's right up there. I think you see that when those drivers then come and compete in the European Championship as well. Dave Genet won the title last year pretty convincingly in a GRX Hyundai. He's in ES Motorsport Skoda this year, being run by his own team. You do see that those French drivers are specialists in France, and when they come outside, it's harder for them.
That's right. That's exactly what he was saying about his brother, wasn't it? Is there's certain bits he's not getting right. What was he said? He needs Solberg on the loose, Christopherson on the tyre. I thought that was lovely.
But I think Julian's relatively experienced as well. I mean, they're super experienced when they come across. It takes a bit of time to adapt, but they've got the core ability, and it's just a case of honing those skills. But I think if Damien Meunier turned up here with it, it's a 2016 Christopherson Polo he's got, so with the updates, so I think he'd be, given the field this weekend, he'd be right at the front in open four-wheel drive.
It's interesting, isn't it, that French drivers are starting to explore it as an option. It's almost like I want to try something else, because get out of the French Championship is brilliant, not knocking it at all. But
the problem is that the French Championship, for anyone lucky enough to go to French Championship events, and I have been in the last couple of years, it's so commercially strong. They've got real sponsors.
Yeah.
They've all got big hospitality awnings. There's a lot of goodwill. They're massive. 10,000 people at the events.
Yeah. So
there's a lot of corporate activation, and it's hard to get that support to leave
to go and do
the
something
region
else.
and the country.
Yeah.
So I can understand why people don't do it.
There's an element of that being a problem with European drivers going to America, and American drivers coming to Europe. You know, your sponsors tend to be sponsors from your side of the pond. Hal's just killed a bug on himself, and I think he's hit himself even harder than he hits me. But he got the bug, got the job done. Olofsson comes from the Joker back into the lead. Relatively uneventful semi-final here. Meunier is P2, and it's Eric Hesler-Birgit who is going to come through. Birgit, yesterday, of course, with the win. First win. And we'll be delighted, I'm sure, to make it through to the final. But Olofsson goes through to join the front row with Kasper Janssen. Row 2 will be Anderson and Meunier. And row 3 will be Darbach and Birgit. Cars coming back from the semi-finals. We're having fun. Hope you are as well. Get in touch on YouTube. How? Anything interesting?
People chatting about the French Championship.
Yeah.
King Carrot says French RallyX doesn't have proper gravel, that's why they struggle on Scandinavian circuits.
Yeah, fair.
That's fair, but it's also the undulation as well. Most of the French tracks are pretty flat. They're pretty flat and don't have the camber corner. Some of them do. There's loads of comments. All right. Lots of people chatting about the Formula 1. Verstappen and Norris have fired each other off. Quite entertaining.
Good. That'll liven things up a bit, won't it? I like that as well, because Norris is starting to pressure Verstappen a bit more often, and if you are in that champion position...
It's been pretty lively, that's few races, hasn't it? It's been close now, the McLaren's quicker.
You remember the old Schumacher thing of, Schumacher, so everyone would get out of the way, and he would take a dive at anyone, and you gain a fear factor, which helps... Christopherson's probably got it, it's Christopherson or Ekstrom. If they're right behind you, ooh, and Verstappen's got that, and if Norris is going to go... I'll have a crack at you.
Yeah.
It just keeps it interested. Not anti-Verstappen. He's obviously a brilliant driver, but we are a bit anti-domination. It can get a bit dull. Hey, mate. It can get a bit dull. So, yeah, good. Any quality racing is always great, in our opinion. Right, we are going to have a little throwback to 2016 in Arvika, where reporter Jonas Kruse had a lovely long chat with Mats Åhman. We've spoken to you a lot about Mats Åhman every season, and you're going to hear a bit more about him now. It's in Swedish, but with English subtitles as well. So enjoy this little interview with Mats Åhman from 2016 in Arvika.
Jag har stämt träff med Mats Åhman. Som ni kanske vet så är han handikappad och jag är så otroligt imponerad av hur han hanterar den här bilen. Vi ska se hur det är möjligt. Häng med! Hej Mats!
Hej!
Hur är läget?
Det är bra.
Vad gör du? Sitter du här och filosoferar lite över banan eller?
Ja, jag sitter och kollar på lite spår. Det är en ganska teknisk bana så att det finns mycket att tjäna på här.
Du sitter ju i rullstol. Du var inblandad i en otäck olycka. Berätta vad som hände.
Ja, jag tävlade ju skoter före jag började med bil för. Ja, det är ju länge sedan nu och det är väl 18 år sedan jag gjorde illa med. Och vi var och tävlade i Ryssland då. Gick lite överstyr där så jag körde omkull och fick min egen skoter på mig. Så jag bröt nacken och bröt kota 6 på nacken. När man vaknade upp och började se hur svårt handikappad man var, då tänkte man hur ska ett normalt liv kunna fungera efter det här? Alltså, det var helt obegripligt alltså. Det var en tuff tid i början.
Hur vände du det där då?
Ja, jag vet inte, jag låg ju länge på lasarettet och så, jag minns en dag då kom in en kille i rullstol. Ja, han hade kört bil dit och satt där och kört själv bil dit. För mig var det helt omöjligt. Jag tänkte, hur kan det gå till? Och så då fick jag mig en riktig tankeställare och tänkte, kan han, då måste jag ju kunna också.
Och det är Eriksson och det är Valfridsson och det är Öhman.
Jag kände ju direkt att jag var ju samma bilförare som jag var före. Fast det var lite annars att köra. Så då fick vi väl tanke på kanske man skulle prova något sånt här.
Hur får du känslan med bilkörning ofta? Så min pappa lärde mig att man får den genom ryggen och upp liksom genom rumpan och upp genom ryggen. Hur är det för dig?
Ja, alltså, i och med att jag känner den delen. Jag känner ju ingenting från bröstet och neråt.
Hur handikappad är du i procent sett?
Alltså, jag är klassad 95% av kroppen är handikappad. Jag är förlamad.
Och ändå kör du supercar.
Ja, har någon sagt det för 18 år sedan har man ju bara skratta.
Nu får han applåder, välförtjänta sådana, Mats Åhman efter tredjeplatsen här i den nya bilen. Så glad och nöjd han är.
Skulle du våga låta mig provköra din bil, se om jag kommer iväg?
Törs du?
Ja, jag vet inte, jag är väldigt osäker. Tror du jag klarar av det?
Jag tror det.
Då får du visa mig hur det går till.
Jajamän.
Hur måste du lära mig det här? Hur ska jag göra?
Ja, om du då lägger ner handen i den främre klukan där.
Så?
Jajamän, precis så där.
Och så i med den bakre?
I den bakre, jajamän.
Ja. Mm.
Och så när du trycker framåt med alltihop, då bromsar du.
Okej.
Och så drar du bakåt, dra mera, då gasar du.
Jaha.
Jo.
Okej, det var ju enkelt.
Ja, det där är enkelt.
För du kan inte ens använda dina fingrar, va?
Nej, inga fingrar fungerar.
Ja, vi startar. Hur startar jag då? Jaha. Vad sa du?
Inget allvarligt kan hända.
Nej. Oj, vad gjorde jag nu?
Nu växlade jag.
Jaha du.
Ja.
Men du, jag har för tjocka händer eller det tror jag. Så att
Jag tror han håller för det här.
så inte tror. Ja, är det bra nu?
I bort, du kan i bort.
Ja, bort.
Ja, sådär.
Peter.
Ja, måste starta han.
Jag fixar det, Mats!
Jajamän.
Jag hade 4 i! Underbart! Ja, men när man kommer på det så man får känslan. Mats, tack så mycket för att jag fick köra din bil.
Ja, vad roligt att prova.
Helt underbar, vilken maskin.
Ja, den är...
Lycka till imorgon nu.
Tack ska ni ha.
Tack, hej då.
Hej då.
That's absolutely brilliant, isn't it? I think when you look at it, so we've seen the car so many times, when you see someone able-bodied, 95% disabled, I feel quite emotional just watching the video, and you see somebody able-bodied try and drive it, and it obviously, clearly, was incredibly difficult for Jonas. When you think about how the dexterity that it takes to throw a car around at high speed and feel what it's doing and hold it on the limit, I think it's unbelievable.
I think it's another great insight into Mats as a person, because I've chatted to Mats many times over the years, but he's classic second language English speaker who's not confident with the English, who'd much rather speak for a translator, which is totally fine.
Yeah.
You never get
so we don't get to have that conversation
know someone with
it.
But he obviously enjoyed that process, and he's like, nothing bad can go. What can go wrong? Like, I'd be terrified.
And then nearly got run over by his own car.
Because he loves the process and what he's doing so much. It doesn't matter so much. It's he's a really remarkable guy.
He is.
And that's a lovely VT.
You got it is, yeah.
And that's the car
that
lovely. Martin Enlund races today in RallyX. It is, yeah.
Brilliant.
Which shows how adaptable Mats' system is. It's been in the Volvo S40, the Ford Fiesta, now in a couple of different Audis, so he's evolved that system. It'll be very different now to how it was. The basic concept with the cradle is the same, but they've brought on a lot. And
I think the cradle now is shorter. I might be wrong, but if you looked, it was hard for Jonas to get it down here because you're trying to get that full rotation. That's when we said yesterday, certain movements are hard for Mats to catch, and that's because winding the lock on is not bosh, you know. And if as an able-bodied driver, you use fixed inputs in racing as much as you can. So from here to here, you don't take your hands off, and then after that, you can, but you've got a fast rack. You don't necessarily need to, but trying to do that movement like this is much
of the development is in the cradle that his right arm's in, because so much that controls so much of what's going on. And
amazing.
Jörg Kristoffersen, the JC team in the latter years, the car was run by JC then, have also put a huge amount of work together with Mats and Omens Motorsport to create this incredible system, and let's hope he has a good afternoon today.
Brilliant. What an absolute legend. Now, of course, he's not the only... He lives literally, I think they said 5 minutes that way, didn't they, last night?
The workshop's walking distance from here.
So, very close indeed to this track. But, of course, he's not the only rallycross driver from northern Sweden. Now, me and Hal are not Swedish, so some of this might need some explaining. I think we did. We'll see how Peter's edited it. We had a wild idea to challenge the drivers in some very Swedish ways, along with a bit of rallycross as well. So hope you enjoy this, and we'll be back shortly for the finals from round 6 of RallyX here in northern Sweden at Älvsbyn. Enjoy. Right, we've come out into a field, well, it's actually an airfield. There's an airfield right there. How that got signed off when the spectators right there, I don't know, but we're in northern Sweden, everything's fine. And it's a great place. We have Victor Hansen, Simon Tiger and Rasmus Berggren, and we have the first round of a 3-round challenge to decide who's the best local driver, Swedish person. So apparently this is from a Swedish TV show. Peter was trying to explain it to us and neglected to mention
Well, we were giving our opinions on how it should be, and he was like, no.
That's not
how it works. And we were like, why not? He says, yes, Swedish TV programme.
So we have no idea. So then we asked these guys, do you know about this Swedish TV programme?
No idea.
so we're off to a cracking start. Anyway, this is what we're going to do. Hal, hold the plate up. This is Hal's role, race director. I gave him that role because I'm not clever enough to do anything other than the presenting, and that's arguable as well. What we're going to do is we're going to get these guys and their paper plates to weigh out some lingonberries. So get some lingonberries and put them on your plate. You need 50 grams. 50 grams of lingonberries.
My grandmother was great at picking lingonberries, but not my cup of tea.
Go.
50.
Yeah, just put it on. Go on. Right. So 54 for Rasmus Berggren, 38 for Simon Tiger. Oh, and 57 for Victor. Okay, so Rasmus wins round 1, Hal. So he gets 50 points like in qualifying. P2 goes to Victor and P3 goes to Simon. Right, okay, this time 75 grams. Let's go. 75. I love the comparison. Look, comparing this.
What I particularly enjoyed the plate was that Victor.
You've got yours, haven't you?
Victor snuck some off just before he put them on the scales at the last minute.
Oh, Victor's gone 70. This is like Rasmus 75.
Oh.
He's absolutely bang on. Mate, you're very good at this. Yes, he is. He agrees. Right, perfect.
Simon's terrible. 84.
Yeah, Simon's way off. Wow. It's good that you're good at rallycross, Simon. Yeah. Okay, Barry's back in the pot. This is actually quite a good game. Do you think we could?
I'm enjoying it. Yeah.
Could this be an English television show? Do you think? Let us know in the comments. So we were going to do 100, but Peter's changed the rules in the middle of the competition. So now we want
97.
97.
Yeah.
97 grams. This is the last round. Although I think Rasmus is TQ already.
Well, it depends if he fluffs it now. No pressure.
No, because he's won both, hasn't he?
He finishes third now, and Victor sneaks through to take
I think, okay, so Simon's definitely not getting TQ.
Well.
Okay, here we go, 97. Put them on, boys. Oh, 93 for Simon. 101 for Rasmus, and 82. So Victor is last, so he gets 42. Right. I saw it at 94, and Rasmus's was at 100. So what we're going to say is it's a tie between Simon and Rasmus for that one. So 50 each.
Well, no, that's not how it works, Andy.
I don't care. That's right. I'm in charge. Well, actually, you're the race director.
Who set the time first?
Oh, you're the race director.
Who set the time first?
Well, I should be
Simon. So Simon gets the 50 points.
Simon's having 50?
Yeah.
All right, Simon gets the 50, Rasmus gets 45. Who's the top qualifier in this?
Hang on.
We're not going to have to edit it. Hurry up.
What's 2 times 42?
Oh, my God. Rasmus Berggren is the TQ. P2, I'm pretty sure, is going to go to Victor, and Simon is in third. Even I can do maths that quickly. That's it. On to the next challenge.
The Salt Challenge.
Okay, challenge number 2. Hal, bring in the tools, please. First of all, we have a piece of timber. Stick it on there for me. Thank you, sir. And you have to beat each other until one of you is unconscious.
Oh no.
Hal, bring the other thing in. This looks infinitely more dangerous.
That is spectacular, isn't it?
This is the tetanus saw. So if you cut yourself, you're definitely going to hospital. So please be careful. But apparently, at midsummer, you play games, yeah?
Yes, you do.
After drinking, or?
During drinking. Okay. And it's always these questionable rules I have to argue on the evening.
Okay.
After.
Okay, well, the rules on this one
sounds a little bit like rallycross.
It does sound like rallycross, doesn't it? And the rules on this one, I'm going to decide, is the fastest person to saw through the piece of wood. Is that the one?
I'll get my stopwatch.
Okay, Hal's going to get the stopwatch out.
Ready to race? Go!
Oh my God. Let me hold this end for you. I can help. This is a new rule. I don't know how long we have for this piece. Go on, Rasmus, go on! Go on, Rasmus! Here, I'll hold it. There you go. It's a team effort. Okay, mind your hand, please. Mind your hand on the first go. Ready?
Let's go.
Oh, it's making me nervous.
Peter, this is the worst idea ever. I'm incredibly nervous.
This is what it's all about.
Yeah! So look at Simon. Simon's expecting to see where the knots are, and he thinks that he'll be able to look at that. That's the first time he's walking the track. Mind your hand.
Let's go.
So Simon's taking the RPM approach to this.
Simon's approach to most things is more power.
Yeah, that's a good point. He just wants more power. He's going for it.
Be set for the fastest time.
I'm trying to hold on here to help. He's getting there. Now the RPM's coming up. The RPM's coming up.
Oh no, he's made a mistake on the final lap. Is he going to do it? The time's gone. No.
Oh, what was it?
31.5.
Okay, so who wins? Victor. Right, so Victor wins that, so points on that. Jeez, I nearly fell over. Right, now we're going to go and do something that actually relates to motorsport. We'll see you in the paddock.
The tire change challenge.
Okay, it's time for Q3. Simon is at the back of the pack at the minute, so he needs a good result here. Tactics, Simon, you nearly did the front, and then you changed your mind. Why?
Easiest to get on the back, no steering.
There we go. So this is the wheel change challenge. He's got to take the wheel nuts off, put the wheel on the floor, put it back on again. How?
Face down on the floor, the wheel has to be.
Why?
Just completely down.
Oh,
Back up again.
God, he's so pedantic. Right, okay. He's the race director. Yeah, like that.
Like that,
it's fine. Okay, right. Here we go. Hal, tell
Ready
him.
to race. Go. This is impressive.
It is impressive.
Good launch. Needs to not lose the wheel nuts though.
See, that last one didn't quite come off. Okay, he's going to pull the wheel off. Okay, down on the ground, perfect. Yep, we'll take that. Back on again. So he's trying to line up. It's a 5-lug wheel. It's, the studs are captive in the hub. Oh, he's just going straight on. This Formula One star with the nuts. He's not worried about cross-threading it. Time's ticking by. He's at 30.1 at the minute. 31 going up. Come on now, here. And he's on. 36.3. Yes, mate. Right, okay, so this time it is Rasmus Berggren's turn to go. Hal, are you ready with the clock?
Not yet, mate.
He's not.
Ready to race. It's a long hold. Go.
So it's also 5 studs for Rasmus. Same nut gun I noticed as Simon. Down on the floor, yeah, perfect. Short studs on this. Spacers actually, there are spacers in there. They've come off slightly. Is he going to put them on with the fingers first of all? He's just going to chuck them straight in the gun. Yeah, a little bit more careful, yeah. I like that. He's doing well here. Simon fumbled it coming off.
27 seconds.
Oh, he could do this. He could do this. He needs to push on the final lap. Get that last nut in and then put the gun down. There we go. Done. Yes.
34.6.
Is he quicker?
Quickest so far.
Oh, he's in the lead. Yes. Okay, so Victor is our current leader, Hal, correct?
He is.
After the first 2 qualifying sessions. He's
3
had
points
to
ahead of Rasmus.
And Rasmus is leading at the minute in this, so he's
fastest so far.
So he's just going to come down. If Victor wins this, he's the TQ.
Yeah,
the winner.
If he gets beaten by Simon and Rasmus, then he's going to be second.
Right. Okay. Right. You're going to need to have the maths ready immediately that we finish.
No.
Victor's gone off. I think he's probably designing some sort of a nut gun which can do all 5 at the same time.
Discussing which
nut gun?
Yeah.
So they are discussing. He's taken the same nut gun. He's using the fuel branded nut gun. Oh, he's gone back. He's gone back. It's a last minute decision. He comes out. He's got 2 nut guns. But he's only got one with a... Okay, here we go. I thought he was going to go for DeWalt, but he's gone for fuel. Here we go. Okay, a little bit of a stretch from Victor. This is unprecedented. Hal, are you ready? Victor, are you ready? Hal...
Ready to race. Go.
Oh, this is a strong start. That first nut didn't quite come off. Okay, he's got them all off now. Okay, onto
very
the ground.
similar in the first sector.
Okay, back on again. Lines up the 5 studs.
seconds.
Here we go. This is good. This could be a TQ run. If he wins this, then he is the overall winner. He's got to beat a 34.6. He's got 2 wheel nuts to go. He's coming into the last corner with a big lead. Victor Johansson, he's fumbled it. A little mistake, gun down, and he wins. Victor Johansson takes the 3 qualifying challenge thing with lingonberries, wood, and a wheel. We have no idea what's going on because we're not Swedish, but that was brilliant. Well, I hope you've enjoyed that. I can't just point out, you don't get this kind of quality content with Formula One, so that's, I'm sure, why you're tuning in. Race director Hal Rouge, P3, please.
P3, Mr. Simon Tiger.
Simon Tiger, ladies and gentlemen. Woo! Yeah, Victor, yeah. See, there, everyone's applauding. Boo. Simon's not. That's not the step he likes to be on. Luckily, because he's about 8 feet tall, he's still going to be above everybody else.
P2, please, Hal.
Mr. Rasmus Bergman.
Rasmus Bergman! Woo! Yeah, Rasmus, you legend. He's nearly as tall as Peter. And the winner is...
obviously, Victor Johansson.
Victor Johansson! Woo! You legend. That's a big step. Is he going to go around the back? Oh, he just goes for it. Ladies and gentlemen, the podium for the first ever RallyX kind of qualifying thing.
Swedish thing.
Swedish thing. There you go. Ollie Eriksson's just left. He stayed here and watched the whole thing with us. Congratulations to all three drivers for putting up with one of the maddest ideas I think we've ever had. But actually, it turned out to be great fun. Peter, well done on the edit, mate.
It
great
wasn't
stuff.
our idea. There's no way. It's only Peter.
It was a good idea and it was well edited. And it was good fun. So I hope you enjoyed it. Back to the proper competition. Crosscar Junior are down on the grid. Finals to come here from round 6. So let's get cracking with some racing. So Hampus Hagström on the front row with P2 Pira, Oliver Solly in the 195 on row 2. On the outside is Carl Svedland, and the back row is Alex Antila and Jonas Nielsen. Solly got a great launch there from the second row, but the gap's going to close pretty quickly, and actually he's been beaten by Svedland as well. Svedland in the black car trying to look for an outside line. Hagström goes inside, P2 Pira ends up out in the slippery stuff. Brilliantly judged by Hagström. I think Svedland's going to go through too. Svedland over the crest sideways. They're all running a bit deeper than they thought. It is more slippery than they thought in the background. That's a great pass. 2 places up. I think it's Nielsen. No, not Nielsen. Who is it, Hal, that made the 2-place pass at the back of the pack?
I was looking at the front of the pack, Andrew, because...
it's Solly.
Solly
ended up 6th and then back up to 4th. Sorry, yeah.
But Hagström had lost the lead in the first corner through the left-hand and then through the right, got back up the inside, and then the top 3 were all so out of shape. Carl Svedland centred up the inside. Hagström did a great damage limitation job there to get back to the front. I'm a bit disappointed for Pira because he'd done everything right. And like you say, Oliver Solly climbing the order.
Solly started with what I thought was a good start, but he was beaten by Svedland, then obviously went backwards while we were looking at the front 3 and came from 6th to 4th in that corner. Brilliant job.
Svedland joked, I think, because but I think because he had no alternative.
Yeah, lost
being
out.
stuck up behind, you the same sort of thing.
It's a new word, it's fine, he was stuck.
But now it's not really going to help him at all, is it? Because down there at the back, fighting in the traffic behind Nielsen at the moment, not really going to help him out.
And Thiele's gone Joker in the background. So yeah, he needs to dispatch Nielsen.
Needs to get this done and quickly to be fighting ahead.
Solly's not got the pace here, it looks like to me, because relatively speaking, he's absolutely brilliant. He's an amazing young man at driving, he really is. But compared to cars front and back, normally you'd expect Solly to stretch away from these guys and get a bit closer to the leading 2.
Pira is close to Hagström through the middle part of the lap. Hagström's so strong in this early phase and the final corners.
Patient in that right-hander downhill. It is so steep downhill as you come through the corner as well. Hagström through the left, Pira's still there. What's the gaps like? So Pira's 0.5 back, it's a further 2.1 to Solly, but Solly is only 1.2 ahead of Nielsen. Nielsen hasn't jokered. Svedland. So Svedland at the minute would get Solly when Solly goes joker because he's only 1.6 off the back of Solly. Oh, Solly's pushing hard through there. Look, Svedland cannot find a way past Nielsen though, and Nielsen doesn't have to go. As you said, Hal, he didn't really have a choice that he had to joker early because he got mugged in turn 1. Unfortunately, it just hasn't worked out.
I mean, if you can get back to the podium from 4th on the grid, that'll be a good job done. It's been good this weekend, hasn't he, Svedland? But into the joker for Pira this time around. Oh, right round the outside of Solly at the merge, can't quite get it done. It's dirty there, up the inside into the next right-hander, gets good traction out of the corner to get ahead of Solly, who is yet to joker. This could be on, you know, if Pira can nail a couple of brilliant laps. What was the gap last time around between Pira and Hagström? No, I don't believe the timing screen because it's telling us it was
0.5.
But he just jokered, so it is right. But he's lost a bit of time in that battle.
So he's now 3.4 off, so I think Hagström should respond here. Just go now.
It's the final lap, he's got to.
Yeah,
but
of course he has, yeah. In he goes. So Hagström into the Joker and up and over the crest. This should be nicely done. Solly, though, in that podium position, I think will lose out to Svedlund, but it is 1.6. He might hold on in the background. Svedlund comes in. Where's Solly? And he does. Svedlund gets him. Svedlund holds it on the inside line as well. Oh, now Solly looks up the inside to try and get through. Half spin. Svedlund versus Solly. It's a drag race on the dirt, but Svedlund holds on. I think that's fair as well, considering Solly gave him a little clatter on the way in.
But he sent it in to have the clatter sideways. I think that's just sort of fair enough, isn't it?
Good effort. Good effort. Hagström then takes the win here. Absolutely brilliant drive. It is Hagström's second win in a row, his third win of the season. He has never been lower than second all year long, and that is why he leads the championship. P2 for Pira, who pulls alongside Hagström for a thumbs up. And P3 goes to Carl Svedlund. Love that, look, going alongside each other, fist pumping and waving at each other. Good stuff. There are donuts going on out there somewhere, aren't there? We can hear rev lifters, that's it.
So I know you've got a very tired brain, Andrew, as we watch Hagström elated with that result. But you're about to have some double-sided grids on your paperwork.
Oh, really? Oof, mate. Try to hand it to me the right way up, will you? This could go wrong.
Matt Zoman needs a cross-car final lap.
Hang on a minute, wrong event. Yeah.
Svedlund didn't have to joker then, actually. I was slightly wrong in the start of the race, but I think ultimately it worked out. Not sure he had the ultimate pace to beat Hagström here. Pira was very good, and I think had Pira not lost that time in the battle with Solly mid-race, could have been a different story out front.
Oh, thanks, mate. Wow, that's not even a double side, is it? That's two grids on the same side. Which one do I cross out?
This one. You need this one in a minute, so we'll start with this one.
Oh wow, let me put a number 1 next to this one and a number 2 next to that one. I like this. Is good work though, Hal Ridge. Hampus Hagström on 169 points now has a 15-point lead over Oliver Solly. When they came here, it was 3 points the other way. So Hagström has overturned here, what, throughout 15 plus 18 points in one weekend. That's a brilliant performance, but you can see everybody else is a fair way back. Pauli Tapainen has actually gone in front of Nico Kinnunen, but it is a two-way title scrap with 4 rounds to go between Solly and Hagström. Solly needs to fire back in Denmark. 2 events back-to-back as well. Drop score, how I think we'll figure that out later. 1 drop score, but not from the last event or not the last round. Can't remember.
I have to check.
Yeah, can't remember.
Normally don't worry about that for a while.
Nah, there's a few of them. We won't worry about it in Denmark either. Let's just stress ourselves out with that in Germany. Okay, this should be an absolutely brilliant final. We do say that often, and then something happens in turn 1 and spoils it. Let's hope it doesn't happen this time round. Romit Cerner on the pole, with Svensson, Ikmerstad, Ugar, Hume and Hukar. And they're away already down towards this first corner. It's a brilliant start by Svensson. Cerner drops into P2. Ugar trying to come through, but he's going to end up 5th if he's not careful. He is 5th right now. Hume's inside him. Look, Hukar makes up 2 positions, sneaks up the inside there, and both Hume and Ugar to go up into 4th place. And it's Ikmerstad, I think, in P3. Yes, it is.
Great move by Hukar to slot up the inside. Svensson did everything right in the first corner to get into that position. Oh, Ikmerstad does the wheelie out of the second of the hairpins, clipping that curb on the inside. Hume lost out badly in those first couple of corners. But what a result it would be for Elias Svensson after the drama of yesterday, standing here in the commentary box wheels, up on 2 wheels.
You nearly did an omen on him there, mate. That was the same as me yesterday. Proper bicycling from Elias Svensson in the lead, but I completely agree. I really want to see the kid win this. We're not supposed to be biased, but there are occasions where somebody deserves it, and he had a shocker of a day yesterday, a terrifying day.
Yeah, well, you could smell his singed eyebrows and eyelashes, couldn't you, when he was standing here in the commentary box minutes after getting out of the car. So it would be a fantastic result for him to get this done. Thomas Merstad, though, today has been absolutely on it. Goes into the Joker this time around, pops out behind Hukar, who is yet the Joker. There's a good enough gap there to get the hammer down, and Hukar is a pretty handy operator as well, so won't be holding Merstad up at all, at least in the next few corners.
With the rear three having jokered already, let's see the intervals as they come over the start finish line. You're looking at Merstad in the red and blue there, and yeah, with Ugar up into P. What is it? Ugar's up into P4, I think. No, maybe not. It's not. It's Merstad P4. Ugar's in P5.
So Merstad had Joker and came out just behind Hukar. He's in the window but not being held up at all. Will anyone Joker this time around? I think Cerner's gone. No, he hasn't. So Cerner stays out with the pace squad.
And how amazing lap by Martin Ugar. 46.0 was that last lap. That's some half a second quicker than anyone else is going right now.
And that's right up there with the fastest laps. I don't know what the fastest lap of the weekend has been, but the track must be near its quickest now. Well rubbered in. The loose is nice and smooth. Hasn't been watered for a little while.
Yeah, it will be absolutely rapid, won't it? But Ugar not able to close that tiny little gap up to Merstad in front.
And this is where the Joker strategy is so different, isn't it? Because Merstad jokered into the traffic, but because the traffic is oh so rapid, is not holding him up at all. Cerner's going with Svensson. What would it mean to the pace squad to get a victory after the work they're putting in? He's going to joke, you can tell by the attitude of the car, in over the crest.
Where's the merge going to be on the left-hand side? There's Hukar. There's Merstad as well. Nicely done, lads. Nicely done. Merstad using the jump line on the inside of the curbs. Love seeing that. Bowdens was doing that a treat yesterday, wasn't he?
Yeah, and I think it's totally on, isn't it? Because you don't really gain anything from doing it. In fact, if you might lose a bit by unsettling the car. So
if you don't want to do it, then they've got to make the curbs so you can't drive over them. It's as simple as that. Or you move the bollards out into the middle of the curb.
Well, they made these curbs in the late 80s, didn't they? So they weren't thinking of it at that time.
They weren't thinking of incredible foot-long suspension travel on a cross car, were they, at the time? This is a great little scrap here between Hukar and Cerner.
Oh, Hukar sent it in. Cerner clips him in the rear. No, disaster
Cerner clipped
Cerner. He's been so fast this weekend. He's not going to be on the podium this afternoon.
Shocker for him, and lots of avoidance in the background as well. How Ugar went out wide. This has completely turned the order on its head. Hukar hasn't jokered. Svensson's gone Joker out front. Will be well clear now.
Hukar's speeding on this lap.
Svensson leading. Who's P2 then?
Merstad and Ugar. So Ugar's done a stellar job to get back up. Cerner just on the fastest lap of the race last time around.
So Svensson's going to take it. It's an absolutely brilliant redemption story. Ended yesterday in flames and wins today. And he'll lead the championship as well. Merstad, yesterday's winner, gets P2. Going to keep him right in contention as well. And Ugar P3 after a little bit of carnage on the final lap of the race.
It's been putting out a fair few flames out of the rear as well, hasn't it? Look how happy he is, punching the air in the car. Goggles off. Will we see some... it's giving me a bit of goosebumps, that, actually, hasn't it? Because that fire yesterday was not pleasant
it was horrible,
at all.
Mate. It was, yeah.
And he had the damage earlier on, ripped the rear suspension off. He's absolutely delighted in the car.
I'm delighted for him. Really am.
And unlike the juniors, he probably has to do most of the work to the car himself, so he's probably unlikely to do the same kind of donuts because he'll know what's involved in repairing it.
The diff, yeah. They're getting led back by the quad bike.
Great performance for Merstad as well. He's done a great job today. He's been really, really on it. Good points. There wasn't a lot of drama in the early part of the race, but it came later on. Cerner will be absolutely gutted. What's Cerner been like in... He was top qualifier, wasn't he, I think?
Yeah, well, yesterday.
Hang on, I've got 1,000.
No, it was Yimmy, I can't remember.
No,
yesterday,
I think
today,
it's
he was
Cerner.
TQ today. Yeah, Cerner was TQ today. I was thinking of yesterday.
So he will be rather disappointed to
So
Hukar drops it there, Andrew. He's pulled a massive wheelie. Look how much air they're carrying. It's not Hukar's fault. He's dropped it.
And then let's look at Ugar too. And as well in the background is Hume, isn't it?
Yeah.
So Ugar and Hume have both had to drive through the ditch and dropped a ton of time.
But it's absolutely not anybody's fault. It's
Yes, mate.
Hukar dropping it on his own, and unfortunately, because the commitment's so high, just had nowhere to go.
Svensson wins 6/10 over 4 minutes for 5 laps. Thomas Merstad and Martin Ugar. So Elias Svensson does lead the standings on 137 points, and he came here in P2 5 points behind Bowdens. He now leads Bowdens by 14, but Merstad has jumped up from P3 into P2 on 131, just 6 points back. Cerner was in P5 and is now in P4, and you'd have to say he's not out of the battle. There's 30 points in it. Gilalami on 103, drops from 4th to 5th. Alex Hume is, stays in 6th place. So
starting to look like the top 5, pulling out a little bit of a margin. I think when Hume is quick, so is Hukar, but
top 3
it's hard
really
to gain that back when the pack's so close.
I think drop scores will give us an idea there of when someone you forget when someone's had a real shocker. You know, there'll be a shocker for them. So, Merstad didn't make the final twice. It's just those events, and when you drop that score, and everyone will get just that little bit closer again. Talking of which, here we go, Hal. Off-air conversations. Matt Oman, I hope you watched that little VT earlier on. If you didn't, you need to rewind and have a look. What a ledge. Tapainen on the inside. Tapainen actually, Hal, leads the standings, doesn't he, in both Pro-Am and Pro. And you're Enland on row 2 with Martinson, Toren and Martinovs. So we're seeing jump start for slot 4, but again, that's possibly not likely.
Slot 4 has been the issue for most of the day, hasn't it?
Yeah, it was 1 yesterday, wasn't it? I imagine they must have moved whatever was triggering 1 to 4 yesterday, or the other way around.
But the trouble is, you don't know what's going on with 4. I say it was most of the day, but because you're a 5-wide grid, you don't know until semi-finals that it's a
yes, of course.
Problemo.
So this final is now to give them a chance to cool off for the Pro final, which will be the last one, of course. Or the overall final, which is why you're not seeing Ollie Eriksson in this one. So Ready to Race comes on. Omen with a great start. Enlund, though's got alongside and barges his way through. Martin Enlund got a banger from row 2. Gives a little bit of contact to Omen. Omen's got a better traction here on the exit. We'll get back alongside him on the run down the hill. And he gives it back in the door. Have some of that. And if you can do it, I can too. So Omen forces his way back through. Enlund now under pressure from behind from Philip Martinson. Martinson's going to go joker, but Tapainen, the championship leader, leads here.
Tapainen made a brilliant launch, didn't he? Omen was just slightly slower on the reaction. Omen ran deep in the hairpin. Enlund's all over the back in the car that we just saw in the VT that used to be Matt Omen's in Mark 7 specification with his amazing hand control system. But Tapainen, who leads both championships coming into today's event, is doing a good job up front. And fair play to Martinovs, who has been relatively nowhere compared to this field so far this weekend. He's getting right in the mix between Turenne and Martinson.
By Omen there, just got a little bit sideways. Hal, and Enlund was very sideways in the previous corner. Enlund, I thought would go joker from there.
It's too big a risk at the moment because the other three is still behind. Only Philip Martinson has jokered. Enlund so close to the rear of the Audi.
Torrent's gone, so Torrent comes out behind. There's going to be a little train behind Martinovs now, isn't there?
Now I go. 100% now, next lap.
Yeah. So who goes?
I'd send Matt.
Because that's exactly what Yol will know that though, won't he? Send him, and Enlund then if Enlund commits to go joker, he'll lose time on the way in, thinking that Max won't go.
The only thing with here is I think you arguably don't lose so much time, certainly in a supercar, because if you get that rotation done, and he's gapped him here, hasn't he? Omen over Enlund. If you get the rotation done, you can change your mind by keeping it in the throttle and open the steering back up. Omen is not going to go
so
when
Enlund does. Yeah, right decision. So Enlund now is going to try and get out in front of Martinovs. Martinovs was 2.8 off the back of him, and it's easy.
Oh, Matt has made a mistake on the gravel on the inside.
He's destroyed the light thing with Jolly Ericsson, destroyed twice already this weekend. The rear arch is completely gone from Enlund's car. I don't know where that happened. Martinovs drives through the ditch. Wow. All changes in an instant, doesn't it? So
Omen right back on the rear of Enlund as well now. This is only playing into Tapainen's hands, who was checked out up the road.
Tapainen is 5.6 seconds down the road. Omen now alongside Enlund. Enlund makes another mistake and Omen gets through, but Omen hasn't jokered. They might wait now until the final lap.
I think I would just try and get...
He's going to go wide now.
He can't go in because Enlund's up the inside, blocking the joker entry. What I meant before was you can get so much rotation done in a supercar where you can change your mind by getting harder in the throttle or just coming out of it a bit, letting the rear rotate around a bit more. So that corner is actually nice to set up for the joker.
Yes.
Where you don't lose too much if you do have to make your decision change.
Got you.
Enlund's wild, isn't he?
I was
Sideways
just
on the
about to
tarmac.
say that. He's really... and that's the quickest corner on the circuit too. He's not scared, is he?
Enlund needs to be wary, wily here, to stay close to Omen, because one little mistake and giving Omen the gap will mean Omen can get in and out of the joker ahead. Well, he almost ran over his own rear quarter there. That would have been, well, it's probably broken anyway by now, isn't it?
On the last lap then, Tapainen leading by a long way. Omen's going to go joker. And Tapainen is already clearly... Look how far in front he is. As Vigo raises the altitude a bit, that's a good sign of what the gap is. He's had to fly higher to see him down the road. A few mistakes from Omen and Enlund played into the hands of Joni Tapainen. This 15-year-old is having an absolute flyer. He really is doing a great job this year. Going to take the win. It's his third win in a row, in fact, for Tapainen. He won the second event in Kouvola. He won the first event here yesterday, and he wins again today. So 3 wins in a row. Led the standings when we arrive, and we'll lead them when we leave. So that's the Pro-Am final done.
Tapainen was 6 tenths quicker on his best lap than anybody else in that race. Untroubled out front. You can always tell a good race run from a high-powered rallycross car when it's perfectly clean at the end of the race. Omen made a poor start, didn't he? And that's really what compromised him. Enlund forceful off the line, but nothing untoward. Does he lose his quarter here? No, must have been later in the race.
Yeah, I was thinking,
great racing from Matt here to force his way back up the inside. Nothing wrong with that at all.
No, and to be fair, Enlund was forceful off the line, and Omen was just as forceful.
Good hard racing,
back.
isn't it?
Where does the quarter come off?
I think it's already gone at this stage. So
that's Omen driving straight through that. Ollie thought he'd missed it yesterday. I thought I missed it, but he hadn't. He destroyed it. So 3 times that's been knocked down. Oi, oi, oi. Oh, that is
Martinson.
Has Martinson made the pro final?
Yeah, he had made it in 6th because we thought he might not have done with that retirement.
And then who is it that will go in if he can't take the start?
Well, there was some discussion about not filling the grid this year,
right?
In the pro class, if you don't make it from the AM to the pro.
Joni Tapainen leading the standings by 10 points from Martin Enland. Let's have a look and see what the gap was when we came here. It was 4 points, so he's really extended that, and they are now, you know, almost a whole event clear of Philip Martinson and Mats Oman and Philip Toren there. Jens Wahl not here this weekend. What was he doing, Hal?
Cross car in Norway.
There you go. So Tapainen with the lead in the open full drive AM standings, and as we did say, he also has the lead in the pro standings at the minute. Can he hold on to that later on today? Look at that, fair play. That is getting stuff done.
Handy repair work. In fact, we saw some track maintenance this weekend.
Our favourite was Zulu, actually, wasn't it? It was for track maintenance. Do you remember the man in the digger and the pole and the bollard and the rocks that nobody would get to, but Fraz got to, I think, if I remember correctly. About 50 metres off
It was like
track.
being on the moon, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Hello. Yeah, this one.
Yeah, switch it on, mate. Check it. Keep it on. Go on. Have a look.
It's taken some abuse, that light, this weekend, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has.
If you made those lights, you'd want to take this footage and make a little sizzle for go on social to show the quality of your product, because that has hit 600 brake supercars, smacked on the ground,
it's been nailed.
hit again.
It's been nailed many times. Okay. Simon Tiger and Adam Oman on the front row. Row 2 is Gabrielsen and Westman. Row 3 is Victor Johansson and Kenneth Kong. Find my standings for this. I have no idea where they are, so I might just sack it and we'll get the graphic afterwards. You got yours all nicely organised, Hal?
Yes.
What's the gap between Tiger and Johansson at the minute?
124 to 199, so 23 points.
So 99, yeah, sure, okay. So yeah, from the back it's going to be tough for Johansson. So Tiger just wants to get all that power down, and he does. Look, behind him Westman up the inside of Oman. That'll push them wide. Gabrielsen might be able to capitalise on that, at least on Oman. Oman loses 2 places, 3 places. Might lose out to Kenneth Kong here as well, and does. So that is a shocker for Oman from the front row.
At your home track, taking a taxi to the outside, having been forcefully manoeuvred in the first corner, but absolutely nothing untoward, I don't think, from Linus Westman. Sinking the car at the inside. All's fair in love and war, but Simon Tiger is exemplary in this category, isn't he? He's the Owen Kristofferson of open two-wheel drive, and yeah, driving away out front, but he hasn't had the base advantage, as we've discussed many times this weekend, compared to normal, and that's largely because there isn't enough space for him to get the power down.
He made me laugh earlier in all the challenges when it was all going wrong, and he rode alongside us on his bike quietly, didn't he? He goes, I have to let them win sometimes, and then just rode off. It was like, okay, mate, brilliant. Oh, now he's getting challenged, but Westman's 2 sideways. Gabrielsen goes through.
I was about to say he's not going to be allowed to win today either. Westman fights back on Gabrielsen up the inside into the hairpin.
And so did Victor Johansson coming through as well. Victor Johansson now going to go Joker. That's a good decision. He was alongside.
Great decision. You've compromised the driver. You're fighting and then getting an out.
But he loses out, so they're closer than we thought.
But they've all lost time in that battle where Westman lost the time. Trying to overtake the leader.
If you think Gabrielsen was alongside Johansson and there was Westman just in front, how they're all in danger here from Kong and Oman. Oman with that shocking first lap, he's coming back at them here.
Kong was on the podium in the opening round in the sprint format at Thieu, but not in an actual rallycross final so far. Westman's got some great pace, hasn't he? Now back onto the rear of Tiger, has really gapped Gabrielsen. I think Kong might have a bit of an issue here because the 2 behind are all over the back of him.
Well, it's helping everybody out, Hal, because they're now 4.4 off the back. Lucas Gabrielsen, though, he's only 1.3 up the road.
Gabrielsen jokers.
Yeah, Gabrielsen trying to cover off Kong, but I think Kong will get there first unless that issue's too bad. Gabrielsen trying for round the outside. Go on, lad, get stuck in. Well held on that position. Could have lost way more than that. Slots in for a good result. Poor old Victor Johansson not having a great time. Come on, Victor, get the engine sorted for Denmark. Let's have a race, shall we? So Simon Tiger and Linus Westman have a joke. Westman's right with him, Hal.
The Tiger is under massive pressure at the front. Hopefully we can see that now. Yes, we can. Westman lost all of that time and is now right back on the rear of the local hero.
As Tiger maybe used the tyres, Hal, like he did before. Westman gets in the rear quarter, takes a little bit of the orange BMW off. Tiger has nailed it onto the inside.
I think it's got a left rear puncture, Tiger. Oh, Johansson spun in the background.
Look at Vigo picking that up. He's picked that up with FPV goggles on. That is incredible. So into from the merge comes
this might
Westman.
be
Westman's in front, look, of Kong, but we're looking at what the gap was to Tiger.
This might be another fictitious puncture call from me, but
it doesn't matter.
There's a reason why Tiger's not so quick, and I can't see on the monitor if it looked to me around the hairpin. But oh no, Westman's
off. Locks it all up, goes off at the end of the straight. He's on the bank. That's game over for Westman. Everything's going on here. So Tiger's lost his main competitor, and the gap back now is 4.4. Simon Tiger's been handed a lifeline here. Here he goes. So Tiger's got to take the Joker lap now. Hal, you thought he might be carrying some sort of damage on the car, maybe the rear left puncture.
I thought the rear left, but
I think he's
maybe it's not. No, it's just where the sidewall looked very, very low in that hairpin, but it does look low on this car, doesn't it?
It's a weighty thing to carry, as is his reputation, because he's had 4 wins already this season, including 1 yesterday. He is the championship leader. He was the champion, of course, last year and the first year. Victor Johansson beat him in year 2, but Simon Tiger is coming through here to take a double victory at his kind of home track in northern Sweden, at least one of the ones that's close to home.
Sits the car on the limiter after he crosses the line. Sounds like there's a firework display going off.
I thought they did something over the finish line. Yeah, that was bonkers.
That made me jump.
Yeah. Good effort, Simon Tiger, double win in Sweden.
Can we see the other side of Tiger's?
Tiger's under pressure there. No, hasn't got a puncture. Ridge was wrong again.
That's fine, mate. It's
God,
fine.
that car's seen some action this weekend, doesn't it? Look at the state of it on the side.
Yeah, you win some, you lose some.
Linus Westman with the fastest lap of the race, a 47.7. Tiger's best lap was a 48.2. Just didn't have the ultimate pace, but had the ultimate result.
Yeah, had the lead. Come on, Simon. That's just a weapon, isn't it? It's ridiculous. Brilliant.
I'd love to see that out of context now. That we've got used to seeing it in this category, and of course we want him to keep doing RallyX and open two-wheel drive. But I'd love to see him go and do, I don't know, Supernational in the British Championship, or you know, something else odd, maybe CZ rounds or something like that, where he's an unknown, and just see how competitive it would be against the established order somewhere else. Westman's been a star this weekend as well. A great return. Hopefully that's inspired him to come and maybe do the final couple of weekends down in Central Europe. Really pressured Tiger for much of the race. This was the real opportunity to get up the inside. Just bailed and got out of shape. Gabrielsen capitalised. Victor Johansson also got stuck in, and then again Westman all over the back of Tiger. There's Victor's spin. Victor's obviously carrying some sort of gremlins, and this is what happened at the bottom of the hill. Oh, just locked the rears, didn't he? And over-rotated, but there was a lot of smoke from the front of the car.
Yeah, well, maybe from the rear. I wonder if something broke and locked the rear.
But it looked like bonnet smoke, didn't it, once he'd stopped? But of course he's parked on a load of weeds, isn't he? So it's still smoking.
The rear is rolling, though.
He's driving on,
isn't he? He's driving, yeah.
And that's the advantageous nature of these massive recovery machines, the big old Volvo there. You can put the bed up in the bank, touch the winch and drag it on.
Stay with us. 2 finals to go. Supercar Lights and Supercar Pro. Simon Tiger leads on 148 points. Wow, so he came in just 16 points in front. Hal, have you got a calculator? 148 minus 14. What's that? 30, 24, 34, 34. 34. Well done, me. 34-point lead. He's more than doubled his lead. Wow. Double win, double lead. Double rainbow. You ever seen that social clip?
No.
Double rainbow. Dick gets all excited. Okay, supercar lights. Yesterday's winner was Erik Berget, which was pretty unexpected because these, well, not the front row in fact. Kasper Janssen on row 2 and Lucas Andersson came together and suffered damage. Simon Olofsson. Simon didn't make it to the final, I think. Did he, Hal, if I remember correctly? But either way, the three usual suspects are here in the three top qualifying positions. There's Tobias Darbach. Is there with Julien Meunier and Erik Berget. So Erik Berget is in. Erik Berget. I'm hoping for a good, clean, sensible fight between these three. Don't mind a bit of door banging, but let's have a proper race past turn 2, please, lads. Oh, shocking start for Kasper Janssen. Janssen's dropped back to P5 off the line. Looked like he got a good reaction time, but then just either go anywhere or had to dip the clutch. Oh, over! Olofsson's had a huge crash. Roof panels off, doors are off, screens out. Red flag for sure. There it is. Massive shunt for Simon Olofsson, and that car has shed all its panels. He'll be okay, I'm sure, but it's still that's a violent one. Wow.
Lucas Andersson, I was when we watch the start of a race, and obviously you're the lead commentator, so you talk about the action as it's unfolding, and I'm analysing and thinking about not what I'm going to say, but what I'm thinking.
Yeah, and often you look for the other stuff, don't you?
Well, I was watching the front row, and the attitude of Andersson's car. There is Simon Olofsson.
Wow.
Fantastic to see him out and helping roll it back over. They're very modular, the lights cars, so the roof is a part that will come off. But what I was watching was Lucas Andersson, and the attitude that he had in the car coming in, he really pitched it in early. Now, there's nothing wrong with that at all, but what it meant was that they went side by side through the exit, and Simon ran that little bit wide, kept his foot in, dug into that loose gravel on the outside, and over she went. Oof. Not suggesting that's Lucas's fault by any means, but what I mean is they were both leaving the corner, slightly sideways, side by side.
No, I was going to say the cage looks damaged, but I don't think it is actually. I think it's just the way the cage comes up to a peak in the middle, and also you can see the firewall which separates the engine in the rear from the driver compartment. So I think potentially...
Yeah, the cage being damaged and the lights car's not the end of the world.
Exactly.
It's a lot of work,
it's modular.
but
it's all modular. You just buy another one and bolt it in.
We've seen the cages in the lights car be changed overnight at events before, which is a massive job, but it shows
they did that on an FC1, didn't they, after the huge shunt at ERX. Took apart... whose car was it they took apart? Yeah, I'm trying to think whose car was in the back. It was
a chassis 11, wasn't it? It was the car that Fabi
it's Fabi's car.
That's the car that Derrida raced in Vegas.
And then they then ended. Yes, Hal, I love that detail. They ended up using the batteries that had been in the pond in Baccarat's car. They were more concerned about the damage from the shunt of Baccarat than they were about the batteries.
They used the batteries out of Fraz's car, didn't they?
Yeah, which had been in the pond.
Because they were the first ones that were tested, and then Fraz switched to a whole different car.
Yeah. Yeah. But the point is that what we're trying to say here is the FC1 is modular in the same way that the lights car is, whereas a supercar is a how do you want to say a road car chassis modified to have a safety cell built into it, and obviously if you bend the what they called, how I've forgotten, mine's going blank, off the chassis legs on the front. It can be very difficult to get something repaired. Olofsson, right of your picture.
So look at the start that Andersson had made, and he turns the car in really early here. Great trajectory, runs out that little bit deep, and they don't even make contact, and Olofsson's just that bit wide as well.
2, 3, 3 1/4.
You know you've had a big one when the windscreen goes up in there and then lands back down on the car.
Yeah, here we go from the drone. This will be spectacular. He's just dropped it, he puts the wheel in the dirt and it's too much. He doesn't get the lucky bounce. Do you know what, Ollie Eriksson, you remember Ollie stuck the wheel out there in the FC2 earlier today?
I said it was nearly a roll.
So I went and was making a tee round there and he goes, mate, he had his little baby on his lap and he goes, I promise you, he said, you can't go any faster through turn 1 than that. He said that was as close to a roll as can be, and unfortunately, that's what happens if you dip it in that little bit further. There's a toe in the water and there's a foot in the water, and that was a foot.
I don't know if
it's just unlucky it didn't bounce, you know. In some ways, if it had been higher, you might bounce off it like you bounce off a bank, or harder, you might have bounced off it.
You know what? I think apart from that last landing on the left rear, the suspension might all be intact on that. If it hadn't been for the roof coming off, there's no windscreen in it, is there? But you've seen worse cars return to the track, haven't you?
It was Olofsson, of course, who shot the drone down by shedding panels with a big old shunt at Neeson a few years ago.
It was Linus Osland, but
there you go.
Similar.
Kalle told me that it was Olofsson. You're wrong, Kalle. How dare you? You're sorry, he says now. Goodness
Kalle
me.
stopped talking to me hours ago. So,
did he? Yeah. He doesn't talk to me much. He's been good work though, Kalle, today, mate. Good work to everybody back in Stockholm. They've had a number of technical issues which they've managed to solve for you guys to continue watching at home. So thank you to the whole team of Stockholm. It's a bit weird not having the team together, not being able to catch up of an evening, but great work by you guys. Thank you for getting everything sorted so we can carry on playing Rallycross.
...1,017 kilometres apart we are from the guys in the truck.
Are we? How'd you find that out?
I just know.
Sad act.
Kalle told me.
Did he really?
Talking to me
He's
again.
probably wrong, mate. Sorry.
Yeah, it was Linus Osland actually, mate.
Yeah, it was. Yes, it's nothing to do with it. Oi, oi, oi.
Tom, Eat Merstad's had a bit of coverage this weekend in the back of the grid there with the trailer.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Right. Is that Olofsson's car?
Yeah.
Yeah. Mess.
Yeah.
So Casper Janssen had a shocking start in that last one. Let's see if he has another bad start here, because if he does, it means something technical. If he doesn't, it means it wasn't a good start. That's better. That's more like it from Casper. So he's going to want to try and get there before Munier, but Munier's got a good start too. That's a great start by Munier. Janssen is wise. Just rolls a little bit off the throttle to start back in, loses a bit of time. But he'll get back to Munier in the braking zone. But Lucas Anderson leads. Anderson runs wide, as he has done several times today. Janssen slots up the inside of Munier. Lovely pass, and we're back to where we were in the semi-finals with our two championship protagonists racing nose to tail.
Anderson's gone pretty sandy this weekend, hasn't he? But it's been working for him so far. Don't know if it's the quickest way, but it's definitely the most fun, and it is effective for him at the moment. I wondered if Janssen might... Oh, Janssen drops a wheel on the dirt. He did that last time around. Look at the car squirreling around under the braking with that bit of dirt on the rear tyres. I wondered if he maybe had a clutch problem or something, because he didn't make an amazing start either time, did he? But clearly not affecting him. And
better second time, was it? The first one was shocking.
Much better the second time.
Worst start from Janssen in a long time.
Really getting some air now, aren't they? That's where Anderson had that moment earlier on, sideways into the hairpin.
That's impressive. That's impressive. Carrying the speed and the rotation through.
He has brilliant car control, doesn't he, Lucas Anderson?
So Darback goes Joker from P4 and comes back in P4. Nicely done.
Janssen is all over the back of Lucas Anderson, but can't really find a way through.
Neither of them on the podium yesterday. Janssen's actually only had 2 podiums, Hal. Tiert 1 and Kovala 4, which is mad, isn't it? Lucas Anderson's had 3 wins, but only came here with a lead of 9 points, 10 points, something like 9, I think. Janssen sideways in the first corner, the first proper corner. There's that crest look. I mean, that's committed. See, look at that as well. Janssen's bounced in the front right over the curves. They just now know the trajectory of that blind right over the jump. Munier goes Joker, so this is to try and cover off Darback. Watching the background for the merge here. Darback will be inside. Munier comes in clearly in front. Nice one.
Munier giving plenty of room on the merge as well. Anderson's managed to gap Janssen a bit up front. Wonder if Janssen's made a bit of a mistake in the hairpin there that we didn't see, but this has given Anderson a little bit of breathing room. Although the way he's driving, he's not really looking behind, is he? Because he's really using all of the track at every opportunity. Janssen did the fastest lap of the race last time around. This time a 45.6 to a 46 dent between Anderson and Janssen.
Watch these two over the crestlet, landing on the curve, rotation through straight, get on the brakes, turn it in again. Anderson's wider and more sideways in there, and Janssen gets a lovely, lovely entry into the Joker lap. That was very good indeed.
I thought for a moment Anderson might be going the way he's rotated the car in, just dropped the rear wheels into the dirt, meet the apex.
Lovely.
Nice and tidy, meets the apex again in the next corner. Rotating the car from one way to another when you're in the zone is such a wonderful feeling. I've been there once or twice, ever. But when you're really at one with a car, you just feel like, and it's an extension of your body, and it sounds ludicrous, but if you've ever had that feeling,
I get it.
And that's exactly how it looks like Lucas Anderson's driving. It looks like every input he makes is going where he wants. He's totally in control of how much of the track he's using.
3.0 is the gap. That's a beautiful entry by Anderson. That equals Casper Janssen's entry on the previous one, and he won't need 3 seconds to get there in front of Janssen. There you go. Easily done on the very last lap. Lucas Anderson putting in a great performance here. I'm actually enjoying seeing a slightly harder driving Anderson. He's got that car, as you said, Hal, and he's been a bit more aggressive with it. He's coming down now to the double apex right-hander at the end of the last lap for lights up here in northern Sweden. And Lucas Anderson, who won the first 3 events in a row, didn't have such a good time yesterday or at Kouvola, but today makes up for it with his 4th win of the year. Casper Janssen P2, that's his 3rd time on the second step of the podium. And Julien Meunier gets into P3.
Meunier's 2nd career podium after getting onto the rostrum in Tjörp. Lucas Anderson, though, his position in the points last year didn't do justice to the season he had. I think he finished 4th in the end, didn't he? But this year, he was 3rd.
Yeah.
Wrong again. But he was good days, and the bad days really compromised him.
So you look down, don't you? You can see it on the when you look at the stats. It's 3 wins, 1 P3, and then everything else not good enough. Whereas you look at the other people around, and there are very few spots which aren't filled with a podium colour.
Whereas Enlund nearly came close to nearly winning the title, and only won once because he was just there or thereabouts
always on the podium, or near to it. That was the mistake by Meunier. Not even really a mistake. In some ways, you feel like Anderson's mistake was bigger than Meunier's, but just nobody was there to capitalise on it. Whereas Janssen did not need asking twice and just dispatched him immediately. Fantastic stuff from Janssen and Anderson. It's great to have 2 drivers that are of the same class at the top of this field. I think Janssen will be a bit frustrated, having won the Nitrocross title a couple of times. And, he'll want to fight back in the last 2 rounds. It's going to be interesting to see what you think. Those 4 rounds, we're going to have 4 rounds inside 9 days? No. Yes, 9 days.
I would argue the level's higher here at the very front.
Yeah, so would I. Yeah, no. But that's what I mean. He'll want to win over here.
Yeah, of course.
He will want to win over here. But the fact there are 4 rounds within 9 days to finish this title off, and the gap between them is only 15 points, and we've got drop scores and so on to take into account. It's going to be a great end to the season. 2 very talented young drivers in Anderson and Janssen. Darback doing brilliantly in P3. Ollison forwards after that massive shunt. Meunier in P5. Okay, supercar, 4-wheel drive pro, open, whatever you want to call it. We're still calling it supercar. Everything's fine. On the front row, Tapainen and Oman. Then it's Maiko Tam and Martin Enlund. Ollie Eriksson on the back row in the FC2, and on the outside, Martinson. Philip Martinson has made it to the grid. And Martinson took a win in Kouvola. Yesterday's podium was Maiko Tam with the win, Oliver Eriksson in P2, Kevin Eriksson in P3. That might be a bit tougher from the back of the grid, but let's see what transpires in turn 1. Oman, can he make up for yesterday? Could he take the win here in Pro? He was close last time. Enlund got a banger of a start in the AM category. This time, though, Oman gets a good start. Is he inside Tapainen? And he gives Tapainen a nudge in the door. Maiko Tam's there, pick up the pieces. Tam passes Oman in the background. Martinson's trying to pass on the inside of Enlund. Oman up over the curbs on the inside line. It's Tapainen who leads at time 1. Enlund gets it to the back of Oman. Oman gets 2 nudges. Enlund goes straight to the Joker lap. We haven't seen anything of Ollie Eriksson. Eriksson's got Joker in the background behind Enlund as well.
Oman is racy today, isn't he? Went for the lunge in the first corner, then ran wide, but went for fighting back up the inside of Tam. down to turns 3 and 4. Now he's got Philip Martinson all over the back of him in the run down the hill. Topainen, though, has really switched it on this weekend, hasn't he? Didn't really have the pace early on, but has worked at it. New car, new circuit, new season for him, learning all the time. Didn't have this sort of pace in the Finnish Championship a couple of weeks ago, but really is at one with the car now, leading both championships coming into today, and if he stays here, he's only going to have extended that margin.
It's incredible, really, at 15 years old in a supercar. But the thing is now, where does he go? You know, what do you do next if you come here and win? You win this. Oh, Ericsson trying to get past Enland.
Omen was slow out of the hairpin. Martinson got past. Equally, Enland the same.
Ericsson's having another look at Enland in the background. Now he goes to the inside line. That's lovely by Ericsson. That is a class move. That really is. Enland just under pressure, goes a bit wide.
I think Enland might have something wrong with the rear because the car's much more sideways than even it would be with Martin.
We need to watch out here what the gap is, Hal, because I think Ericsson's within reach of a podium here. He's not within reach of Topainen. Topainen's too far up the road. It's 1.9 back to Tam and 0.9 back to Martinson, Omen. Yeah, I'd say both Martinson and Omen are within reach of Ericsson. They might joke them now to protect their positions. No, Martinson doesn't go and Omen doesn't either, so Oliver now will close down.
I think Ollie's lost too much time in that fight, especially with not a clear path in front of him.
He's not going to get to Topainen, I think the podium.
No, I don't think he can get to second either.
No, I think you get to the podium. I don't think you get P2. He's got two cars within reach if you look at the window. Which is not bad, really, after coming out.
Topainen gets up on two wheels at the bottom of the hill. How often have we seen that? Usually when one of us is looking away from the monitor. This time it was you. Ericsson's on the back of Omen. This could harm his chances, couldn't it? Because if Mats doesn't joker, he's going to lose out that little bit. Tam sends the Fiesta into the first proper corner on this lap.
Up front, look, Topainen into the hairpin. Now, will he go now for insurance? No, he's not getting watched for Tam. Tam on the rotation doesn't either. Martinson's going to go. No, nobody goes. They're all going to wait for the last lap. And Ericsson's going to have to see how many of them he can pick off as they come out of that little merge. Could be interesting.
It could. Enland's dropped right off the back as well, so we definitely had something broken before Ollie passed him, and I can't help but think things might have been a bit different had Ollie lost that bit of time.
And look at that, how just runs the curb. To be fair to them, they're nearly all putting a wheel right out. Ollie is using all the curb on the inside, then running all the way out to the outside. But Topainen is looking pretty much unstoppable here. Ericsson looks like he might drop slightly further out of the window, so he's 1.3 off the back of Omen. I think he might only get Omen, and I thought he was going to get at least 2. Here we go. Topainen into the Joker as the leader. We want to see where Ericsson is when they come to the merge. Over the top comes Tam, then Martinson. Ericsson, is he going to be the inside? Martinson not quite close enough. He does get Omen.
I think he lost too much time, didn't he, in that fight with Martin Enland earlier on. Wouldn't have affected this man though. What a drive.
Incredible. Won the Pro-Am final there. He's in the Pro-Am category. Won't be allowed to go back in that next year, and that's a good thing because it looks like he's going to win both titles. Topainen takes another win here over the line. 2 wins today, Pro-Am and the Open category. Maiko Tam P2 after a win yesterday. Martinson up on the podium, which is a great result for him after maybe a tricky weekend compared to Kovala. Good stuff. Well done, Joni Topainen. 15. Get out, Freddy.
Having a look back at the start, Omen didn't get the brilliant launch again, but it was good enough to have a look up the inside of Topainen. That was a fair slap in the rear wheel.
He was quite forceful in turn one.
Ollie Ericsson went right off in the first corner. I hadn't seen that.
We missed, yeah, so we didn't see that. I think we were on the
Martinson
drone.
got squeezed to the inside yet again. I wonder if that caused
the double tap
and any issue for Enland, because he certainly had problems later on. Let's see if we can see what's wrong when he gets massively over-rotated.
Is this where Ericsson passes him?
Yeah, I think something's broken on the left rear.
The rear left. What's happened to the rear left? Yeah, it almost looks like. Well, I thought the wheel was gone for a second. It looked collapsed.
Can't really see on my dusty monitor.
Is it coming
to be
back
honest.
in past us?
No, not currently.
Ericsson not close enough, as you said, Hal. That battle just cost him a bit too much time, but arguable as well. The big moment in turn 1 was just, it was too much. Yeah, you have a few moments like that, and the gap's too big. Tapainen, though, fantastic today. Double victory in both the open four-wheel drive categories. 351.5 DNF for Enland, so maybe there is a wheel missing. We'll try and have a look when he comes back in on the scoop at the end. All sorts of drivers running through the paddock, getting all terribly excited about heading to the podium. Joni Tapainen leads the standings 119 to 106. Martinson has dropped down to P3 because Tam has come up. Marco Tam's come up from P5 with the win yesterday to second in the standings. It's a good weekend for Tam, and the gearbox change, his team put in an all-nighter. Actually, do you remember he said, we didn't even do the lights on in the awning, he said, because at 2 AM the sun was shining back through the front of the awning, which is pretty incredible, really. Reasonable debut as well. No, actually, good results for the FC2 yesterday. Bit of a shame to see Kevin roll out today. You know, we know it's not a supercar in the same way, but they had problems at Dieppe, and a lot of those have been ironed out. I've enjoyed seeing the progress, and I've enjoyed coming to a new rallycross track. We hope you've enjoyed being here with us as well. Another great weekend with RallyX. Better today than yesterday. Yesterday there were quite a few drivers I'd like to go, what are you doing? No, know your limits. But today, well, Rainis did that for us, Mr. Black Flag. So it's better, wasn't it?
Yeah, massively. Yeah. The quality of driving in the semis and finals today was really, really good. It was a pleasure to see how close the racing can be, and it was also a pleasure to see how fair people are being at the Joker Merge. We've seen some brilliant performances. I know maybe it's been a bit up and down compared to usual, but people like Lucas Anderson, Crosscar, the fight for the top three. Joni Tapainen's really on a mission in open four-wheel drive.
Yeah.
The list goes on. Hampus Hagström's been stunning this weekend. A bit disappointed that Simon Tiger got away with it when he wasn't actually having a great weekend. Yeah. But the true champions make the best of those difficult weekends, and yeah, Simon's been great as well. It's been a wonderful welcome here as well. The local people here have been so grateful for RallyX being up here, and I definitely hope we can come back.
But also just general friendliness from local people. You know, we went to, you may have seen the comedy story yesterday, we went to a bar and they were like, it's 20 euros to get in, we've got a band playing. And we're like, oh wow, is it packed? They're like, yeah, we'll be packed. There's nobody there. And then to be fair, they did come later, and it was lovely because there's one bar in town, everybody goes there, and you go to the bar and go, can I have a beer please, mate? Sorry, I don't speak Swedish. And they're like, where are you from? You're not from round here. But then it was lovely. They wanted to talk about rallycross. They knew about the Hoghedenbanen. You know, it's cool. It's a great little local community of friendly people. So now, where are they headed? How do you reckon? Home?
Home. Also the podium.
To the one bar? The one bar.
Well, it's
open on Sunday night.
Sunday night, isn't it? So
that, by the way, that's Ollie Ericsson's paddle shift off the FC2. So the development continues. He said, I came down to the head, but he goes, oh, dung, dung, dung. And he said, and it snapped off. He said, I looked on the floor, and he said, all that was left was the centre. I'm reaching around the wheel trying to do this, and he couldn't change gear for the rest of the lap. So I'm taking that. I did tell him earlier, and he sort of left it here. I said, can I have it? He goes, oh, yeah, maybe, but I'm taking it out. What have you got? You've got the floor or something, haven't you? FC1 floor? What have you?
Yeah, I cut it up now to use the carbon.
Good lad, I love that. Shh, don't tell Andreas you're getting invoiced for that. We're done.
It was very broken.
Was it? Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. Thank you very much for joining us all weekend. We're back, I think it's in 5 weeks' time. We're back to back in Denmark from Nisenbana, which is an awesome track, and the Estering in Germany. Hal Ridge, thank you so much, as always, mate. Thank you for all your lovely comments and all your interactions. We appreciate you guys. Take care. We'll see you soon.